Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. There have been several moments in my life where I, and other people in my family, have felt that same awful combination of pressure and helplessness while we were resting. It's hard to describe to someone who hasn't felt it. It's not just being tired. It's not just that heavy feeling you get when you're falling asleep and your body relaxes. This was different. It felt like something external, something with weight and intention, settled over you and pinned you in place. Like the room itself had decided you weren't allowed to move. What makes it even harder to ignore is that it didn't happen in random locations. It happened in the same place, again and again, over the course of years, to 3 different people. Different personalities, different schedules, different levels of belief in paranormal things, yet the same room seemed to be the common link. To explain it properly, I have to describe our family home, because the layout matters. The west side of our house was extended by the previous owners before my family ever lived there. The original house was smaller. It only had 2 bedrooms, a living room, and 2 bathrooms, 1 full bath and 1 half bath. It was a simple, older-style layout, the kind of house where you can imagine a small family living comfortably without a lot of extra space. Then, at some point, the previous owners expanded it. They built out the west side and added a lot, 2 more bathrooms, a family room, and 2 more bedrooms. It didn't feel like a separate wing the way some additions do, but you could still sense the difference. The older part of the house had one kind of feel, more traditional, tighter, more original, and the extended part had another. The hallway that led into the extended area always felt like a transition zone, like you were walking from one house into another that had been attached later. The bedroom where the strange events happened was in the back of that extended part of the house. It was the farthest bedroom back there, the one that felt a little more cut off from everything else. You could be in that room with the door closed, and it would feel like you were in a separate world, especially at night. The sounds of the house didn't always travel there the same way. Sometimes it felt too quiet. Other times it felt like the walls held sound in odd ways, like you'd hear soft things you couldn't place. Over the years, that back room became a whoever needs it room. As my siblings grew up and moved out, rooms shifted. People traded rooms. For a while it was mine, then it was my sister's, later it was rented to a tenant. That's part of why I can't write it off as one person's imagination. If it had only happened to me, I might have questioned myself forever. But when you hear someone else, years later, describe a sensation you recognize in your bones, it's hard to keep pretending it's nothing. The first experience happened to me in 1995. I was young then, and my girlfriend at the time was spending her very first night over at my family home. That might sound like a small detail, but it mattered to me emotionally. Bringing someone into your family space, letting them see your routine, letting them sleep under your roof for the first time, it makes you feel exposed in a way. You want everything to go smoothly. You want them to feel comfortable. You want the house to feel normal and safe. At that time, I had basically inherited the back room because my siblings were moving out and rooms were opening up. It felt like a step into adulthood for me, having a room that was truly mine, in the quieter part of the house, not right in the center of everything. I remember feeling proud of it. I had my bed set up the way I liked it. I had a lamp that gave the room a warm glow. I had my things arranged in a way that made me feel settled. That night, my girlfriend and I were talking the way young couples talk when the world is quiet and you don't want the moment to end. She was lying on my bed, relaxed, comfortable, maybe a little sleepy but still listening. I was on the carpet near the bed, talking up to her. The light in the room was mostly from my lamp, which was off to one side. The rest of the house was quiet, the kind of quiet you get when everyone else is asleep or minding their own business. We weren't doing anything spooky. We weren't telling ghost stories. We weren't playing with anything paranormal. We were just talking, and I remember thinking how normal and peaceful it felt, like this was how life was supposed to be. Then I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. The lamp light looked like it was pulsating. At first it was subtle, like a tiny shift in brightness that you might mistake for your eyes adjusting. But it kept happening. It wasn't flickering the way a dying bulb flickers. It was more like the light was breathing, slowly brightening and dimming in a rhythm that made no sense. I stopped talking mid-sentence without realizing it, because my attention got pulled sideways. I turned my head slightly to look at the lamp, expecting to see a loose plug or a cord issue, something simple. But what I saw wasn't about the lamp at all. A large radiating shadow entered my bedroom. That's the only way I can describe it. It wasn't a person stepping into the doorway. It wasn't someone blocking the light. It wasn't a normal shadow cast by an object. It was a shadow that had its own presence, like it came from somewhere beyond the room. It felt thick. It felt layered. It spread across the room in a way that didn't match the lamp's position, almost like the shadow wasn't tied to the light source. It moved in and hovered over me, and the instant it settled near me, my body locked up. I couldn't move. It wasn't a gentle stiffness. It was full paralysis, like my muscles stopped obeying. I could still think. I could still see. I could still feel fear rising. But my body was frozen in place as if something had pressed a hand flat against me and pushed me into the floor. I tried to call out to my girlfriend. I tried to say her name, or say, "Help," or say anything. In my mind I was yelling. In my mind I was making noise. But my voice didn't come out the way it should have. If anything came out at all, it was weak and useless. I tried again, forcing my throat to work, forcing breath into sound. She didn't react. She didn't sit up. She didn't look at me. She didn't speak. It was as if she couldn't hear me at all, even though she was right there in the same room. That made the fear spike harder, because it meant I was alone inside the experience even though someone was physically close. The shadow pressed down on me, and the pressure got stronger and stronger, like it was increasing its weight. I felt it in my chest and shoulders, that crushing sensation that made it hard to breathe. My heart was pounding, and I could feel panic rising like a wave that would break over me if I couldn't escape. I tried again to call out to my girlfriend. In those seconds, my mind was desperate, searching for anything to grab onto, anything that could interrupt what was happening. I remember trying to force my hand to move, trying to jerk my body, trying to break the hold the way you might break out of a nightmare. And then something happened that confused me even more. A name came into my head. Not a random name. Not my own thoughts trying to distract me. It entered my mind suddenly and clearly, like it had been placed there. It felt like it fell into my consciousness from above, heavy and undeniable. And then that name fell out of my mouth. It was the name of my girlfriend's great-grandmother. I don't mean I decided to say it. I don't mean I thought, maybe this will help. I mean it came out like a reflex, like something pushed it through me. I barely had time to recognize what I was saying. The second I said that name, the shadow vanished. Just like that. The lamp light stopped pulsating. The pressure lifted. My body released as if a lock had snapped open. I could move again. I could breathe again. I shot up so fast it made me dizzy. I remember scrambling backward on the carpet, like I was trying to get away from where the pressure had held me. When I sat up and looked at my girlfriend, she was opening her eyes. Her face looked sleepy and confused, like she had been drifting off and got pulled back. She asked me what was wrong, and I must have looked completely shaken because her expression changed right away. She told me that she suddenly felt really sleepy, out of nowhere, like someone had dropped a heavy blanket over her mind. She said she could hear me struggling, like she could hear something in my voice that sounded wrong, but she couldn't do anything. She said it felt like she was stuck too, not pinned the way I was, but stuck in her own body, like she was fighting to wake up fully. Hearing her describe it made my skin crawl, because it confirmed that something had affected both of us. It wasn't only in my head. Something had changed the atmosphere in the room enough to pull her into sleepiness while pinning me down. After that night, I didn't look at that back room the same way. I still slept there. I still lived in it. But I became aware of it. I paid attention to the way it felt at night. I started noticing small things, like how quiet it could get, or how the hallway outside it seemed darker than the rest of the house. I found myself avoiding certain thoughts in that room, like thinking about it might invite it. Years passed. Life shifted. People moved in and out. The room changed owners again. The second experience happened in 2004, and it happened to my sister. By then, my sister had moved back home for a while. Since she was the oldest, she got the back room to herself. It was the same room, but it didn't look exactly like it did when I had it. Different furniture, different arrangement, different personal items. But the bones of the space were still the same. Same location, same hallway leading to it, same sense that it sat in the far back of the extended west side. During her stay in that room, my sister started hearing things. She would hear footsteps in the hallway that led to her bedroom, even when she knew nobody else was awake or moving. She would hear a rubbing sound along the walls, like something brushing or dragging lightly. It wasn't loud enough to sound like construction. It was more like contact, something moving along the wall surfaces as it passed. At first she tried to ignore it. My sister isn't someone who panics easily. She's practical, and she doesn't enjoy being scared. She's the type who will try to find a normal explanation, because normal explanations are comforting. But the sounds kept happening, and after a while they started to bother her. Not because she didn't believe in weird things, but because constant unexplained noise wears you down. It makes you tense in your own space. Eventually she got fed up and decided to change how her bed was placed. She pushed the top of her bed against the wall so she could see out of her doorway while she watched TV. It sounds simple, but the motivation behind it says everything. She wanted to be able to see what was coming down the hall. She wanted to stop being surprised by sounds she couldn't place. If something walked in that hallway, she wanted her eyes on it. She wanted control back. One night, she was in bed watching television. The room was dim except for the glow of the screen, the way bedrooms usually look when someone is winding down. She had her pillow set up, her blanket, everything normal. Then she heard it again. The familiar stepping. The swishing sound. That soft rubbing sound that had been driving her crazy. She turned her head toward the doorway, trying to catch whatever was approaching. Even if it was nothing, even if it was just the house settling, she wanted to see it and prove it to herself. The moment she turned her head, she was forcefully pulled downward from her pillow. Not gently. Not like her pillow slipped. Pulled. Her head and shoulders jerked down as if someone had grabbed her from above and yanked. She said it startled her so badly she didn't even scream at first. It was so sudden her body needed a second to catch up with her mind. She didn't report being choked the way I had been. She didn't say she was held for a long time. She said it happened fast, one hard pull down, and then it stopped. Like something wanted to show it could touch her but didn't bother to continue. Still, that one moment was enough. She moved her bed away from the wall after that incident. She didn't want her bed in that position anymore. She didn't want her head near that line of sight to the hallway. It wasn't about comfort at that point. It was about not making herself feel exposed. When she told me, I felt that old tightening in my chest. The same room. The same sense of unseen movement. The same idea that whatever was there didn't like being watched, didn't like someone trying to take control. My sister didn't want to admit fear, but I could hear it in the way she described it. The frustration in her voice was covering something deeper. The third experience happened in 2007, and this one involved a tenant. By that time, the living situation in the house had changed again. For a while, it was just my sister, her son, and my father living there. The room had been used by family long enough that it carried a lot of emotional history. At some point, the back room ended up being rented out to a tenant. He wasn't family, and he didn't grow up in that house. He didn't have years of stories shaping his expectations. He was an outsider, which is why his experience mattered so much to me. Outsiders don't come into a place expecting to confirm your memories. They come in expecting a room and a lock and a bed, that's it. One day, I was visiting my family, and the tenant pulled me aside and told me something strange happened to him. He wasn't laughing about it, but he also wasn't hysterical. He spoke like someone trying to be calm about something they didn't understand. He said he had been in the back room watching a movie on his TV. He was relaxed, not asleep, just resting the way people do at night when they're winding down. Then he felt a heavy feeling on his chest. He described it like weight, like something pressing him down. He said he suddenly couldn't move. He was fully aware of the room. He could see the TV glow. He could hear the sound. But his body wouldn't respond. He couldn't lift his arms. He couldn't sit up. He couldn't even turn his head properly. The more he tried, the worse the panic got, because trying to move and failing is terrifying in a primal way. He said that after the force lifted, after the pressure released, he had a flash of a woman's face. Not a long vision, not a full-body figure standing in the room. A flash. Quick but clear enough that it stuck with him. He said it came into his mind immediately after the paralysis ended, like an image stamped onto his thoughts. Then he started to describe the face. As he talked, something inside me went cold, because the details he was giving started to feel familiar. He described it in the cautious way someone does when they're afraid they'll sound crazy, like he was apologizing for how strange it was. But the more he said, the more I recognized it. I had seen that same face when I was younger, in my old home. I didn't tell him that right away. At first I just listened. Then, without thinking, I started describing it back to him, filling in details he hadn't said out loud yet. I told him what I remembered, what the expression felt like, the way it appeared in the mind, the shock of it. I watched his face change as I spoke. He got visibly creeped out. Not because I was trying to scare him, but because it confirmed something he didn't want confirmed, that he wasn't imagining it. That his mind hadn't simply glitched for a second. That someone else had seen the same thing. He told me he thought he was going crazy at first. That's what most people think when something like that happens. They don't jump straight to ghost. They jump to, what's wrong with me? Because that's the safest explanation. But after talking to me, he looked relieved in a strange way. Still unsettled, but relieved that he wasn't the only one. He said he wasn't too frightened of it, not in the dramatic way, but he was definitely uncomfortable. He said it changed how he felt in the room at night. He started paying attention to the hallway sounds. He started sleeping differently, lighter, like a person who doesn't fully trust the dark. That's the thing about those experiences. Even when nothing else happens afterward, they change you. They change the way you feel in your own body. They change the way you interpret quiet. They change the way you rest. When I look at all three incidents together, what stands out to me most is the pattern. Different years, different people, yet the same room and the same type of pressure. My experience felt like a shadow with weight and intention. My sister's experience felt like an unseen force that could physically pull her. The tenant's experience matched the same theme: pressure on the chest, inability to move, and then a mental flash of a woman's face. And I know what a skeptic would say. People will immediately suggest that it's just sleepiness, fatigue, drifting off, stress, the mind playing tricks, the body half asleep. I understand why people go there, because it's a comfortable explanation and it makes the world feel safe again. But for us, it didn't feel like that. In those moments, it felt separate from normal tiredness. It felt like something entering the space and interacting with a person. It felt like being pinned, being pulled, being handled. It felt like an invasion of your body's control, and that's why it's so terrifying even when it doesn't last long. I honestly have no clue what it is that we experienced in that bedroom. I don't know why that room in particular. I don't know if it's tied to the extension, or the land, or something that happened there before we lived there. I don't know if it's the layout, the back location, the way sound and air pressure move through that part of the house. I don't know if it's something connected to a person, like the woman's face the tenants saw and that I remembered too. All I know is that the feeling was real, and the reactions were real, and the stories matched in ways they shouldn't have if nothing was there. If there's any reason I still share these stories, it's because I know how isolating that experience can be. When you've felt pressure on your chest and you can't move, you don't just shrug it off. You carry it. You question yourself. You wonder if you're losing your mind. You wonder if you should tell anyone, because you're afraid they'll laugh or diagnose you or treat you like you're dramatic. I can't offer a perfect explanation, and I can't promise anyone what it means. But I can say this, you're not alone. More people experience this kind of thing than you'd think, and sometimes it happens to multiple people in the same place, in the same way, across years. Whatever it was in that back bedroom, it wasn't picky about who it visited. It just seemed to return to the same location, waiting for the next person to lie down, relax, and let their guard down, then reminding them, in the most frightening way possible, that they were not completely alone. It had been a long time since I had any kind of experience that I would call demonic. Life had been peaceful. Things in my world felt steady. I had been doing well, growing in the Lord, and for the first time in a while, I didn't feel like I was constantly looking over my shoulder, physically or spiritually. I still remembered the things that happened to me in the past, but the memories had stopped feeling like an open wound. They were more like scars, still there, still real, but not bleeding anymore. Even so, every once in a while, the old memories would rise up. Sometimes it would be random, late at night, when the house was quiet, or when I heard a story that reminded me of the past. Other times it would happen when I was tired and my mind started drifting. But for years, thinking about those experiences never caused anything new to happen. I could remember them, even talk about them, and the world stayed calm. Nothing reacted to my thoughts. Nothing came back. Until recently. A few weeks ago, I found myself thinking about everything again. It wasn't even on purpose at first. The memories just showed up and stayed longer than usual, like my mind was replaying them and trying to make sense of them in a deeper way. I was surprised by how clearly I remembered certain details, like the feeling of fear arriving before anything even happened, or the way my body would go stiff like it was bracing for something I couldn't see. And for the first time in a while, I felt that old question press into me, why does this happen? Why me? Why at all? It didn't feel like an unhealthy obsession. It felt like honest curiosity mixed with the need for reassurance. I wanted to understand what was going on spiritually, and I wanted to know what I was supposed to do if it ever happened again. I didn't want to be caught off guard. I didn't want to panic. I wanted to be ready, and I wanted to handle it the right way. So I went to my mom. It wasn't a quick conversation like, "Hey, remember that weird stuff?" It turned into a long talk, the kind of talk that happens when you sit down and time disappears. I asked her directly why these things happen. I asked her what she believed it was, what it meant, and what I should do if something ever showed up again. We talked about prayer, about fear, about authority in Christ, about how sometimes darkness tries to intimidate people who are trying to grow spiritually. My mom didn't act like I was crazy. She didn't try to shut the conversation down. She spoke seriously, like she understood how real it felt to me. And then she told me a story of one of her own experiences. When she started telling it, I expected something mild. I didn't think she would have a story that truly matched the tone of what I had lived through. But the moment she described it, I felt cold. Her experience happened at church on a Sunday. She was sitting in the service listening to the preacher. Everything was normal. The church was full, the message was going, people were doing what they always do. Then, out of nowhere, she said that for a split second, she didn't see the preacher's face the way it should have been. Instead of his head and his normal features, she saw something monstrous, something not human-looking, with huge eyes. She said it was so fast she wasn't even sure it happened. It was like a flash, like a wrong image that showed up for a blink and then vanished. There was no dramatic scene. The preacher didn't stop talking. Nobody screamed. The service kept going like nothing happened. Because it happened so quickly, my mom didn't say anything. She told herself it might have been her imagination. Maybe she blinked at the wrong moment. Maybe the light hit her eyes strangely. Maybe she was just tired. She didn't want to make a scene over something she couldn't prove to herself. But later that same day, someone from the church called my grandparents. That part is what made it hit harder. Because if it had only happened to my mom, you can always tell yourself it was a momentary trick of the mind. But the call suggested it wasn't only in her head. The person from church asked my grandmother and our family if anyone had seen anything strange during the service. When my mom came home later that day, my grandmother asked her the same question. She asked it casually at first, like she was just checking. But the moment my mom heard the question, the memory slammed into her with full force, like her mind suddenly allowed her to accept what she had seen. My mom screamed. Not a small startled sound. A real scream, like fear breaking through her control. She told me she had tried to dismiss it, but the question brought it back so clearly that she couldn't pretend anymore. She suddenly felt how wrong it had been. While she was telling me this, I sat there listening and trying to breathe normally, but the story shook me. The detail that kept sticking in my mind was the eyes. Huge eyes. That detail hit too close to home because of my own past experience with it. I think, something I had never been able to forget. The way she described it felt connected, even though the settings were completely different, church versus home, daytime versus night. I told her that the huge eyes part felt linked to what I had gone through. She agreed that the similarity was disturbing. Then there was something else that made it even stranger. I'm adopted. So if someone wants to explain spiritual patterns through bloodlines, genetics, or family inheritance, it doesn't fit in a simple way for me. I'm not saying adoption makes spiritual things impossible, and I'm not trying to argue theology. I'm just saying the usual. It runs in the family. Explanation didn't feel neat here. If my mom and I saw something similar, it might not be because we share blood. Maybe it was because we share a home. Or because we share spiritual authority as family. Or maybe it was simply that demons can take similar forms, and more than one person can see similar things even if they aren't connected. Maybe it wasn't the same entity at all. Maybe it was just the same type. Still, the similarity bothered me. After my mom told me her story, I was disturbed. I didn't want to keep talking about it. I didn't want to feed the topic. I didn't want to keep thinking about eyes and monsters and demonic things. I told myself I had asked my questions, and now I needed to let it go and focus on the good things in life again. I went on with my days like normal. But a few nights later, something happened in my room. My little brother slept in my room that night on the floor. He was 6 years old then, small enough that he could sleep almost anywhere and be comfortable. He wasn't scared. He didn't have the same memories I did. He just wanted to be near me, and I didn't mind. There was something sweet about it, something innocent. It made the room feel less lonely. I fell asleep normally at first. I don't remember having any strange dreams at the beginning. But a few hours later, I woke up suddenly. I didn't wake up because of a sound. I woke up because of a feeling. The feeling was immediate. Someone else was in my room. Not my brother. I knew where my brother was. I could hear him breathing softly on the floor. This was a different presence, something that didn't belong. It felt like the air at the head of my bed had become thick, like a tension had settled there. It was that awful awareness that makes your body go rigid before your mind even knows why. The moment I felt it, I closed my eyes. I didn't even think. It was pure instinct. My brain didn't want to see anything. I didn't want to confirm it visually because I knew that if I saw it, the fear would spike hard. So I shut my eyes tight and tried to stay still. But even with my eyes closed, I could feel it. I could feel that whatever it was at the head of my bed. It wasn't across the room. It wasn't near the doorway. It was right there, close enough that the space above my pillow felt occupied. The feeling was not gentle. It wasn't like someone standing quietly. It felt predatory, like something looming. After a while, seconds, maybe longer, but time gets strange when you're scared, I forced myself to open one eye. I barely opened it. just enough to see a sliver of the room without fully committing. What I saw made my stomach drop. There was a shadow in the shape of a person standing over me. I could see a torso and legs. That's it. The shadow looked solid in outline, like a person standing near the head of the bed, leaning slightly forward. But it wasn't a normal shadow. It didn't look like it was being cast by a lamp or headlights. It was too shaped, too present, like it had its own darkness. I didn't dare look up for a face. I couldn't. The idea of seeing eyes again, huge eyes like what my mom described, like what I feared from my own past, made me instantly shut down. I didn't want to see any features. I didn't want to know what was above the torso. I didn't want it to become more real. So I closed my eyes again fast and started praying. But I didn't pray out loud. In my head, I started saying one word, Lord, over and over. I didn't even build a full sentence at first. I didn't say, Lord, please help me, or Lord, protect me. I just repeated the name. Because in that moment I knew two things. I needed God, and I might not even be able to speak out loud. In past experiences, when something hit me with fear or that paralyzed feeling, it often felt like my voice was taken. Like I would try to speak and nothing would come out. Or I would try and it would sound weak and wrong. So I didn't even waste time trying to talk out loud. In my mind I said, Lord, 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 like I was holding on to the only thing that mattered. As I prayed, I started to feel what I can only describe as the shock coming on. That's the best word I have for it, because it feels like an attack that hits your nervous system. It's like a wave of fear and pressure that makes your body react. In the past, that shock had been intense, so intense I could barely move. This time, it was different. It was there, but it wasn't as strong. That surprised me. I expected to be frozen. I expected to be pinned. I expected my body to lock the way it used to. But I could move. I could shift slightly. If I had tried hard enough, I probably could have sat up. And the strangest part was that my mind felt clear enough to notice that difference while it was happening. I kept praying in my head, Lord. Then something happened that I did not expect at all. I started seeing light, even though my eyes were closed. Normally, when you close your eyes in a dark room, you see darkness. Or if there's a lamp on or sunlight outside, you might see that reddish glow through your eyelids. That's normal. Your eyes pick up light and your closed lids turn it into red tones. But what I saw was not red. I saw white. Not a soft gray. Not a dim glow. White light. At first I thought maybe my eyes were playing tricks. Maybe I was half dreaming. Maybe it was just that weird, visual noise you get when you're scared and your brain is firing too fast. But the white light got stronger and clearer, and it felt like it wasn't coming from inside my mind. It felt like it was coming from somewhere in the room. I was terrified to open my eyes. I didn't know if the demon, if that shadow was something demonic, was doing something to mess with me. I didn't want to open my eyes and see something worse. So I kept them shut, trying to pray, trying to breathe calmly. But the shock didn't intensify the way it normally did. If anything, it stayed low. That kept confusing me. Usually, once the fear wave started, it would grow. This time it was like something was stopping it. After a little while, I heard a sound. It's hard to describe because it didn't sound like one simple thing. It sounded like fireworks, strong wind, and water all mixed together. Not exactly like any of those things, but like the feeling of them. Like rushing energy. Like air moving with force. Like crackling and roaring at the same time. That sound scared me almost as much as the shadow, because it wasn't a normal house sound. It wasn't a creak or a heater. It had power to it, like something big was happening right in the room. I finally opened my eyes with both eyes, even though I was scared. At the foot of my bed, there was light. It wasn't like a lamp was on. It wasn't like headlights shined through the window. It was like someone was lying on the floor at the foot of my bed shining a light upward, but there was no person there holding anything. The light had a source feeling, like it was pointed up toward the ceiling, but it also filled the space. and I was still aware of the shadow at the head of my bed. I could feel it there. I didn't want to look up, but I could sense that it hadn't left yet. Here's what shocked me. When I looked toward the light, the shock felt even weaker. The fear didn't vanish completely, but it was less intense. It was like my body could breathe more. Like the pressure was being pushed down. Like the shadow could not fully do what it wanted while that light was there. I got scared again and closed my eyes, thinking maybe I was making a mistake by looking at the light. I thought, what if the light is a trick? What if it's something bad pretending to be good? But when I closed my eyes, the shock started building again. It wasn't instant, but I could feel it ramping up. Like the moment I shut out the light, the shadow regained strength. That's when I realized something that made me feel both terrified and hopeful. The light was helping me. I opened my eyes again quickly and stared toward the foot of my bed. The shock dropped back down. It was like my eyes being open and fixed on that light was somehow weakening the dark presence. I didn't understand how, but I could feel the difference. So even though I was scared, I forced myself to keep looking at the light. Then the strangest thing happened. The more I stared at the light, the brighter it became. It was not subtle. It grew steadily, like it was increasing in intensity in response to something. Soon it was so bright that I could barely stand looking at it. My eyes started to hurt. Tears formed, not from emotion but from brightness. It felt like staring into something too powerful. Finally I closed my eyes because I couldn't take it anymore. And this time, when I closed my eyes, I did not feel the shock. That confused me. I expected the fear wave to rise again, but it didn't. The fear was still there at the edge, because I knew something had been standing over me, but the crushing attack feeling wasn't happening. I stayed with my eyes closed, breathing carefully, trying to understand. At some point I realized I had stopped repeating, "Lord," in my head. Not because I didn't believe in prayer, but because I was so perplexed by what was happening that my mind had gone quiet. I was listening, sensing, trying to figure out what the light was doing. Even though my eyes were closed, I sensed movement. I knew the light was moving. It wasn't staying at the foot of the bed anymore. The sound, the fireworks wind-water sound, was getting louder, like the light was drawing nearer. And the way it felt in the room changed. The air felt charged, like something was hovering. It's hard to describe without sounding strange, but it felt like presence, not just brightness. It felt alive. Then I sensed something else. The shadow's grip was releasing completely. It was like the shadow couldn't hold me anymore. Like it couldn't stay in control. Like it was being forced back. I didn't feel pinned. I didn't feel attacked. I felt protected. After a few seconds, I opened my eyes slightly. Both beings were there. The light and the shadow were right next to each other. And yet the light was so bright that I could barely see the dark shadow at all. The shadow was still present in the way you can sense darkness even when a room is lit, but it was overwhelmed, pushed into the background by the intensity of the light. It was like the light had taken over the space, like it had claimed the room. I remember staring, feeling like I was seeing good and evil at war. That's the only way my mind could interpret it. Darkness looming at the head of my bed, trying to attack. Light rising up, growing stronger, pushing it back. It wasn't a calm scene. It felt like pressure in the room, like force meeting force. Like something was happening that I wasn't meant to fully understand, only to survive. After a while, again, time felt strange. Both of them left. Not in the sense that they walked out of the room like people. More like the room returned to normal. The light was gone. The sound stopped. The shadow presence lifted. The air felt empty in a normal way again. Just me, my bed, my brother sleeping on the floor, the quiet darkness of the house. And I was wide awake. But I wasn't scared the way I normally would be after an attack. Usually after something like that, I would be shaking, crying, terrified to close my eyes again, terrified that if I moved, it would come back. But that night, I felt something else first, relief. Gratitude. I prayed and thanked God that the demon had gone. I didn't pray out of panic. I prayed out of thankfulness, like I had just witnessed God's protection in a way that was undeniable to me. And then, strangely, I fell asleep almost immediately. Not because I forgot what happened, but because I felt safe again. Deeply safe. Like the room had been cleared and nothing could touch me for the rest of the night. I truly believe that light was either an angel or God coming to fight that demon. I know some people will say it was sleep paralysis, or a dream, or headlights from a passing car, or something explainable. I understand why people reach for those explanations. But I know what I experienced. This was not a tiny little orb floating around. It was not a white sheet ghost. It wasn't like those fake stories where people see a soft glow and assume it's a friendly spirit. This felt powerful, heavy, holy, like a real presence, not just a visual effect. And it left me in awe of what a powerful God I serve. The verse that kept coming to my mind afterward was, "Greater is he that is in you than he that is in the world." That truth felt real in a new way. Not just something I believed on paper, but something I had seen in action. The funny part, if you can even call it funny, is that it only happened when my 6-year-old brother slept in my room. That detail still confuses me. Since that night, I've had quite a few experiences. I've felt a presence watching me as I sleep. A lot of times it seems like it's coming from the doorway, like something is standing there in the dark and observing me. Most of the time I pray silently until it leaves. Sometimes it fades quickly. Other times it takes longer and I have to keep my mind focused on God, refusing to let fear build into panic. But I have not experienced that bright light again. It happened that one time, and then it never returned in the same way. That makes me wonder if the situation was more serious that night. Or maybe it was a specific message, that I am not alone, that I am protected, that when it gets too close, God intervenes. What really baffles me is the pattern with my brother. If my little brother sleeps in my room, I sleep more peacefully. I don't wake up to the presence the way I do when I'm alone. It's like something changes in the room when he's there. Sometimes I wonder if it's because he's so young. Maybe he's protected in a way I don't understand. Maybe the innocence of a child changes the atmosphere. Maybe something dark doesn't want to be noticed by someone so pure. Or maybe it can't approach in the same way. I honestly don't know. But then I remember something that complicates that idea. My first experience happened when I was 5. So youth alone doesn't automatically block everything. Being young didn't stop my first experiences. That's why the pattern is so confusing. If darkness can come near a child, then why does my brother's presence seem to change things now? Is it because of timing? Because of what's happening spiritually in my life? Because of prayer? Because God is teaching me something? I don't know. I only know what I've lived. When I think back to that night, shadow at my head, light at my feet, sound like wind and water and power, I keep coming back to another verse that gives me peace. Matthew 28 verse 20. And lo, I am with you always, even to the end of the age. That verse means more to me now than it ever did before. Because the truth is, I don't know if I'll have more experiences. I can't control that. I can't predict when something will try to intimidate me again. I can't guarantee that I won't wake up one night with that watching feeling pressing into my room. But I do know this, I'm safe. I'm safe not because I'm strong on my own. I'm safe because nothing can happen to me without God's permission. I'm safe because there is power greater than any shadow, any eye, any presence. I'm safe because even when something tries to make me feel alone, I am not alone. That night, whatever that demon was, it met its match. And even though I still think about the past sometimes, even though I still have moments where fear tries to rise, I hold on to what I learned in that room. Darkness can show up, but it cannot rule. It can threaten, but it cannot win. Not when God steps in. Not when His light fills the space. Not when the one who is with me always decides it's time for the shadow to back away. I know kids have wild imaginations. I've heard that my whole life, and I've said it myself plenty of times. Children make up stories, they mix dreams with real life, they get scared of shadows, they pretend invisible friends are real, and sometimes they say things just to get attention. I understand all of that. But even with that in mind, I still can't explain what I witnessed with my best friend's little sister, Brianna. Brianna was only 2 years old when these things started happening. She was a smart little kid, curious and alert, but she was still 2. She didn't talk like an older child. She didn't have the vocabulary to build complicated stories. She didn't sit around watching horror movies or listening to adults tell ghost stories, and then repeat them later. Most of the time she was just doing normal toddler things, playing, watching cartoons, coloring, asking simple questions, following her sister around, and getting upset over the kind of small problems 2-year-olds get upset over. That's why, when she started reacting to things we couldn't see, it hit differently. It didn't feel like acting. It didn't feel like pretend. It felt like she was responding to something real in her world that the rest of us weren't able to access. The first time we truly started suspecting that Brianna might be seeing something paranormal happened at my friend Stephanie's old house, right before they moved. That house already had a reputation with some people. Stephanie's parents had mentioned strange things before, little things that could be brushed off, but also a few incidents that made them uneasy. And there had been visitors who claimed they saw orbs in pictures or felt weird in certain rooms. I didn't fully believe any of it at that point. I was interested in ghost stories, sure, but I was still a skeptic when it came to anything happening right in front of me. That day, we were helping pack. It was one of those messy moving days where nothing feels organized yet. There were boxes everywhere. Clothes piled up. Drawers half open. Furniture being shifted. People walking in and out. The air had that mixed smell of dust, cardboard, and whatever cleaning products someone used earlier. Brianna was excited because when kids see boxes and adults moving around, they feel like something fun is happening. She kept going back and forth between rooms, playing with toys, then wandering toward whoever was talking the loudest. At some point, Stephanie and I ended up in the living room. We were both tired, and honestly, we were taking a break. The TV was on, and we were watching SpongeBob. It was playing in the background like comfort noise while everything else in the house felt chaotic. Brianna was in the playroom nearby. We could hear her moving around, the little sounds of toys, her feet on the floor, occasional humming or toddler speech. She was fine. Nothing seemed wrong. Then suddenly she screamed. "Ow!" It wasn't a small whine. It was loud and sharp like she had gotten hurt. Stephanie and I both jumped up at the same time because that's an automatic reaction when you hear a child scream like that. We ran to the playroom thinking she had fallen, hit her head, gotten her fingers pinched in something, anything like that. When we got to her, she wasn't holding her hand or crying the way a toddler normally would after an accident. She looked upset, but not in the way you'd expect if she had slammed her knee into a table. She looked confused and concerned, like she was reacting to someone else's pain. We immediately started asking her questions. "What happened? Did you hurt yourself? Where does it hurt?" Brianna shook her head. She said it wasn't her who was hurting. That stopped both of us for a second, because the playroom was empty except for her. Stephanie and I were the only other people close by. Nobody else had walked in. No one was behind her. No one was sitting on the floor with her. It was just Brianna and toys. So we asked her who was hurting. She looked at us and said very clearly, "Grandma." And as she said it, she put her hand over her heart. Not over her stomach, not over her arm, not over her face. Her chest. Right where you would place your hand if you were talking about your heart. In that moment, I tried to stay calm. I tried to keep my face normal. You don't want to freak out a 2-year-old. You don't want to put ideas in their head. I forced myself to think like a skeptic and look for simple explanations. Maybe she had heard an adult talking about Grandma being sick. Maybe she was just thinking about her grandmother. Maybe she had dreamed something during a nap and got confused. But here's the problem. Brianna didn't sound like she was making something up. She wasn't giggling. She wasn't trying to impress us. She looked genuinely distressed, like she had felt pain that didn't belong to her. And the heart gesture was so specific. Stephanie and I looked at each other, both unsettled, but we didn't say much to Brianna. We tried to comfort her, told her she was okay, and gently moved her attention to something else, hoping it would pass. At that point, I was still skeptical. I kept searching for logic. I kept thinking, okay, weird toddler moment, that's all. But later that day, we found out that Brianna's grandmother had died of a heart attack that morning. And the worst part was that none of us in the house had known when Brianna said it. Not even Stephanie's parents. The news hadn't reached them yet. There hadn't been a phone call that Brianna could have overheard. There wasn't a conversation in the kitchen that she could have picked up on and repeated. The information simply wasn't in the house at that time. When I heard that, my stomach turned. Because I could still see Brianna in my mind, hand over her heart, saying, "Grandma," like she was feeling it happen somewhere else. The timing was too perfect, and the detail was too accurate. If someone had told me the story secondhand, I might have doubted it. But I was there. I heard her. I watched her face. I watched her body language. It didn't feel like a coincidence. It felt like something had reached her first, before the adults even knew. After that, I started paying more attention to Brianna in a different way. Not like I was watching her to catch her lying, but like I was listening more carefully when she said something strange. The world felt slightly less solid after that incident, because it suggested that a 2-year-old might be picking up on things that adults miss. Several weeks later, we had another incident, and this time it happened after Stephanie's family had moved into their new house. The move itself had been stressful, like most moves are. New house, new rooms, boxes everywhere, everyone trying to settle. Brianna was adjusting too. Kids handle changes in strange ways. Sometimes they adapt quickly. Other times they become clingy or emotional for no clear reason. In the new house, she seemed fine overall, but there were moments where she would stare at something for a little too long, or suddenly refuse to go into a room, then be fine a minute later. One day she came rushing into the living room crying. Again, Stephanie and I immediately assumed she had gotten hurt, because that's what toddlers do. They bump into things. They fall. They bite their tongues. They pinch fingers in drawers. You hear crying, you expect pain. So we started questioning her quickly, trying to figure out what happened. "What's wrong? Did you fall? Where does it hurt?" Brianna was crying hard, but she wasn't pointing to a bruise or grabbing her knee. She looked frightened, like she had seen something she couldn't understand. At that age, Brianna still mixed up some colors. She had a habit of swapping certain words, and at the time she sometimes used green when she meant white. We knew that about her, so we could interpret her words the way you learn to interpret toddler language when you're around kids a lot. As soon as we asked what was wrong, she started explaining what she saw. She said she saw a man with green ears and messed teeth. When she said green ears, I understood she probably meant white. But even then, the description was creepy. Not a man with a hat, or a man with a big nose. Green ears. Messed teeth. Those are the kind of details that stick in your mind because they're oddly specific. And she didn't say it like she was describing a cartoon character. She said it like she was describing something she was scared of, something that had been close enough to look at. Brianna told us this man was saying he knew her mama. That line made my skin crawl. Kids don't usually say things like that unless they're repeating what someone told them, or unless they actually heard it. And Brianna wasn't saying it playfully. She was crying as she explained it, like the memory of it still made her afraid. She said the man wanted to be wherever her mom was. Now, if it had stopped there, I might have still tried to explain it away. Little kids get anxious about their mothers. They worry when mom leaves the room. They say strange things sometimes because their emotions come out in weird sentences. I tried to keep that possibility in my head because I didn't want to jump straight to the paranormal. But then Brianna said something that made my stomach drop. She said, "He wants me to go with him." And as she said it, she reached her arms outward, like she was offering her hands to someone standing in front of her. The motion looked like the way a small child reaches up when an adult is about to pick them up. It wasn't dramatic. It was natural, like she was repeating what had happened. Stephanie and I stared at her, completely unsettled. A 2-year-old saying a man wanted her to go with him is terrifying under any circumstances. You immediately think of kidnapping, danger, someone lurking around the house. You immediately want to search the rooms and check doors and windows, because the protective instinct kicks in fast. So we asked more questions, as gently as we could, without feeding her fear. Where did you see him? Was he inside the house? Did he touch you? Did he come close? Brianna couldn't answer everything clearly because she was 2 and crying, but she kept repeating that he was there, he was scary, and he wanted her to come. I remember looking around the room, feeling foolish and tense at the same time, like I expected to see someone standing just out of view. Nothing was there. The house looked normal. The air looked normal. But Brianna's fear didn't match the normalness of the room. That day stayed with me for a long time, because the pattern was becoming hard to ignore. First the grandmother incident, then this. And it wasn't like Brianna only said strange things once, and then never again. It was like she was reacting to something we couldn't see, and she wasn't doing it for attention. In fact, she looked like she wanted it to stop, like she didn't understand why she was seeing things that made her cry. The final sighting that pushed me fully over the edge, from skeptic to believer, was the one with the little boy. This happened when we were in the new house again. Brianna was in one of the bedrooms, sitting on the bed, but she wasn't playing. She wasn't watching cartoons. She wasn't talking. She was just sitting there staring into a closet. Stephanie and I noticed right away because it was unusual for her. Brianna didn't sit still like that for long. She was normally moving, talking, climbing, grabbing toys. A quiet toddler staring at a closet is the kind of thing that instantly makes you pay attention, even if you don't believe in ghosts. So we asked her what she was doing. Brianna, why are you just sitting there? What are you looking at? Why aren't you playing? Brianna didn't turn to us right away. She kept staring into the closet, like she was listening to something we couldn't hear. Then she said the little boy was lost. She said he couldn't find his mommy. That alone was sad, but it was also disturbing, because she wasn't saying it like she was making up a story to entertain herself. She said it like she was reporting a real situation. Like there was a boy right there, upset and confused, and she felt bad for him. Then she turned towards Stephanie, and asked something that made both of us freeze. Stephanie, she asked, is it okay to share our mommy with him? He wants one too. For a moment, the room felt too quiet. Because that question wasn't random toddler nonsense. It showed emotion, empathy, and a kind of logic that didn't match her age. She wasn't just saying, there's a boy. She was talking about the boy wanting a mother, and she was asking permission to share her own mom with him. That is such a specific, human thought. It's not the kind of line you expect from a 2-year-old unless she's copying it from somewhere. Stephanie and I looked at each other, shocked. Stephanie's face went pale. My throat felt tight. And I remember feeling this deep, sinking realization that I didn't have a good explanation anymore. I couldn't easily dismiss it as kids imagine things. There was too much detail. Too many emotions. Too many consistent patterns. That was the moment I fully believed Brianna was seeing something. Maybe not every detail exactly as she described it, because she was still a toddler and toddlers translate their world in their own way, but I believed she was responding to real presences. And I believed those presences were interacting with her, not just standing silently in the background. After those sightings, strange events didn't stop. If anything, it felt like the house became a stage for more weirdness, and Brianna seemed like the most sensitive person there. And it wasn't only ghost sightings. There were other incidents, things that felt darker, more invasive, more unsettling. One night in the summer, I was spending the night at Stephanie's house, like I did almost every night back then. I was there so often that it felt like a second home. I knew where everything was. I knew the normal night sounds of the house. I knew what it felt like when the house was calm. That night, Stephanie and I woke up to her mom crying. Her mom's name is Tiffany, and hearing her cry like that instantly scared us. Parents cry, sure, but not usually in a way that wakes you up from sleep unless something is truly wrong. The sound was heavy and shaken. We got up and went to her. We asked what was wrong, expecting to hear that someone had called with bad news or that Brianna was sick or that something happened outside. Tiffany told us that Brianna had a nightmare earlier and had recently woken up again. That confused us. Because nightmares are normal, and Tiffany's crying didn't sound like a mother who just comforted her child after a bad dream. It sounded like she was terrified. We asked for more details. We wanted to understand why she was crying so hard over a nightmare. Tiffany told us what she saw. She said Brianna shot straight up in bed from sleeping and stayed bolt upright. Not slowly waking up, not rubbing her eyes, not calling for her mother. Straight up, stiff and sudden, like something pulled her awake. And then, Tiffany said, Brianna started laughing. But it wasn't Brianna's laugh. Tiffany said the voice was wrong. The laugh sounded older, rougher, like it didn't belong coming out of a little girl's mouth. Tiffany started crying harder as she told us, and she kept repeating that it wasn't her little girl. She said she could see it in Brianna's eyes. That line, "I could see it all in her eyes," stuck with me. Because when a mother says that, you can tell it's not a story. It's not drama. It's not attention-seeking. Tiffany looked shaken to her core, like she had seen her own child become unfamiliar for a moment. Stephanie and I stood there in silence, not knowing what to say. We were teenagers then, not trained in any spiritual warfare or anything like that. We didn't have a manual for what to do when a mother is crying because her toddler laughed in a voice that didn't belong to her. We just felt helpless and scared, and we didn't know how to fix it. That night changed something in me. After all these events, Stephanie and I became true believers in the paranormal, not because we wanted to be, but because we felt like we didn't have a choice anymore. Too much had happened too clearly, and too much of it involved a little child who didn't seem capable of inventing it. Even now, the biggest question that stays with me is why Brianna? Why was she seeing things so vividly when no one else could? Stephanie and I didn't see the man with the strange ears. We didn't see the lost boy in the closet. We didn't see Grandma in the playroom. Brianna did. And she reacted to it like it was right in front of her. Sometimes I wonder if kids that young are simply more open. Like they haven't learned to shut things out yet. Adults learn to ignore. Adults learn to rationalize. Adults learn to tell themselves they didn't really hear that or didn't really feel that. But toddlers live in the moment. If they see something, they respond. If they feel something, they show it. And Brianna wasn't just reacting with fear either. With the lost boy, she reacted with empathy. She wanted to help. She wanted to share her mother. That's what makes it even more strange. It wasn't only scary. It was emotional and human. Years have passed since those events. Some of the activity stopped, and life moved on the way it always does. But even though I'm older now, I still can't fully shake the feeling those moments gave me. I still remember how the air seemed to change when Brianna said something that didn't fit the room. I still remember the look on Tiffany's face. I still remember the way Brianna reached her arms out like she was being invited to go with someone we couldn't see. And I still don't think it was just imagination. It was the middle of November last year when I got a call from Josh. Josh was our lead investigator in training, and even though he was still learning, he took the work seriously. He wasn't the type to call just because he heard a random rumor. When he called, I could hear the excitement in his voice, but I could also hear that he was nervous. He told me he had a place we could check out, a house his grandfather owned. Josh didn't even introduce it like, "Hey, I found a haunted house." He called it the Hell House right away, like it wasn't a nickname meant to be dramatic, but a label that had been earned. He told me his grandfather called it that because it wasn't just a normal haunting, not the typical stuff people describe where you hear a footstep, see a shadow once, then nothing happens again for months. Josh said his grandfather believed the activity in that house was demonic. That word alone made my stomach tighten. I'd been around people long enough to know that some folks throw that word around for attention, but Josh didn't sound like he was trying to impress me. He sounded like someone who had grown up hearing stories about a place his own family was afraid of. Josh started telling me the reports his grandfather had shared with him. The stories were intense, and the way Josh explained them made it clear he didn't know what to believe, but he also didn't think his grandfather was lying. His grandfather claimed he had seen people inside the house who would appear and then disappear. Not vague shapes, not quick flashes at the edge of your vision, people. Human-looking figures, solid enough to make you question your sanity. Josh said his grandfather even claimed he had seen his recently deceased wife inside the house. That part hit hard, because grief alone can mess with a person's mind, but Josh's grandfather insisted it wasn't just grief. He said he would see her with another man, like she wasn't alone. Josh also said his grandfather reported objects moving in other rooms when nobody was there. Not little things falling off a shelf because the shelf was uneven, but items shifting as if someone walked through and touched them. He reported shadows darting in and out of doorways, like something was using the house's layout to stay just barely out of reach. And then Josh told me the story that sounded the wildest out of everything. One time his grandfather set a cup of coffee down on his coffee table, sat back, and the coffee actually started to boil right there on the table. When Josh said that, I remember going quiet for a second. Boiling coffee on a table makes no sense. There's no heat source. If it happened the way his grandfather described it, it would be one of those moments that would make you feel like the house wasn't just haunted. It was trying to show you it could break the rules. Josh told me his grandfather refused to stay in the place anymore. He owned the house, but he wouldn't live there. He wouldn't spend nights there. He would go there sometimes during the day if he had to check something, but he didn't want to be alone in it. Josh said his grandfather wouldn't even keep the power on, partly because he didn't want to go back and deal with anything, and partly because he claimed the house felt worse at night when the lights were off and the shadows had more space to move. Josh said he could get us permission to stay the night, but he wanted to know if I was in. I asked him if he was sure we should do it, because there's a difference between investigating something that's basically harmless and walking into a place your own family calls the Hell House. Josh told me he wanted answers. He wanted to know what was happening there. He also wanted someone else to witness it, because when you're the only one hearing stories, you can always doubt them. But if you experience something with other people, it becomes harder to shrug off. He told me we could bring Sean as well. Sean had been with us on other investigations, and he was steady under pressure. He didn't freak out easily. He also had an audio recorder and always tried to capture EVPs, knocks, footsteps, anything that might prove something unusual was happening. So we planned it. We got the okay from Josh's grandfather to stay the night. He didn't want to be there with us, but he agreed to let us go in. He even told Josh something that sounded like a warning more than a casual detail. He said nothing would happen until 1 a.m. That stuck with me all day. I've heard people say things like that before, but usually it's vague, like, things get worse after midnight. Josh's grandfather was specific. He didn't say midnight. He didn't say late at night. He said 1 a.m., like the house ran on a schedule. We arrived around 11:30 p.m. Because there was no power, the house looked darker than it should have, even from the outside. It wasn't like a normal home at night where you see porch lights and window glow. This place looked shut down, like an empty shell. The yard was quiet. The air had that cold November bite, the kind that makes you pull your collar up and breathe through your nose. We parked and walked up, each of us carrying gear. Mostly flashlights. Josh had a laptop, which felt like a strange thing to bring into a dark house, but he wanted it for notes, possible monitoring, and honestly probably to keep himself grounded with something normal. Sean had his audio recorder. I had my digital camera and extra batteries, plus a flashlight. With no power, you learn fast that batteries matter more than anything. Josh unlocked the door, and we stepped inside. The first feeling I had was that the house was bigger than it looked from outside. Not huge, but it had space, and the space felt empty in a way that made sound travel weird. Our footsteps sounded louder than normal. Flashlight beams hit walls and furniture in pieces, leaving everything else black. A house without electricity at night doesn't look like a house anymore. It looks like a set of rooms carved out of darkness. At first, though, nothing felt dramatic. The air didn't slam into us with dread the second we entered. I've been in places where you feel a heavy presence immediately, like the room itself is warning you. This house didn't hit me like that at the door. It just felt cold and still, like a place waiting. Josh reminded us about what his grandfather had said, nothing until 1 a.m. That gave us a weird window of time where we didn't know what to do with ourselves. We were there to investigate, but we were also 3 people standing in a dark house before the scheduled activity was supposed to start. So we did what people do when they're nervous and trying not to show it. We goofed off a little. We made jokes. We walked around slowly, shining lights at odd corners, commenting on how old the wallpaper looked or how the hallway seemed longer than it should be. It felt like we were trying to fill the time with anything that wasn't fear. Still, as the minutes passed and we got closer to 1 a.m., the mood changed. I can't say it was because something entered, but the atmosphere shifted. Our voices got quieter. We laughed less. We started listening more than talking. And then we noticed our breath. That's one of the clearest memories I have from that night. As it got closer to 1 a.m., we could slowly but surely start to see our breath in the air. At first it was faint, like maybe we were imagining it because we were thinking about cold. But then it became obvious. White puffs when we exhaled, hanging in front of our faces. It shouldn't have been like that. The house was cold because there was no heat, yes, but the way it intensified as the time approached felt wrong. It felt timed, like the temperature drop was part of whatever pattern the grandfather had been warning us about. We looked at each other and didn't say much, but the expressions on their faces said everything. We were all thinking the same thing. This is weird. Josh set up in a back room with his laptop. He said he wanted to stay back there for a bit and mess around with it, maybe jot notes, maybe check the time, maybe keep an eye on anything we recorded later. The back room was on the opposite end of the house from the living room area, so if something started making noise, we'd be split up enough to confirm whether it was one of us doing it. Sean and I decided to walk around and explore the house. With flashlights, exploring becomes slow and careful. Every room you enter feels like it hides extra corners. Every doorway looks like it could contain something just beyond your beam. We moved down hallways and opened doors, shining our lights in first, then stepping inside. The house was fairly large, bigger than a typical small rental. It had multiple rooms branching off the hallway, and it had that older house feeling where the layout isn't fully open. Rooms are separated, and the hallways feel like tunnels. Sean and I ended up on the other end of the house, opposite Josh. We were checking rooms, looking for anything unusual, scratches on doors, weird markings, broken items, anything that might hint at why someone would call this place demonic. Mostly what we found was just an empty-feeling house with old furniture and the quiet of a place that hasn't been lived in for a while. Then we heard Josh yell. His voice carried down the hallway and through the house like it had more power because of the silence. He shouted at us, asking what we were doing. In there. Sean and I stopped, both of us instantly alert. The way Josh said it made it sound like he thought we were messing with him. Like we were right next to him making noise in a room near him. We walked back out into the hallway and yelled back that we were just looking around in the rooms on our end. We asked him what he meant. Josh yelled again, asking if we were both back there with him. Sean replied loudly, "Yeah, man." Meaning yes, we were both together on the other side of the house, not near Josh at all. There was a pause, and then Josh's voice changed. It sounded more urgent now. He yelled for us to get back there, to come to him. We walked fast, not running but quick. When you're in a dark house and someone calls you urgently, your body responds before your mind does. By the time we reached him, Josh looked tense, almost relieved that we were there. He told us that in the room next to the one he was in, he heard knocking on the wall. Not random creaking. Knocking, like someone tapping from the other side. He said he thought it was one of us messing with him or trying to scare him, because it sounded so close. But when he realized we were across the house, his stomach dropped. That should have been the moment we left, honestly. But instead, it made us excited. That's the strange thing about investigating. You're scared, but you're also chasing proof. When something finally happens, it's like adrenaline takes over and you start thinking, okay, this is it. So we decided to start investigating for real. We moved to the living room because it gave us a central area to sit and listen. It was also a space where if someone walked through the hallway, we might hear it. We set up in a way that felt like we were covering the room. Sean and Josh sat on the couch. I sat in Josh's grandfather's recliner on the opposite side of the room. The recliner faced the couch, and from there I could see down part of the hallway as well. All the lights were off, of course, because there was no power. We only used our flashlights when we needed to, because too much light can ruin the atmosphere of an investigation. It sounds dumb, but when you're trying to notice subtle movement or changes, constant bright light can distract you. I decided to take a few pictures with my digital camera. In dark investigations, sometimes cameras pick up things your eyes don't. Sometimes it's dust, sure, but sometimes it's also strange light effects you can't easily explain. I took a few shots behind me and down the hallway, letting the flash light up the space for a split second. Josh asked me to take a picture of them on the couch because he said he felt like something was near him. He didn't say, near me, like a joke. He said it like he was being watched. Like the couch area had something close to it. So I raised my camera and aimed it toward Josh and Sean sitting side by side. Sean's audio recorder was on, and it had a red light at the end of it. My camera, as I looked through it, picked up that red light easily, a little glowing dot in the darkness. But then I noticed something that made my chest tighten. Above Josh's head, there were two more red lights. They weren't reflections from the recorder. They weren't on the wall. They were floating in the darkness above him, positioned like eyes. The way they were spaced, the way they were level, the way they seemed to hover, it looked like some kind of animal, or something shaped like an animal, sitting on the top edge of the couch directly above Josh's head. I stared for a second, trying to force a normal explanation into it. Maybe it was a reflection from something behind them. Maybe it was the camera doing something strange. Maybe the red light was bouncing off glass. But the lights looked too clean and too separate. They looked like two distinct points in the shape of eyes. I told Josh and Sean what I was seeing. Josh immediately got intense, like he wanted proof right then and there. He yelled at me to take the picture. I pressed the button. My camera died. Just went dead in my hands. For a split second, I just stared at it, shocked. I had checked the batteries earlier. I had extras. It shouldn't have died that fast. But I didn't have time to overthink it. I swapped the batteries quickly, hands moving faster than they should have because adrenaline makes your fingers clumsy. I turned the camera back on and looked again. Now there weren't just two red dots above Josh's head. There were several. Multiple red points scattered above and around that area, like the darkness was filled with them. It didn't look like one creature anymore. It looked like more than one set of eyes, or like one thing shifting its shape, or like the room itself had become crowded with those red points. I snapped a picture immediately, not wanting to risk the camera dying again. The flash went off, bright and harsh in the darkness. For a second the entire room lit up in stark white, showing the couch, the recliner, the walls, everything clear and flat. Then everything went dark again. Sean, trying to keep the mood light, said something like, "Dang, that was bright, wasn't it, Josh?" There was no reply. That silence didn't feel normal. Josh was talkative. Josh had been amped up. If Sean spoke to him, he would have answered. The fact that he didn't respond instantly made my stomach drop. I turned on my flashlight and shined it at Josh. He had pulled the hood of his jacket down over his face so that we couldn't see his eyes. His head was bowed slightly, and he was breathing heavily. Not normal tired breathing. Heavy, forced breaths like he was either panicking or fighting something. I jumped up and ran over to him, standing close and shining my light from the side to see his posture better. "Josh, what are you doing, man?" I asked, trying to sound calm but hearing the worry in my own voice. His breathing got weirder. It sounded strained, like he was trying to control it and failing. His shoulders were tense. He looked like he was trapped inside himself. Sean's voice sounded scared now. "What do we do?" In my gut, in that moment, it felt like Josh was being attacked in a way we couldn't see. The word that came into my mind was possessed, not because I wanted drama, but because I didn't know what else to call a person sitting there with his hood over his face, breathing like that, not responding, in a house that was supposed to be demonic. I didn't want to waste time. I figured the best thing we could do was pray. I shouted, "Pray!" And without thinking too much, I slammed my hand onto Josh's forehead. Not because I wanted to hurt him, but because it felt like anchoring him. Like grounding him. Like making contact with him physically might help keep him present. Sean joined me. He put his hand on Josh too, and we started praying out loud. Not fancy prayers. Not rehearsed words. Just desperate prayer asking God to protect Josh, to remove anything evil, to bring him back to himself, to cover the room in protection. At first, it felt like we were doing the only thing we could do. Like our voices were pushing back against something unseen. Then something happened to me. In the middle of praying, I suddenly got this sensation in my head that I can only describe as a million needles pressing into my skull. It wasn't like a normal headache. It wasn't like pressure from stress. It felt sharp, invasive, painful in a way that made my vision go weird. It was as if something had reached out and jabbed directly into my mind. I tried to keep praying through it, but it got worse fast. The pain spread across my head, and I felt myself starting to lose focus. It was like the sensation wasn't just pain, it was trying to break my concentration. I held on as long as I could, then I couldn't stand it anymore. I pulled my hand away from Josh and grabbed my own head with both hands, stumbling backward. "I've got to get the hell out of here!" I yelled, not even caring how it sounded. It was pure survival panic. The pain was too intense, and I felt like if I stayed, something worse would happen. I remember pacing back and forth like I couldn't find a place to put my body. I couldn't sit. I couldn't stand still. The room felt too small, too charged. Sean kept his hand on Josh's head. He looked over at me and asked, "What's wrong?" "My head, my head," I replied, pressing my palms to my skull like I could keep it from splitting open. I ran toward the front door, still holding my head, and flung it open. Cold night air rushed in, and for a second I thought the air alone would help, like stepping outside would snap me back into normal. I vaguely remember saying something like, "We need to get his grandfather," because part of me thought we needed help from someone who understood the house, someone who had been living with this longer than us. But from that point, my memory becomes blurry. And this is where the story gets even stranger, because my memory and what Sean said happened don't match. In my mind, I remember stepping out onto the porch. I remember one step onto the porch, feeling the cold, and then hearing Josh's voice behind me saying, "It's okay, come here." That voice felt calming for a second, like Josh was suddenly fine, like we had snapped him out of it. In my memory, I turned right back around and walked inside. That's what I remember, out then back in. But later, when we were talking about everything that happened, Sean gave me this grim look and told me something that made my stomach turn. He said I walked out onto the porch and paced back and forth for a good 5 minutes. 5 minutes. He said I wasn't just stepping out and stepping back in. He said I was outside, moving back and forth like I couldn't settle, like I was arguing with myself or listening to something. He said I didn't respond normally when he called my name. He said it was like I was there but not fully there. And the scary part is, I don't remember that at all. I remember stepping out, then turning back. That's it. The missing time, even if it was only 5 minutes, made my skin crawl. It made me wonder if the same thing that was hitting Josh had reached me too when I stepped in to pray. Maybe it didn't fully take me over, but maybe it pushed hard enough to disrupt my memory. When I came back inside, Josh looked different. Not fully normal, but not trapped the way he had been. Sean and I got him water. We sat him up more upright. We asked him what happened, and he took a while to speak, like he was sorting through something heavy in his mind. Finally he told us, he said when the camera flash went off. He closed his eyes to avoid being blinded by it. It makes sense. Camera flashes in a pitch-black room can be painful. But Josh said that once he closed his eyes, he couldn't open them again. Not like he chose not to. Like he physically could not force his eyelids up. Then he said he saw his deceased grandmother. He described her standing in front of him, inside the room with us, as if she had walked into the living room. He said it looked real in his mind, not like a vague memory. And he said she spoke to him. "Josh, honey," she said, "you kids need to leave." When Josh said those words, I felt cold. I didn't know his grandmother, but hearing him say it in that tone made me believe he believed it. He wasn't trying to spook us. He looked shaken. Then Josh said something else that made the whole thing feel darker. He said that once I stood up and started walking toward him, once I got close enough to touch him, something changed. The voice shifted. It wasn't his grandmother's voice anymore. It turned deep and demanding. "Leave now!" it yelled. Josh said it wasn't a suggestion. It was a command, like something furious was pushing through the image and trying to drive us out. Like it didn't like that we were praying, didn't like that we were interfering. Hearing Josh describe it made my needlehead pain make more sense in a sick way. If something was trying to latch onto him, and I stepped in the way, maybe some of that backlash hit me too. Maybe that's why it felt like needles. Maybe whatever was in that room didn't just want to scare us. It wanted to hurt us, or at least make us stop. After Josh calmed down a little, I checked the picture I had taken. I needed to see what the camera captured, especially after those red lights and the camera dying. I scrolled through the images, hands still shaky, and found the shot of Josh on the couch. I zoomed in. Right to Josh's right side, exactly where I had stepped when I went over to pray, there was an orb. I know people argue about orbs all the time. Dust, moisture, bugs, camera artifacts. I've heard all the arguments. I've seen orbs in photos that looked like nothing more than a piece of dust caught in flash. But this orb looked different. It wasn't a faint little circle. It was distinct and bright, and oddly shaped compared to the orbs I'd seen before. Something about it felt wrong, like it didn't belong in a normal photo. And the timing of it, right where I stood, right when Josh was reacting, made it feel connected. In my mind, the pieces clicked together the way they do when fear tries to create logic. I started believing that whatever was there tried to take Josh, and when I stepped in to pray, it struck me too. Maybe the orb was evidence of the thing in motion. Maybe the needle sensation in my head was the moment it realized I was in its way. What confused us was that Sean hadn't felt anything like that. Sean looked shaken, yes, but he didn't get the needles in the head. He didn't get the lost time. He didn't feel physically attacked the way Josh and I seemed to. Then we remembered something important. When my sister heard we were going to a house with demonic activity, she gave us a few cross necklaces. She wasn't trying to be dramatic. She was genuinely concerned, like she had a bad feeling and wanted us covered in prayer and protection. Sean had both of those crosses in his hands during the whole event. That detail stood out to us afterward. Sean wasn't wearing them around his neck. He had them in his hands, like he was holding on to them. At the time it felt like a simple comfort thing, like holding something meaningful. But after what happened, we couldn't help wondering if that made a difference. Maybe that's why Sean didn't get hit the way Josh and I did. Maybe it wasn't magic jewelry, but maybe it mattered spiritually. Or maybe it was coincidence, and Sean's role that night just happened to be different. Either way, none of us wanted to sit in that living room any longer. We all felt like the house had shown us enough for one night. Still, we didn't want to leave without doing something. We didn't want to leave that house the way we found it, like we had walked in, stirred something up, and then ran away. So we decided to walk through the house one last time and pray over each room. We moved slowly, flashlight beams cutting through the darkness. We would stand at the doorway of a room, speak a prayer, then step inside and pray again. We didn't shout. We didn't challenge the house anymore. We didn't say, "Come at us." We did the opposite. We focused on pushing peace and protection into the space, asking God to cleanse it, asking Him to remove anything dark, asking him to cover Josh's grandfather too, even if he wasn't there. And here's something I still remember clearly. As we prayed room by room, we could actually feel the coldness retreating. I don't mean the temperature magically rose to summer heat. I mean the harsh, unnatural cold that had made our breath visible started easing. The air stopped feeling as heavy. The pressure in certain hallways felt less intense. It was like the house exhaled a little. That gave us enough courage to finish what we were doing. Then we packed up. Flashlights, recorder, laptop, camera, necklaces, everything. We didn't waste time. We didn't sit around talking anymore inside that house. We got our stuff together and headed for the door. As soon as we stepped outside, the night air felt different. Cold, yes, but normal cold. Outdoor cold that belongs to November. Not that strange indoor chill that felt timed and intentional. We got in the car and left. On the drive back, nobody was acting tough. Josh was quiet, staring out the window. Sean kept rubbing his hands together like he couldn't shake the feeling from the room. I kept thinking about those red lights above Josh's head and the way my camera died at the exact moment I tried to capture them. I kept thinking about the orb near Josh's right side, right where I stood. I kept thinking about the needle sensation in my head and the missing 5 minutes I didn't remember. By the time we got home, Josh and I both agreed on something without even needing to say it. We didn't want to stay in that house any longer than we had. We're still hoping to try staying again one night, because that's the kind of people we are. We want answers. But after that incident, neither Josh nor I wanted to push our luck. Whatever was in that house didn't feel like a harmless spirit trying to be heard. It felt aggressive. It felt like it was waiting for 1 a.m. like it had done it before, like it had a routine. And the scariest part to me is that Josh's grandfather had tried to warn us, and he was right. Nothing happened at first. We laughed and walked around like we had all the time in the world. Then as that hour approached, the house changed. Maybe it was the cold. Maybe it was the knocking. Maybe it was the eyes above Josh's head. Maybe it was the flash. Maybe it was the way Josh described seeing his grandmother, and then hearing that deep voice demand we leave. Maybe it was the way I lost time and felt those needles in my head. But the overall feeling was this: the house didn't just have activity. It had something that reacted to us, something that pushed back the moment we tried to pray and stand our ground. And once you experience that, even once, you don't walk around afterward pretending it was nothing. You remember it. You carry it. And every time someone says, "It's probably just your imagination," you think about the parts you can't explain away, like the camera dying at the exact wrong moment, the breath appearing as the hour approached, the missing minutes, the orb, and the fact that Josh didn't act like himself at all until we prayed him through it. This encounter happened in the summer of 1982. At that point in my life, I was married and raising 3 young children. Our days were full in the way they always are when your kids are small: laundry, meals, school breaks, scraped knees, bedtime stories, and trying to hold everything together while still making time for the people you love. We lived just down the street from my parents, close enough that we could walk there in a few minutes. Because of that, my children saw their grandparents almost every day. It wasn't one of those arrangements where the grandparents only showed up on holidays. They were part of our regular routine. If I needed to run errands, my kids would ask if they could stop by Grandma and Grandpa's. If I was cooking or cleaning, one of them would wander down there to see what Grandpa was doing. My parents never acted like it was a burden. They loved having the kids around, and they treated them like the biggest blessing in the world. My oldest son, John, was about 7 years old then. He was old enough to have his own little opinions about life, old enough to ask deep questions at surprising times, and old enough to truly form a bond with someone in a way that wasn't just child loves adult because adult gives candy. John and my dad had something special. It was obvious to anyone who watched them together. From the time John could walk, he loved following Grandpa everywhere. He was the kind of little boy who liked to be near tools, near projects, near anything that made him feel included. My dad understood that instinct immediately. He didn't tell John to stay out of the way. Instead, he made room for him. My dad would take John to the garage and teach him little things. Nothing dangerous, nothing beyond what a child could handle, but enough that John felt important. My dad would let him hold a flashlight while he worked, or carry small items from one bench to another. He would give him a paintbrush and a bucket of water and let him paint pieces of scrap wood out in the yard. John took that job very seriously, like he was doing real work, like his effort mattered. Sometimes my dad would build birdhouses, and he would bring John into the process in a simple, patient way. He would hand him the tool that was safe to hold, show him how to line things up, and give him tasks that made sense for a 7-year-old. John would stand there with his small hands and focused expression, listening carefully, proud to be part of it. My dad had a way of making a child feel capable. I knew my dad loved my 2 younger children too. He did. He was kind to all of them, always. But there was a particular closeness between him and John, a bond that felt almost like friendship mixed with grandparent love. John wasn't just a grandson to him. He was his little shadow, his helper, his buddy. 5 years before the summer of 1982, my dad had suffered a heart attack. It changed everything. He had been a working man, the type who stayed busy, the type who measured his life by what he could get done. After that heart attack, he had to slow down. He became semi-retired, partly by choice and partly because his body forced him to. In a strange way, it meant he had more time with my kids. He wasn't running off to work early every morning the way he used to. He was home more. He could sit on the porch. He could tinker in the garage. He could spend long stretches of time with John without looking at the clock. But health problems don't always stop at one heart attack. In the years after that first one, my dad suffered 2 more. On top of that, he was diagnosed with diabetes and emphysema. He tried not to make a big deal out of it. That was his nature. He didn't like to complain. He didn't want people hovering over him or treating him like he was fragile. He continued to be grandpa, continued to show up, continued to give his time and love. Later, after he passed, we found out something that still makes my chest ache when I think about it. The doctors had told him he didn't have long. They had warned him, in a serious way, that his time was limited. But he never told the rest of the family. He carried that knowledge quietly, like he didn't want to place that fear on our shoulders. In a way, it felt like something he did out of love. He didn't want us grieving him before he was gone. He wanted us to keep living, keep laughing, keep having normal days. Then July of 1982 arrived, and everything changed anyway. I remember the phone call from my mother. Her voice sounded strained, and that alone made my stomach drop. She told me they had taken my dad to the hospital. He had suffered a massive heart attack, and he was in intensive care. When you hear words like massive heart attack and intensive care, your body reacts before your mind catches up. My hands went cold. My thoughts scattered. My first instinct was to get to the hospital immediately, because that's what you do when someone you love is fighting for their life. My sisters and I spent countless hours by my dad's bedside. The ICU is a strange place. It's quiet and busy at the same time. Machines beep and hum, and people move carefully, professionally. The lighting always feels a little too bright and a little too clinical. You sit next to someone you love and watch their chest rise and fall, and you feel helpless because you can't fix anything. You can only be there. We talked to him. We held his hand. We told him we loved him. We told him things we hadn't said enough. We told him family stories, as if our voices might reach him through whatever fog he was in. But he never regained consciousness. We never got that moment where he opened his eyes and looked at us and squeezed our fingers. We never got to hear his voice again. We didn't even know for sure if he could hear us. Still, we stayed. We kept talking. We kept holding his hand. During his second week in the hospital, the doctors told us he probably wouldn't last many more days. They said major organs were shutting down. Those words land in a family like a heavy object. You can feel the air change when a doctor says something like that. It's like time becomes louder, like every minute starts counting itself. I remember trying to be strong around my sisters. I remember trying to be strong for my mother, who looked smaller than I had ever seen her. I remember feeling that deep exhaustion you get when you're living on stress and hospital coffee and broken sleep. At that point, I had been at the hospital for 2 straight days while my husband stayed home with our children. My husband was doing his best, but I knew the kids were confused and worried too, especially John. One of my dad's nurses encouraged me to go home and get a real night of rest. At first I didn't want to. Leaving felt wrong, like if I stepped away, I might miss the moment my dad passed. I didn't want him to be alone. I didn't want my mom to be alone. But the nurse was kind and firm. She told me that my body needed sleep, that I couldn't keep going without rest, and that I'd be more present and helpful if I came back in the morning refreshed instead of half collapsed. So I agreed. That evening, around 7 p.m., I left the hospital. Walking out of that building felt like stepping out of a different world. Outside, life was still happening. Cars drove by. People talked. The sky looked normal. It felt wrong that the world could look so ordinary when my father was dying. When I arrived home, my children ran toward me the way kids do when they'd been waiting. They were anxious, full of questions, watching my face for clues. They wanted to know how Grandpa was doing. John especially looked at me with those serious eyes children get when they sense something big. I sat down with them and explained as gently as I could. I told them Grandpa was very sick. I told them we were praying. I told them that Grandpa might be with Jesus soon. I didn't want to scare them, but I also didn't want to lie. Kids can feel lies. They know when adults are avoiding the truth, and it makes their fear worse. John listened like he was trying to memorize every word. Then his face crumpled and he began to cry. He wasn't crying in a small way. He was crying like a child who loved someone deeply and didn't know what to do with the idea of losing them. I pulled him close and held him tightly. I tried to speak comfort into him like a mother should. I told him Grandpa loved him, that Grandpa knew he loved him, that Jesus was with Grandpa. I told him it was okay to cry. But as I held him, I found myself crying too. I cried because I was losing my father. I cried because my child was losing his grandfather. I cried because everything felt unfair. And I cried because I didn't know if my father could hear us at the hospital, and I wanted him to know, so badly, that we were there and we loved him. After a while, I wiped my face, wiped John's face, and tried to bring the household back into routine. Routine matters when children are scared. It gives them a sense of control. I got my 2 youngest into bed first. I took them in, kissed their foreheads, and tried to make my voice steady as I told them good night. Then I told John it was time for him to get his pajamas on and get into bed too. John moved slowly, still sad, still quiet. I told him I needed to take a shower, and that I would be in shortly to tuck him in. I remember wanting to hurry because I knew he needed comfort. He wasn't the type to ask for it directly, but I could tell he wanted me near him. I took a quick shower. I didn't relax in it. I didn't enjoy it. It was just something I did because I had been at the hospital and felt like I needed to wash the day off. When you've been in an ICU, you carry the smell of it on you, cleaning products, plastic, that sterile air. I wanted to feel like myself again for a moment, even if it was only for my child. I dried off, got dressed, and went straight to John's bedroom. When I walked in, John sat up quickly. His expression wasn't sleepy. It was alert and confused. His brow was furrowed, and he looked at me like he was trying to solve something. Then he asked, in a serious voice, "Why did you kiss me with wet lips?" I stopped in the doorway for a second, not understanding what he meant. I said something like, "What are you talking about?" in that gentle mom tone, thinking maybe he had been half asleep and confused. I told him I had just walked into the room, that I hadn't been there yet, that he must have fallen asleep and dreamed something. John shook his head hard. He was emphatic, almost offended that I didn't believe him. He told me he wasn't asleep. He said he had closed his eyes to say his prayers. He said he was praying and asking Jesus to take care of Grandpa when Grandpa got to heaven. He repeated that he was not sleeping, not dreaming, not imagining it. Then he said very clearly, "I felt you breathe on my cheek, and then you kissed me with wet lips. Why did you do that?" I remember standing there, feeling my skin go cold. Because there was something in his voice that made it different than a child telling a dream. Kids who are half asleep usually sound fuzzy, like they aren't fully sure. John sounded sure. He sounded like he was describing a real touch. He even looked slightly upset, like he was trying to understand why his mother would do something unusual and then deny it. And right at that exact moment, the telephone rang. The timing was so sharp it felt like a cut. I turned and ran into the living room to answer it, my heart already pounding because I knew who could be calling at that hour. When a family has someone in intensive care, every ring of the phone feels like it might change your life. I picked up, and it was the nurse from the hospital. She told me my dad had just passed away a few minutes earlier. I don't even remember what I said in response. I remember my knees going weak. I remember my breath catching. I remember that sound people make when grief hits them suddenly, like a gasp and a sob at the same time. My brain tried to reject the words even as my heart already understood them. When I hung up the phone, I stood there for a second staring at the wall, feeling like the house was tilting. The world felt too quiet, too slow. And in that same moment, John's question came rushing back into my mind. Why did you kiss me with wet lips? Suddenly it didn't feel like a strange bedtime question anymore. It felt like a goodbye. I think I knew right then, deep down, that the kiss had not been from me. I think my mother instinct, my spiritual instinct, my grief, all of it combined into one clear thought. That kiss must have been my dad. My dad had a special bond with John. If there was anyone in this world he would want to say goodbye to, it would be the grandson who lived down the street, who followed him to the garage, who held tools with tiny hands, who painted scrap wood with water, who treated Grandpa like a hero. If my dad had enough strength, enough presence, enough love to make one final gesture before leaving this world, I truly believe he would choose John. I walked back into John's room, my heart broken and full at the same time. I sat on the edge of his bed, and John looked up at me, still serious, still waiting for an explanation. I told him Grandpa was now in heaven with Jesus. John's face changed instantly, and tears returned to his eyes. Then I told him that his prayer was a very good one. I told him Grandpa was proud of him for praying and asking Jesus to take care of him. And I told him something that, in that moment, felt true in the deepest way. I told him Grandpa must have been the one who left that wet kiss on his cheek on his way up to heaven. The second I said it, a huge smile spread across John's face. It was like the explanation didn't scare him, it comforted him. It made him feel chosen in a loving way. It made him feel like Grandpa heard him, like Grandpa knew he was praying, like Grandpa had answered him with one final sign, "I'm okay. I'm going now. I love you." John looked pleased with himself too, like his prayer mattered. Like he had done something important. Like he had helped Grandpa in the only way a child can. That night, even though we cried, even though my heart was shattered, there was a strange tenderness in the air. It was grief, yes, but it was also love. It was the sense that goodbye didn't have to be only cold and final. It could be personal. In the years that followed, John would tell me he had dreams about Grandpa. Not the kind of dreams that fade as soon as you wake up, but the kind that stay with you. He would describe them like visits. He would tell me they talked and laughed the way they used to when Grandpa was alive. He would describe little details about being with him, as if Grandpa was still teaching him things, still spending time with him in some quiet space beyond our world. I listened to him every time he told those stories. I never mocked him. I never told him it was just his imagination. I couldn't, because I remembered that night too clearly. I remembered the timing. I remembered his certainty. I remembered the phone call. And I remembered the way his fear turned into peace when he believed Grandpa had kissed him goodbye. Time has moved on the way it always does. My son is grown now. He's 35. He has his own life and his own responsibilities, yet he still talks about that night as if it happened recently. it hasn't faded for him. It's as real to him now as it was then. When he speaks about it, his voice still carries that same certainty, the same deep belief that something holy and loving happened in his bedroom while he was praying. And I believe it too. I truly believe that was my dad, saying his final goodbye in the most gentle way he could, through a kiss to the cheek of the grandson who loved him so much. It's one of the few memories from that season of loss that brings me comfort instead of only pain. Because it reminds me that love doesn't always end with a hospital machine going silent. Sometimes love finds a way to say goodbye that reaches the heart of a child and stays there for decades, steady and unshaken. Even now, when I think back to that summer, I can still picture John sitting up in bed, brow furrowed, asking me why I kissed him with wet lips. I can still hear the phone ringing at that exact moment. I can still feel that instant knowing in my chest. And I can still see the smile on my son's face when he realized Grandpa had heard his prayer and had taken the time to leave him one last sign of love before going home to heaven. At school we were having a band concert one night in the cafeteria. It wasn't one of those huge, fancy concerts like you see in big theaters. It was just our school cafeteria turned into a performance space for the evening. The long lunch tables were pushed aside, folding chairs were set up in rows for parents, and the small stage area was set up at the front with music stands and instruments. The cafeteria lights were bright and kind of harsh, the way school lights always are, but it still felt special because it was nighttime and families had come to watch. I wasn't playing in the band that night. I was part of the video crew, which basically meant we were the people in charge of recording the whole thing. We had cameras, batteries, tapes, and walkie-talkies. The teachers were strict about it because they wanted the recording to come out clean, like a real concert video. So even though we were students, we had to act like we were working a job. We had to be quiet, move carefully, and always be ready when the teacher needed us. It was around 7 p.m. when my teacher told me I could go on a short break and get some fresh air. I remember being relieved because the cafeteria was warm and crowded. It smelled like a mix of old food, cleaning supplies, and the dusty smell of chairs that had been stacked in storage for months. Everyone was talking at once. The band kids were nervous, parents were finding seats, teachers were giving last-minute instructions, and the sound of instruments warming up made the room feel loud even before the concert started. So when my teacher told me I could take a break, I grabbed my walkie-talkie and stepped outside with my friend Jazzy. Outside, the air felt cooler and cleaner right away. It was dark, but not pitch black, because there were lights by the doors and a few light poles around the building. Still, the shadows were deeper than they are during the day, and the playground looked different at night. During the day, it was just swings and slides and jungle gyms. At night, it looked empty and kind of creepy, like a place that was supposed to be asleep. Jazzy and I sat on the grass near the building, close enough that we could still hear the distant sound of the concert set up inside. We were just talking among ourselves like normal, laughing a little, complaining about homework, and joking about how serious our teacher got when it came to the camera work. We didn't talk about anything spooky. We were just happy to get out of the cafeteria for a few minutes. After about 5 minutes, Jazzy's walkie-talkie suddenly went off. The sound was loud in the quiet night air, that sharp crackle and beat that always makes you jump even when you're expecting it. Jazzy looked at it like she had been waiting for a message, then she jumped up fast and ran back inside toward the stage room. I sat there blinking, confused. That was weird to me, because I usually had the biggest job. Most of the time, if they were calling someone back, it would be me. My teacher hadn't called my walkie-talkie at all, and I hadn't heard anything that sounded like an emergency. Jazzy didn't even say, "They need me," or, "I'll be right back." She just ran. For a second I wondered if something had gone wrong inside, like the camera stopped working or someone needed help setting up. But then I told myself it was probably nothing. Maybe the teacher just wanted Jazzy to do a quick task. And honestly, I didn't mind being outside alone for a minute. The grass was cool under me, and the air felt good. So I stayed sitting there and watched the playground nearby, letting my mind drift. The playground was a short distance away, not too far. I could see the outline of the swings, the slide, and the metal bars. The ground around it was darker, and beyond that was more darkness, trees, fences, and the empty space that looked normal in daylight but strange at night. It was quiet enough outside that I could hear little sounds, leaves moving, the faint hum of traffic far away, and sometimes the muffled sound of instruments inside the cafeteria. A few minutes passed. I was still waiting for my walkie-talkie to go off, still expecting my teacher to call me back in. But nothing happened. I started to feel slightly annoyed, like maybe they forgot about me. Then I saw a little girl walking toward me. At first, my brain tried to place her. I thought maybe she was someone's younger sister, or maybe she was a child who belonged to one of the parents in the cafeteria. Sometimes families brought younger kids to concerts, and those kids would wander around while their parents watched the show. But as she got closer, I realized I didn't recognize her at all. She was a pretty little girl, the kind of kid who looks neat and dressed up, like someone had fixed her hair carefully. Her hair was pulled back into a cute ponytail. She had on a little skirt and a blue-collared shirt. The clothes looked like school clothes, simple but tidy. She was small, definitely younger than me, maybe elementary school age. She was darling in a normal way, but something about her made me uncomfortable. It wasn't her outfit or her ponytail. It was her face. She looked sad. Not normal. I'm tired. Sad. Or I miss my mom. Sad. Her eyes looked wet, like she had been crying. Her expression was stiff too, almost like her face was made of stone. There was no softness to it. It looked like she was holding pain inside and didn't know what to do with it. It made me sad just to look at her. It also made me curious. When you see a little kid alone outside a school at night looking like that, you automatically wonder if something is wrong. Maybe she was lost. Maybe she was scared. Maybe something happened inside. She walked past me like she didn't even notice I was sitting there. She didn't look at me or smile or wave. She just kept walking in a straight line, as if she was heading somewhere specific. Then she stopped. She stopped right in front of the boys' bathroom. The outside bathrooms were near that area, doors in the wall, with signs on them. One was for boys and one was for girls. They were the kind of bathroom doors you see on the outside of school buildings, heavy and plain, with a simple sign. The little girl turned to face the boys' bathroom door and just stood there. At first I thought, okay, maybe she needs to use the restroom and she's confused. Maybe she can't read the signs well. Maybe she doesn't realize she's standing at the boys' bathroom. I watched her for a few seconds, expecting her to correct herself and move to the girls' bathroom. But she didn't. She just stood there, staring at the door. It was dark outside, and the school felt emptier out there than it did inside. The concert was happening, but the outside area was quiet. Seeing her stand there like that made me feel uneasy. I kept trying to reason it out in my head. Is she lost? Did she lose her parents? Did she sneak outside because she was upset? Is she waiting for someone to come out of the bathroom? Does she need help? A whole minute passed. I watched the time in my head because it felt longer than it should have. She was still standing right in front of the boys' bathroom door, not moving, not turning around, not doing anything. It started to feel ridiculous. It also started to feel like something wasn't right. Kids don't usually stand that still for that long, especially not a kid who looks upset. They usually pace, look around, or walk away. This girl looked like she was locked into the spot. So I stood up. I walked toward her slowly, trying not to scare her. I didn't want to come at her like an adult who was angry. I wanted to sound kind and calm, like, "Hey, are you okay?" I also didn't want her to run away, because if she really was lost, the last thing I wanted was for her to panic and disappear into the dark part of the playground area. When I got closer, I spoke gently. I asked her if she was okay, and I asked her if she needed the girls' bathroom. I even pointed a little in the direction of the other door. At first, she didn't react. She didn't even turn her head. So I asked again, a little louder, still calm. "Are you okay?" "Do you need the girls' bathroom?" A few moments after I spoke the second time, she finally looked up at me. And when she looked at me, I felt my stomach drop a little. Her eyes had that same wet look, but her expression was blank in a painful way. It wasn't the expression of a kid who is shy or scared of strangers. It was the expression of someone who is deeply sad and far away, like she was thinking about something terrible. She didn't look confused about who I was. She just stared at me like she had been waiting for me to notice her. I asked her again, quieter this time, because her stare made me feel like yelling would be wrong. "Are you okay?" She said nothing. No words. No nod. No shake of her head. Just that stare. I took a step toward the girls' bathroom and told her, more clearly, that she could use that restroom. I pointed directly at it and tried to smile a little, trying to make it feel normal. Finally, she moved. She walked over to the girls' bathroom and went inside. I didn't see her hesitate. I didn't see her reach for the boys' door again. She just turned and went in, like that was what she meant to do all along. The door closed behind her, and everything outside felt quiet again. I went back and sat down on the grass in the same spot I had been sitting in before. I looked toward the cafeteria doors, waiting for my walkie-talkie to go off. I kept thinking about that girl and how strange she looked. I kept wondering where her parents were. I told myself they were probably inside watching the concert and didn't realize she stepped out. Or maybe she was with a teacher. Or maybe she had just come out for air too. But something about her sadness didn't sit right with me. I tried to shake it off and focus on the concert, on my job. I told myself I was overthinking it. Still, I kept glancing at the bathroom doors. A few minutes went by. No call from my teacher. No message on my walkie-talkie. I started feeling annoyed again because I didn't want to get in trouble for being outside too long. I didn't want my teacher to suddenly decide I was slacking. At the same time, I didn't want to go back inside without being called, because I had been told I could take a break. Then, right as I was thinking about going back in anyway, I heard footsteps coming from a distance. I turned my head quickly, and it was the girl. The same little girl. She was walking toward me again, and the second I saw her, fear prickled through me. Not huge fear yet, but the kind of nervous shock that makes your heart jump. Because I could not remember seeing her walk out of the bathroom. I had been sitting there, facing that direction. The bathroom door wasn't far. If she came out, I should have seen the door open, even if only out of the corner of my eye. I should have heard the door. I should have noticed movement. But I didn't. And yet there she was, walking back across the same area like she had just come from somewhere else. I watched her carefully, trying to make my mind accept it. Maybe I blinked at the wrong time. Maybe I looked away for a second. Maybe I got distracted and didn't realize she left. I wanted that to be the explanation because it was the safest one. She walked past me again like she didn't notice me. Then she went right back to the boys' bathroom. And she stopped there again, standing at the door the same way as before. That's when I felt the real chill. Because now it wasn't just a lost child needing help. Now it felt like a pattern. Like she was stuck in some loop, going back and forth between those doors, doing the same thing over and over. She didn't look like she needed to use the bathroom anymore. She looked like she was waiting, or guarding, or trying to get inside something she couldn't enter. I sat there staring, unsure what to do next. I didn't want to walk over and talk to her again because she had looked at me in that painful blank way, and it had made my chest feel tight. At the same time, it felt wrong to just sit there and ignore her, especially if she was truly a real little girl who needed help. But before I could decide what to do, my walkie-talkie finally went off. The crackle and beep made me jump again, and I was honestly relieved. I grabbed it and heard my teacher calling me back inside. I didn't hesitate. I rushed toward the cafeteria doors, partly because I didn't want trouble, and partly because I suddenly wanted to be inside where the lights were bright and there were people around. I went straight into the stage room area behind the cafeteria setup, where the video crew and teacher were. My teacher told me I needed to take the camera position in the front of the stage. That was an important spot because it gave a clear view of the band. I grabbed the video camera and moved quickly, careful not to bump into anyone or block the audience's view. I walked down to the front steps and sat down where I could record. From there, I could see the band kids lined up with their instruments, their music stands, the conductor, and the faces of parents watching. The noise of the cafeteria and the concert energy filled my ears, and for a moment it helped calm me down. It reminded me of what was real and normal: students playing music, teachers keeping order, parents smiling and clapping. I started recording. I panned the students slowly, moving the camera from one side of the band to the other. I was doing it the way my teacher showed us: smooth movements, steady hands, not too fast. I recorded the brass section, then the percussion, then moved toward the middle where the woodwinds were. As my camera came toward the center, I saw something that made my mouth drop open. I stopped panning. My hands froze on the camera. I just stared straight ahead, horrified, as if my brain had suddenly turned off. There she was. The girl. The same little girl I had just seen outside, standing in front of the boys' bathroom with tears in her eyes. But now she was sitting with the band, playing the flute. And she wasn't wearing the same outfit. This time she was dressed in a long-sleeve white shirt and black long pants, like a standard concert uniform. She looked like she belonged there, like any other band student. She wasn't crying. She wasn't standing stiff and sad. She was focused, holding her flute correctly, reading music, playing like she had been there the whole time. My entire body went cold. For a second, I honestly wondered if I was losing my mind. I wondered if the outside girl and the inside girl were two different people who just looked similar. But it didn't feel like that. It felt like the same face. The same shape. The same presence. I recognized her the way you recognize someone you just talked to. You don't forget a face that quickly, especially one that looked that sad. I kept staring at her while the music played, and my mind couldn't settle on an explanation that made sense. If she was playing the flute inside, then who was she outside? If she was outside, why would she be crying and standing at the boys' bathroom door like she was stuck? I tried to tell myself there had to be a logical reason. Maybe she had a younger sister outside. Maybe she had a twin. Maybe it was a kid from a different grade. But even as I tried to force those explanations, my body didn't believe them. My body still remembered the chill I felt outside. My body remembered the way her eyes looked wet. My body remembered how she stared at me without speaking. I didn't stop the recording, but my hands were shaky for a minute. I forced myself to keep filming because I didn't want to ruin the job. My teacher was nearby, and I knew if I acted too strange, I would get in trouble or at least get questioned. So I did what scared people do in public. I tried to act normal while my mind raced. I kept the camera pointed toward the band and continued panning, but I kept glancing back at the flute section. I kept checking, as if the girl might suddenly vanish or look up at me. She didn't. She just played, focused on the music. That almost made it worse. Because it meant she wasn't performing for me. She wasn't doing it to scare me. She wasn't aware of me at all. She was simply there, like she belonged to the band, like my outside experience had never happened. The concert continued, and I did my job, but I felt completely unsettled for the rest of the night. Every time I had a second to breathe, my mind returned to the same impossible image. The crying girl outside at the boys' bathroom, then the same girl inside playing flute in a different outfit. I didn't tell my teacher right away. I didn't even tell Jazzy right away. I didn't know how. I didn't want to sound crazy, and I didn't want someone to laugh at me. Plus, part of me still hoped there was a normal explanation. Maybe the outside girl was a different kid and my eyes just mixed them up because it was dark. Maybe I was tired. Maybe my brain made patterns where there weren't any. But deep down, I knew what I saw. I saw a little girl outside who looked sad and lost, standing in front of the boys' bathroom door like she couldn't move on. I spoke to her, and she looked at me with a painful stare before going into the girls' bathroom. Then I saw her again, back at the boys' bathroom door, without me seeing her leave the bathroom. And then I saw that same girl inside, under bright cafeteria lights, playing flute like she never left her seat. That was the moment I realized something I didn't want to admit. Sometimes you can be fully awake, fully aware, and still see something that doesn't fit the world you thought you understood. I never wanted to accept that ghosts were real. Even when other people told stories, I always kept a question mark in my mind. I wasn't the type who wanted to believe in every strange sound or every shadow in a hallway. I liked explanations that made sense. If something felt scary, I would tell myself it was just nerves, or an old building, or my imagination. I held on to that way of thinking for a long time. But there are certain nights from back in 1989 that I still remember too clearly, and no matter how many years pass, those memories still carry the same feeling. It wasn't like watching a scary movie. It was the kind of fear that settles into your body when you're alone, half asleep, and responsible for a baby, and you feel something moving in a place that should be empty. That year was already hard for me before anything paranormal ever came into it. My husband and I were separated for a while. I was young and overwhelmed, trying to keep myself together emotionally while also being a mother. I was only 20 years old, and I had a 10-month-old son who depended on me for everything. When you're a new mom, your life revolves around feeding schedules, diapers, sleep, and trying to stay calm when you're exhausted. And when you're doing that while your marriage is falling apart, the stress feels even heavier. Because of the separation, I moved into my aunt's old house with my mother. My aunt wasn't living there anymore. She was in a nursing home by then, and the house was mostly just sitting there, quiet and unused except for family. My mother and I needed a place to stay, and it seemed like the most practical solution at the time. It was family property. It was available. We told ourselves it would be fine. From the outside, the house looked like a normal old home. It wasn't one of those dramatic haunted mansions. It was just old. The kind of place with worn steps, wood that creaked, and rooms that didn't feel modern or open. Inside, it had that smell older houses often have, a mix of old fabric, wood, dust you can't completely clean out, and something faintly damp in certain corners. The lighting always seemed slightly dim even in daylight, because the windows weren't placed the way newer houses are. The rooms had shadows in them even when the sun was shining. In the daytime, the house could feel almost peaceful. The sun would come through the windows, and you could hear birds outside. You could sit in the living room and drink coffee, and it would feel like any other older family home. That's one of the reasons I kept doubting myself at first. How could a house feel so normal in daylight, and so terrifying at night? My mind kept trying to argue with my fear. It kept saying, "See? Nothing is wrong. You're just tired." But at night, the house changed. The biggest problem for us wasn't even the whole house. It was one room in particular, the main bedroom upstairs. That room was so creepy that none of us wanted to sleep in it. It didn't matter how tired we were. It didn't matter how practical it would have been to sleep in a real bed upstairs instead of making do on a sofa bed. That bedroom felt wrong in a way I couldn't properly explain. The air in there always felt cold, even when the rest of the house wasn't. Not, "The window is open." Cold. Not, "The heater is broken." Cold. It was a different kind of cold, like the room held onto it on purpose. Whenever I had to go into that bedroom, I did it quickly. I would walk in, grab what I needed, and leave. I tried not to stand there for more than 5 minutes, because the longer I stayed, the more uncomfortable I felt. I didn't like turning my back to the room. I didn't like being in there with the lights off. I didn't even like being in there with the lights on, because the light didn't make it feel safe. It made it feel exposed, like if something was there, you would see it clearer. The stairs leading up to that bedroom were steep. They weren't wide or gentle. They were the kind of stairs that make you hold the railing without thinking. When you're carrying a baby, those stairs feel even more dangerous. During the day, they were just steep stairs. But at night, they felt like a tunnel going up into darkness. The bathroom was to the right of the stairway. That detail mattered at night because if you needed to use the bathroom, you had to pass the bottom of the stairs. You had to move right by the space that led up to that cold main bedroom. In daylight, that didn't bother me much. In the middle of the night, it felt awful. It felt like you were running past something that wanted you to slow down. I remember nights where I would wake up needing the bathroom and my first thought would be, I can hold it. That's how much I didn't want to go near those stairs. Sometimes I really did hold it just to avoid walking past that dark opening. Other times I forced myself because I had no choice, and every time I did, I moved fast, like a person running through a dangerous area. My son and I slept on the sofa bed in the living room. That might sound uncomfortable, but at the time it felt safer than sleeping upstairs. The living room was on the main level, and the sofa bed was right below the main bedroom. We could have slept in other rooms, but that was where we ended up, partly because it was easier for me with the baby. I could keep him close. I could reach him quickly when he woke up. I could keep the room slightly lit if I needed to without disturbing everyone else too much. Also, if I'm being honest, sleeping in the living room felt like the only way I could relax at all. Even though the main bedroom was above us, being downstairs felt like being farther from whatever made that upstairs room so cold and wrong. I didn't like the idea of being alone upstairs with my baby at night. Downstairs, I could at least feel closer to the front door, closer to the kitchen, closer to normal life. Every night around 3 a.m., my son would wake up for a warm bottle of milk. That was his routine. 10-month-old babies don't care about your exhaustion. They wake when they wake, and they need what they need. So even if I went to bed early, I always expected that 3 a.m. wake up. It became like a daily appointment I could never miss. I would wake up to his small sounds first. Little movements, a soft cry starting, the restless noise of a baby trying to get comfortable but unable to because he's hungry. I would sit up, half asleep, and my whole body would already feel tired before I even moved. Then I would get up quietly so I didn't wake my mother, and I'd go to the kitchen to warm up the bottle. The kitchen at night felt different too. Most kitchens at night feel quiet, but this one had a strange kind of silence. The refrigerator hum sounded louder. The floor felt colder under my feet. The shadows around the counters looked deeper. I would try to move softly, but the old floorboards still made little sounds. Every time the house creaked, my heart would jump, even though I tried to convince myself it was normal. I would warm the milk, check it carefully, then carry it back to the living room, holding the bottle in one hand and steadying myself with the other. I'd sit down beside my baby on the sofa bed, prop him up gently, and feed him while trying not to fully wake up. Those were quiet moments. In a normal house, those moments could even be peaceful, just a mother feeding her baby in the dark, the world still asleep, the baby calming down as he drinks. But in that house, those moments became the worst part of the night. One night, after warming the bottle and feeding my son, I lay back down on the sofa bed. My baby settled again. His breathing became slow and calm. The house felt still for a moment, and I started to drift back toward sleep. Then I heard it. A loud thump above me. It came from the upstairs bedroom area, directly over the living room. The sound was heavy, like something large hitting the floor. It wasn't a soft bump or a little creak. It was the kind of thump that makes you sit up instantly, because it sounds like something fell hard. At first, I tried to ignore it. My mind immediately started searching for explanations. Old houses settle. Heat changes make wood shift. Maybe something in the upstairs room tipped over. Maybe a branch hit the roof. Maybe I misheard. But before I could fully settle back down, I heard something else. It sounded like furniture being moved. Not like a mouse running. Not like a cat jumping down. Not like a simple creak from a board. It sounded like something heavy sliding across the upstairs floor. The sound dragged, loud enough that I could picture it clearly, like a dresser being pulled or a chair being shoved across wood. The sound went on long enough that I could not pretend it was the house settling. Houses settle with quick pops and creaks, not long sliding scrapes. This was purposeful. It sounded like movement made by strength. I lay there staring into the darkness, frozen. I didn't want to sit up because I didn't want to draw attention to myself, even though that thought doesn't make sense when you're talking about noises in a house. Fear doesn't always make sense. Fear makes you act as if something can hear your thoughts, as if stillness will protect you. I listened as the sound continued, then stopped, then started again. Another heavy movement. Another scrape. Another thump like something being dropped. My stomach turned. I remember pulling my comforter up tighter, as if a blanket could act like a shield. I remember my hands sweating even though the room wasn't hot. I remember trying to breathe quietly so I wouldn't wake my baby or make noise. All I could do was hide under the comforter and pray. I prayed that it would stop. I prayed that I was imagining it. I prayed that morning would come quickly. I prayed that whatever was moving upstairs would stay upstairs. I prayed for protection without even knowing what I truly believed about ghosts. And the strangest part was that I also prayed I would fall asleep. That sounds backward, because fear usually keeps you awake. But I wanted sleep because sleep meant escape. Sleep meant not having to listen anymore. Sleep meant skipping time until daylight. I wanted morning the way a trapped person wants a door to open. That night, eventually the sound stopped. I don't remember exactly when. I only remember lying there exhausted, eyes wide, then finally slipping into shallow sleep, waking at every small sound until sunlight came. I hoped it was a one-time thing. It wasn't. Every night, when my baby woke up, something would happen upstairs. Not always the exact same sound, but the same type of activity. Thumps. Shifts. Movements that sounded too heavy and deliberate to be normal. There were nights where I heard what sounded like footsteps moving around above me, slow and steady, like someone walking from one side of the room to another. There were nights where the sound of dragging or scraping would start and stop, as if someone was rearranging furniture in the dark. And it always seemed to happen around the same time, right when I was awake at 3 a.m. That timing is one of the reasons it stayed with me. If it happened randomly at different hours, maybe I would have been able to tell myself it was just the house. But it didn't feel random. It felt like the activity waited until I was awake. It felt like it happened when the house was at its quietest, when I would notice it the most, when I would have no distractions. During the day, the house felt different again. It would almost feel calm, like nothing bad could happen there. My baby would crawl around and play. My mother would do housework. Sunlight would hit the furniture. The upstairs bedroom still felt cold, but the overall home didn't feel threatening. It was as if the house wore a peaceful face during daylight, and a darker face at night. That contrast messed with my mind. It made me question my own judgment. I would tell myself, "See, it's fine. You're being dramatic. It's an old house. The noises are just old wood." Then night would come and prove me wrong again. The worst part was that I couldn't just focus on my own fear. I had a baby to care for. Every time my son woke, I had to move through the house and do what mothers do. I had to be gentle. I had to keep him calm. Babies can sense anxiety. If you shake while holding them, they feel it. If your breathing changes, they feel it. I tried so hard not to pass my fear on to him. So I would feed him with a fake calmness. I would whisper to him. I would rock him slightly. I would pretend everything was okay even as I listened to the sounds above us. Sometimes I would glance up at the ceiling while I fed him, as if my eyes could see through floors. I would stare at the spot directly above us, imagining the upstairs bedroom, imagining the furniture, imagining the cold air. My mind would create pictures I didn't want. There were moments when I wanted to wake my mother and tell her what I was hearing. I wanted someone else to confirm it. I wanted someone else to share the fear so it didn't feel like I was alone in it. But I also didn't want to wake her because she was tired too, and because a part of me feared she would dismiss it and make me feel stupid. Another part of me feared she would believe me instantly, and then I would have to face the reality of it more directly. So most nights, I stayed quiet and endured it. I lived that way for a while, and eventually, when my life stabilized, I moved out. I don't even remember the moving out moment as clearly as I remember the nights. What I remember is the relief of being away from that house. I remember sleeping in a different place and realizing that the air didn't feel heavy in the same way. I remember waking in the night and not hearing furniture move above me. I remember my body slowly releasing tension it had been carrying without my permission. I thought that would be the end of it. But after I moved out, my mother stayed. For months, she was there alone at times, and that was when her fears started showing in a way I had never heard before. My mother wasn't the type to panic. She wasn't dramatic. She was the kind of woman who handled problems quietly. She could deal with stress, grief, work, and family issues without falling apart. So when she started calling me sounding frightened, I knew something was wrong. She would call and tell me that something in the house was making her very afraid. At first, she didn't want to describe it in detail. It was like she was hesitant to put words to it. Sometimes saying a thing out loud makes it feel more powerful. But I kept asking because I needed to know what she meant. I needed to know if it matched what I had heard. Finally, she told me. She said she could hear heavy breathing at night. Not her own breathing. Not breathing from someone asleep nearby. Heavy breathing, close enough that she could hear it clearly. The idea of that alone made my skin crawl. And then she told me something else that shook me even more. She said the breathing happened in the upstairs bedroom, and she was sleeping in my aunt's bed. That bedroom, the cold bedroom nobody wanted, was the room she was sleeping in. My aunt was in a nursing home, and her husband had died several years earlier. My mother had moved into my aunt's bed as if it was just practical, as if it was just a place to sleep. But hearing her say she was lying in that bed at night, while heavy breathing filled the room, made my stomach turn. I pictured my mother in that cold bedroom, alone, listening to something breathe in the darkness. She sounded truly troubled. I had never heard her like that. Not helpless, not scared in a childish way, but scared in a deep adult way. The kind of fear that makes you realize you're not in control of your environment. The kind of fear that makes you question whether you should even stay in the same building. I kept insisting she should get out of the house. I told her that if it was already scaring her that much, it would probably get worse. I didn't say that to be dramatic. I said it because I had lived those nights too, and I knew how the pattern worked. The house felt peaceful in the day, then it turned at night. It didn't feel like something that would gently fade away if you ignored it. It felt like something that waited until you were tired and alone. My mother resisted at first, because moving is hard and because family homes carry history, and because some part of you always hopes you're wrong. But eventually she did move out. I don't remember how long it took her, but I remember the relief in her voice when she finally left. It wasn't just relief like, "I'm glad to be in a new place." It was relief like someone stepping out of danger. After that, the house didn't stay standing forever. In time, it was torn down. The house is no longer there. And I'm not going to lie, I'm glad. I'm glad no one else has to sleep under that cold main bedroom and listen to heavy things moving on the floor above. I'm glad no other young mother has to feed her baby at 3 a.m. while thumps and scraping sounds drag across the ceiling like someone is rearranging furniture in the dark. I'm glad no one has to lie in my aunt's bed hearing heavy breathing and wondering if it's inches away. I still don't know what it was. I can't tell you the name of a spirit or the history of the house that caused it. I can't prove it with recordings or photos. All I have is memory, and the way those memories still feel when I think about them. Some places don't just creak because they're old. Some places don't just feel cold because of poor insulation. Some places carry something you can't see, but you can feel it anyway, especially when the house gets quiet and the night gets deep. For years I tried to talk myself out of believing in ghosts. I wanted to stay skeptical. I wanted to keep everything in a neat, logical box. But that house didn't fit into a neat box. And even though it's gone now, I'll never forget how real it felt to lie there under a comforter praying for morning, while something heavy moved around in the bedroom no one could stand to sleep in. Last night I went over to my friend Nicole's house to watch movies. It was supposed to be a simple, normal night. Nothing spooky, nothing deep, just two friends sitting on a couch, eating snacks, talking through scenes, and laughing at the parts that weren't even that funny. It was around 8 p.m. when I got there, and everything felt calm at first. Nicole's parents were out of town, which wasn't a big deal by itself. She had stayed home alone before. She also didn't have any siblings, so the house was quieter than most houses. When her parents were gone, it was usually just her, a couple lights on, the TV in the background, and the kind of quiet that feels relaxing when you're in a safe place. Her house always looked normal from the outside, nice neighborhood, clean driveway, a few trees, and that typical suburb at night feeling. But inside, at night with most of the lights off, it felt bigger and emptier than it did during the day. The rooms had more shadows. The hallways looked longer. Even normal corners felt like they held more darkness than they should. Nicole and I went into the living room and sat down on the couch. We were sitting right next to each other, close enough that our shoulders almost touched. The TV was already on, and she was scrolling through options, trying to pick something we could both watch without arguing about it for 20 minutes. We ended up choosing a movie that was supposed to be more suspense than full horror, the kind of movie where you still jump sometimes, but you don't expect to be scared afterward. Before we started the movie, she mentioned again that her parents were out of town and wouldn't be back until the next day. She said it casually, like it was just information, but I could tell she was still slightly uneasy about being in the house alone at night. Not terrified, just that normal. I don't love being the only person in a big quiet house feeling. I want to explain the layout of the room, because it matters. The living room had huge sliding glass doors leading out of it. They weren't small doors. They were wide and tall, the kind that take up a big part of the wall. They were closed at the time, and the curtains or blinds were drawn enough that outside looked like a black sheet. You couldn't see the yard clearly at night, just dark shapes where trees or bushes might be. The TV was placed next to those doors, pushed up against the wall. It was angled so you could sit on the couch and see it easily. The couch was a few feet back from the TV, facing it straight on. When you sat on the couch, the sliding doors were off to the side and slightly behind the TV, which meant you didn't stare at them directly the whole time, but you still knew they were there. Almost all the lights in the house were off. We did that on purpose. We wanted the movie to look better on the screen, and also, if I'm being honest, we were both in that mood where it feels cozy to sit in the dark with only the TV lighting up the room. The TV gave off enough light that we could see each other's faces and the outline of furniture. The rest of the living room stayed dim. We started the movie, and for the first 5 minutes, everything was fine. We were both settling in. Nicole had a blanket pulled over her legs. I had my feet tucked under me. We had snacks on the coffee table. The movie sound wasn't too loud, just normal volume. Then I heard something that made my whole body go still. It sounded like footsteps right outside the sliding glass doors. At first, my brain tried to label it as something normal. Maybe wind moving a branch. Maybe a raccoon on the patio. Maybe the sound of leaves shifting. But it didn't sound like that. It sounded like feet. Human footsteps. A steady pace. Not running, not dragging, but walking. I turned my head toward the doors without meaning to, like my body reacted before my thoughts did. At the same time, I glanced at Nicole. She was already looking at me. Her eyes were wide in that silent question way, like she didn't want to speak because speaking would make it more real. The fact that she looked at me first told me everything. She heard it too. It wasn't in my imagination. It wasn't the movie. It wasn't just my nerves. The footsteps continued. They weren't a single set of steps passing by. They sounded like pacing, back and forth in front of the doors. Like someone was standing out there, moving side to side, as if they couldn't decide whether to leave or come in. Nicole's parents were out of town. She didn't have siblings. It wasn't like someone was supposed to be out there. There weren't any voices. No car had pulled up. No one had knocked on the front door. Just footsteps on the other side of the glass. Nicole grabbed the remote fast. She didn't turn the TV off completely because we still wanted the light from the screen. Turning it off would have made the room completely dark, and neither of us wanted that. But she started turning the volume down so we could hear better. As soon as the volume dropped halfway, the footsteps became clearer. That's when my stomach dropped, because it wasn't just a vague sound anymore. It was distinct. Heavy enough that it didn't sound like a small animal. Even if it was an animal, it would have to be something fairly large to make that kind of steady, human-like pace. And it didn't have the irregular pattern of an animal. It sounded like a person walking back and forth. And the worst part for me personally was that the sound felt familiar. Nicole didn't know this, but I had heard footsteps like that before in other situations. Not in her house specifically, but the pacing sound, the steady walk, stop, walk again, was something my mind recognized in a way I didn't like. The hairs on my arms lifted, and I felt that tightness in my chest that comes right before fear fully hits you. We sat there listening for a few seconds, both of us holding still, almost like we were trying not to make noise in case whoever it was could hear us. Then we both stood up. Nicole hesitated, but I didn't. I wasn't trying to be brave for show. I just wanted to know what was out there. There's a certain kind of fear that gets worse when you don't look. Your imagination fills in the darkness with something bigger than reality. I told myself that if I checked and it was nothing, we'd laugh and go back to the movie. We walked toward the sliding doors. The footsteps kept pacing until we got close. Then I reached out to grab the handle, ready to slide the door open just a crack. The second my hand touched the handle, the footsteps stopped. Not faded. Not slowed down. Stopped instantly, like whoever or whatever was out there froze the moment it realized we were at the door. That made my mouth go dry. Nicole backed away immediately. She went back to the couch, shaking her head, clearly freaked out. She sat down but didn't relax at all. She was tense, knees pulled up slightly, hands tight on the blanket. She looked like she wanted to disappear into the cushions. I stayed by the doors. I wanted to know what was going on, and I couldn't stand the idea of leaving it unresolved. If someone was outside, we needed to know. If it was a prank, we needed to stop it. If it was an animal, we needed to know in case it was dangerous. And if it was something else. I didn't even want to finish that thought. I slowly slid the doors open. The glass moved quietly on the track. The outside air flowed in, cool and still. It smelled like night air, maybe a little grass, maybe a little dust from the yard. It was completely dark outside. Even with the doors open, I couldn't see much. The yard was a black shape. The patio was a blacker shape. If someone was standing out there, they could easily blend into the darkness. I glanced back at Nicole and asked where the light switch was. She didn't want to get up. She was frozen in her own fear. She just pointed weakly, like she didn't even want to lift her whole arm, and told me it was further inside, near the kitchen area. I looked in that direction. The kitchen was connected to the living room, not fully open like modern houses, but you could see into it from where I stood. The kitchen was darker than the living room, because the only light in the living room was coming from the TV screen. The kitchen had no light at all. It looked like a solid block of shadow. As I looked into the kitchen, a cold wave ran over me. Not a normal cold like, "The door is open." A sudden chill in my body that made my skin tighten. It felt like that area of the house held something different, like the air there was heavier. I didn't want to walk into the kitchen, but I also didn't want to stand by the open doors with the darkness outside behind me. So I stepped into the darkness. I moved slowly, feeling my way. I didn't run because I didn't want to trip, and I didn't want to act like prey. I kept telling myself, over and over, that this was probably nothing. That Nicole was alone, and maybe her parents forgot to tell someone to stop by and check on the house. That maybe a neighbor was outside. That maybe we were hearing something on the patio that sounded like footsteps but wasn't. But the deeper I moved into the dark kitchen area, the more I felt watched. That is the only way I can describe it. It wasn't a sound. It wasn't a visual. It was a feeling of attention on me, like eyes following my movement. It made my shoulders tense and my breathing shallow. I kept my head slightly down at first because I didn't want to stare into the blackness and see something I couldn't unsee. I spotted something white on the wall and assumed it was the light switch. It was near the opening to her computer room, and that computer room door was open. I could see into that room too, but it was pitch black inside it. I walked toward the wall slowly. The white rectangle was definitely the switch. I raised my hand to flick it on. And without thinking, I raised my eyes too. That was a mistake. Even though it was pitch black, the moment I lifted my eyes toward that open computer room, I saw an outline. It looked like a man. Not a clear person with a face, not a body with visible clothing. An outline, a shape. But it was darker than everything around it, which is what made it impossible. How can something be darker than pitch black? Yet it was. It stood out because it seemed to absorb what little light existed. It was right there, a hand's length away from my face. I'm not exaggerating. It felt like it was in my space, close enough that if it were a normal person I would have felt their breath. It had the build of a man, shoulders, torso, arms. But it had no face that I could see. No features. No eyes. No mouth. Just that solid black shape, like a shadow that had turned into a body. My eyes widened so hard they hurt. My throat tightened. My heart started hammering. In that moment, I wanted to run back to Nicole, slam the sliding doors, lock everything, turn on every light, and call someone. But my body didn't move. I stood there frozen. It wasn't even that my legs refused to work. It was like fear nailed me to the floor. My mind was screaming at me to move, but my muscles wouldn't cooperate. I could feel sweat breaking out on my skin, and the cold fear made it feel like my body was both hot and freezing at the same time. Nicole was behind me in the living room, and I could sense her watching, waiting to see what I was doing. I wanted to shout at her to run, but I couldn't get my voice out. My mouth felt dry and useless. Then the figure spoke. A voice came out of the black shape, and it didn't sound human. It was metallic, like it had a sharp edge to it, but also raspy, like something broken was scraping while it spoke. It wasn't a smooth voice. It wasn't a normal deep voice. It was like the sound had to force itself through something unnatural. And it said loud and clear, "Dan, you left me." I heard it perfectly. And Nicole heard it too, because she screamed. The moment Nicole screamed, it broke whatever hold fear had on me. My body finally moved. It was like that scream snapped me out of being frozen. I spun around and bolted back into the living room. Nicole was on the couch, eyes wide, face pale, shaking so badly she looked like she might pass out. She was looking at me like she expected me to say I was kidding, like she wanted me to laugh and say it was some prank. I didn't. I grabbed her by the arm and pulled her up hard. Not because I wanted to be rough, but because I didn't have time to be gentle. I didn't want her sitting there while that thing was in the house. I didn't want her trying to argue or freeze. I needed her outside now. I dragged her toward the front door. Nicole stumbled because her legs were shaky. She kept looking behind us like she expected the black figure to appear in the hallway or doorway. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I was terrified that if I looked back, I'd see it moving toward us. We got outside and into the driveway. The outside air hit us, cold and sharp, and for a second it felt like stepping out of water and into air, like we could breathe again. Nicole was crying and shaking. I was sweating so much my shirt felt damp, and my heart was pounding like I had just run miles. We stood in her driveway for a long time. I checked the front door to make sure it was shut. Nicole kept asking what we should do, but her voice sounded broken and panicked. She kept repeating that her parents weren't home. That she was alone. That she didn't want to go back inside. That she didn't understand what just happened. I tried to calm her down, but I wasn't calm myself. My hands were shaking. My head kept replaying the voice. "Dan, you left me." I didn't understand why it said my name. I didn't understand what it meant by, "You left me." I didn't understand why it chose that moment, in that house, in that room. I also couldn't stop thinking about how close it was to my face. Not across the room. Not at the end of a hallway. Inches away. We waited in the driveway for about 45 minutes. Nicole called one of her friends, begging them to come over. Her friends said they'd come as soon as they could. We stood out there under the streetlights, listening for any sound from inside the house. Every time a car passed, Nicole jumped. Every time someone's headlights swept across the house, I tensed up, expecting to see a shadow in the window. No one came out of the house. No lights turned on inside. Nothing obvious happened while we waited. But the silence didn't comfort me. It felt like something holding its breath. Eventually, Nicole's friend arrived. The second the friend pulled into the driveway, Nicole ran to them like she was running toward safety. She started talking fast, trying to explain between tears. The friend looked confused and then scared when they realized Nicole wasn't exaggerating. People can tell when someone is truly terrified. I felt bad, because I didn't want to leave Nicole alone after that. I didn't want her stuck in that house with her parents out of town. I didn't want her sleeping there after what happened. But I was scared out of my skin. I could barely think straight. I kept imagining that black figure standing in the computer room doorway, waiting. I kept hearing the voice in my mind. I kept feeling the sweat on my face and the frozen moment where my body wouldn't move. So I did the only thing I could do in that state. I left. I told Nicole I was sorry. I told her I was glad her friend was there now. I told her to keep the lights on and call someone if anything else happened. I probably sounded stupid because my own fear made my words messy. Then I got into my car and drove away, checking my mirrors too many times like something might follow me. Even after I got home, I didn't feel safe right away. I kept expecting to hear something behind me in the hallway. I kept listening for footsteps outside my own window. I kept replaying the moment I raised my eyes and saw that outline, blacker than the darkness around it. What sticks with me most isn't even the footsteps outside the sliding doors, even though that was terrifying too. It's the closeness. The voice. The way it spoke my name like it knew me. And the way Nicole screamed at the exact same moment, proving I wasn't the only one who heard it. I don't know what that thing was. I don't know why it chose those words. But I do know that last night wasn't a normal, creepy house moment. It wasn't a draft. It wasn't the TV. It wasn't our imaginations feeding each other. Because I saw it. I felt it. I heard it. And for the first time in my life, I understood what it feels like when something that doesn't belong in your world steps close enough to speak your name like you've known each other for a long time. I live in a very small town in New York, the kind of town where people still recognize each other's cars, and news travels faster than weather. It's quiet here most nights. You can hear the wind moving through trees, the occasional dog barking a few houses away, and not much else. The streets get dark early in the winter, and even in warmer months, the town has a calm, slow feeling once the sun goes down. The house I live in has always felt older than the rest of the neighborhood, like it has been planted in the same spot for a very long time, and has watched the town grow around it. People in town say it's one of the first houses built here. I can't prove every detail, but I do know it's old enough that the floors creak no matter how carefully you step. Some of the doors don't shut perfectly unless you pull them just right. The windows have that slightly uneven look old glass sometimes has, where it doesn't feel totally flat when the light hits it. Even the air inside can feel different depending on the room, like the house has pockets of warmth and pockets of cold that don't always match the weather outside. Over the years I've heard bits and pieces about what the house used to be. At one point, it was a saloon. Later, it was used as a schoolhouse. When I tell people that, some of them laugh and say, "Well, that explains it." Like it's a joke. But I mention it because I've wondered a lot whether the history matters. A saloon means people drinking, arguing, laughing, possibly fighting, maybe even getting hurt. A schoolhouse means children, kids running, crying, learning, being scolded, playing games when the teacher's back is turned. Both kinds of places hold a lot of human emotion. And whether you believe in ghosts or not, it's hard to deny that old buildings can feel like they carry something. Before anything happened to me, I didn't walk around my house thinking it was haunted. I didn't spend my days watching the closet door or listening for footsteps. I had kids to raise, laundry to do, meals to make, bills to pay, and a normal life that demanded most of my attention. If the house creaked or a door shifted, I blamed the age of the building. If something felt cold, I blamed drafts. That's what most people do. You don't want to assume something paranormal is happening in your home because once you do, it changes the way you live in your own space. Still, things started happening that I couldn't easily brush off, and it all began in the room my 2 little boys slept in. At the time, my youngest had just been born. Anyone who has had a newborn in the house knows what those nights are like. You don't sleep like a normal person anymore. You sleep in broken pieces, waking up for feeding, diaper changes, soothing, and those moments where you just stare at your baby to make sure they're breathing because new mom anxiety is real. You become tired in a deep way, the kind of tired that makes your thoughts slower and your body heavier. Because my baby was so new, I was sleeping in the boys' room for a while. I did it so my husband could get some real rest. My husband needed sleep to work and function, and I figured if one of us could get uninterrupted sleep, it should be him. So I took the overnight shift most nights and slept in that room with the baby nearby. One night I woke up to feed my son. The room was dim, lit only by a small night light and whatever faint glow came from outside. The house was quiet the way it gets when everyone else is asleep and the world outside has slowed down. I remember sitting up, still half asleep, thinking only about the bottle, the baby, and getting us both back to sleep as fast as possible. That's when the closet door moved. In that room, the closet door is important for another reason. It's the only closet in the entire house. I don't mean it's the only closet in that room. I mean it's the only closet in the whole house that's built like an actual closet with a door. The rest of the house has old storage spaces, cabinets, and awkward built-ins, but not a normal closet the way you'd expect. That night, the closet door opened by itself. It didn't creep, opened slowly like it was catching a draft. It opened in a clear way, enough that the dark inside the closet became visible. Then, just as clearly, it closed again. The sound was soft but noticeable, the click and shift of an old door moving on hinges. My eyes went straight to it. I stared at it, holding my baby, feeling my heart wake up faster than the rest of me. For a second I tried to tell myself it was just the house settling. Maybe the door wasn't latched. Maybe the floor shifted. Maybe air pressure moved it. I tried to force a normal explanation because that's what you do when you don't want to be scared. But the way it opened and closed felt deliberate. Like someone had done it to get my attention. I was exhausted, and I didn't have the emotional energy to handle anything strange. So I did the only thing I could think to do in that moment. I spoke out loud, quietly but firmly, like I was talking to someone standing in the room. "Not tonight," I said. "I'm too tired." I didn't scream. I didn't cry. I wasn't trying to start a fight. I just wanted peace. I wanted to feed my baby and go back to sleep. I remember thinking, if there is something here, it needs to understand that I am not available for whatever game it's trying to play. After I said that, nothing else happened for a while. The room stayed quiet. The closet door didn't move again that night. I fed my son, rocked him back to sleep, and eventually I lay down again. My body stayed tense for a little while, but the exhaustion won, and I drifted off. After that first night, I tried to forget it. I told myself it was a weird moment. I told myself I was sleep deprived and everything feels strange when you're living on 2 hours of sleep. I didn't want to create fear where there didn't need to be fear. But then the next thing started happening, and it wasn't a one-time thing. I began getting the feeling that I was being watched while I was in bed. If you've never felt that, it's hard to explain. It isn't the same as imagining someone in the room. It's more like your body reacts as if someone is staring directly at you. Your skin gets prickly. Your breathing changes. Your mind becomes alert. You feel exposed even under blankets. You start listening too hard to every tiny sound. You keep thinking, if I open my eyes, will I see something? At first it happened once, and I dismissed it. Then it happened again. Then it happened multiple nights in a row. And because it was happening in the boys' room, where I was sleeping with a newborn, it felt even worse. When you're protecting a baby, fear hits you differently. It isn't just about you. It's about your child. It makes you angry and scared at the same time. One night, after several nights of that watched feeling, I heard something in the boy's room that made me sit up immediately. It wasn't a loud bang or a crash. It was that subtle sound of something being touched or shifted, the kind of sound that makes you think, did I hear that, or did I imagine it? When I checked, I noticed something that put a knot in my stomach. The lock on the closet was undone. Yes, I had put a lock on that closet. After the closet door opening on its own, I didn't like the idea of that door moving whenever it wanted. I also didn't want my little boys getting into the closet. Kids explore everything, and I didn't want them pulling things down on themselves. So for safety and peace of mind, I put a lock up high where the kids couldn't reach. That was the thing. My boys were too little to undo it. They couldn't reach the lock. They couldn't climb high enough to mess with it. And even if they could, I would have heard them moving around. The baby was beside me. The room was quiet. There was no normal reason for that lock to be undone. I stared at the closet door with that same cold feeling I had on the first night. It felt like the house was telling me, the lock doesn't matter. From that night on, something else started happening to me, and this part is hard to explain because it wasn't just an event in the room. It was in my mind, like an image that kept showing up even when I didn't want it to. I started getting a repeated image of a man. In my mind's eye, I would see him as if he was standing in the room or hallway, watching. He wore a black top hat and a black overcoat. He looked like he was from another time, like he didn't belong in a modern house. And the strangest detail was that he looked wet. Not damp like it was raining. Wet like he had been soaked, as if he had stepped out of water or a storm and never dried off. He also looked angry. Not yelling, not moving wildly, but angry in a quiet way. The kind of anger that sits in a person's posture and stare. The kind of anger that doesn't need words to feel threatening. In the image, he didn't smile. He didn't wave. He didn't try to act friendly. He just watched me. And it seemed like he only showed up when I was alone. If my husband was in bed with me, the feeling would ease. The room would feel more normal. The watch sensation would fade, and I wouldn't get that same strong image. But if I was alone in bed, especially if I went to sleep before my husband, or if he was out of the house, the room would feel heavier, and the image of that man would return like a warning. I tried to convince myself it was just fear feeding on itself. I tried to tell myself, you saw the closet door move, you got scared, now you're imagining things. I tried to keep it logical because I didn't want to live in a constant state of panic. I didn't want to turn my home into a nightmare just because of a few strange moments. But the longer it went on, the more I felt like it wasn't just me. The man's presence, even as an image and a feeling, felt real enough that it affected how I slept. I would lie there waiting for the watched feeling to start. I would listen for small clicks from the closet door. I would keep one ear open for the baby while the other part of my mind stayed focused on the room's atmosphere, like I was monitoring it. Eventually I got fed up. There's a point where fear turns into anger, especially when it's your house and your children. There's a point where you stop asking, "What if?" and you start saying, "Enough." That's where I reached. I was tired of being watched. I was tired of feeling unsafe in my own bed. So one night, when the feeling returned and I saw that image again in my mind, the wet man in the top hat, angry and staring, I spoke out loud, firmly. I told him he was not welcome in my home. I told him to go to the light. I wasn't polite about it. I wasn't trying to have a conversation. I was setting a boundary as clearly as I knew how. I didn't shout in a dramatic movie way, but I spoke with authority, like I meant every word. And after that, I didn't feel him again. I'm not saying the house became totally normal after that. But that specific presence, that wet angry man in the top hat, stopped. The watched feeling connected to him stopped. The repeated image stopped. It was like he backed away and stayed away. What made it even more interesting is that not everything in the house felt threatening. Some presences, if that's what they were, felt completely different. My husband and I have both seen a woman in white and a little boy in our kitchen. That might sound like the start of a horror movie, but the feeling wasn't horror. The woman in white didn't feel like an enemy. She didn't feel angry. She didn't feel like she was trying to scare anyone. If anything, her presence felt protective, like she was watching over the house in a way that calmed me instead of upsetting me. The little boy with her felt the same, quiet, present, not threatening. When I sensed them, it didn't make my skin crawl the way the top hat man did. It felt more like someone standing nearby to keep things steady. I know that sounds strange, but in a house where you've felt fear, you learn the difference between a presence that feels wrong and a presence that feels peaceful. Because of that, I never tried to run her out. I never told her to leave. I let her stay, because I honestly felt like she was protecting us. If my house held more than one spirit, I didn't believe they were all the same. Some felt heavy and mean. Some felt calm and almost comforting. That difference mattered to me because it meant the house wasn't simply haunted in one simple way. It felt layered, like different things had passed through the home at different times. More recently, another little boy's spirit seemed to show up, and this one was different from the quiet boy in the kitchen. This one used a voice. One night, my husband and I were both in bed. The house was dark and quiet. The kids were asleep. We were winding down, that point where you're half awake and half drifting, when the mind gets slow and the body gets heavy. Then I heard it. A whisper. "Mommy!" It was soft but clear enough that it snapped me awake. It sounded close, like it was in the room, not down the hall. My first thought was one of my children. That's the most natural thought a mother has when she hears, "Mommy," at night. I immediately wanted to get up and check on them, because kids call for you when they have bad dreams or need water or just want comfort. But all of my children were asleep. I could hear the baby breathing. I could hear the soft stillness that comes when kids are truly asleep. There was no crying, no movement, no signs that one of them had gotten out of bed. And the whisper hadn't come from their room. It had come from the space near us. I hurried back into bed and told my husband what I heard. I didn't want to scare him, but I also didn't want to keep it to myself because hearing it alone would have made me question my own mind. My husband got freaked out immediately. He sat up and looked toward the bedroom door, like he expected to see someone standing there. We tried to settle again, telling ourselves it was nothing. But just as we were about to drift off, we heard it again. "Mommy!" Same whisper. Same closeness. Same word, like it was repeating itself with purpose. My husband's body stiffened. I felt that familiar pressure of being watched again, but not as harsh as before. More like the room had become alert. I didn't want to spiral into fear. I didn't want to invite more activity by panicking. So I spoke, not harshly, but clearly, like I was talking to a child. "Time for bed," I said. "Good night." That might sound like a silly response, but it felt right in the moment. If it really was a child's spirit, I didn't want to threaten it. I wanted to set a simple boundary the way you do with your own kids. Bedtime. Quiet. Enough. After that, there were no more whispers that night. A week later, I had another encounter with this spirit boy, and this time it was more unsettling. I wasn't feeling well that evening. I don't remember if it was a cold, exhaustion, or just one of those days where you feel drained and you know your body needs rest. Either way, I went to bed before my husband. Sometimes when you're a parent, going to bed early feels like a luxury because the house finally gets quiet and you can stop being on for everyone. I was drifting off, that stage where your mind starts slipping and your thoughts become random and dreamy, when I heard it again. "Mommy!" It was louder this time, sharper, like a child calling urgently. My eyes snapped open. My body tensed. I looked around the dark room, listening for one of my kids to cry or call again. Then I heard another whisper, and it chilled me more than the word "mommy" ever could. "Look at me!" That's what it said. Not in a sweet voice. Not playful. It felt demanding, like it wanted my attention in a way that didn't feel safe. I did not stay in that room after that. I didn't sit up slowly. I didn't try to reason it out. I got up and ran downstairs. I needed light. I needed distance. I needed to break whatever was happening by changing location. My husband took one look at me when I came downstairs and knew something was wrong. He didn't ask silly questions like, "Why are you running?" He could see it on my face. He could see the fear and the urgency. I told him what happened. I told him what I heard. And he came to bed with me after that. The moment he was beside me, the room felt less heavy. I didn't hear the whisper again that night. Since then, smaller things have happened, nothing as intense as the "look at me" whisper, but enough to keep me aware that the house still has activity. My daughter has asked me why I come into her room so much. The funny thing is, I don't go in there constantly. I only go in once a night, right before I head to bed, just to check on her. Parents do that. You peek in to make sure they're covered, make sure they're breathing comfortably, make sure they didn't kick off the blanket. But she notices it enough to mention it, which tells me I must be acting a little different than I think I am. Maybe my worry shows more than I realize. My youngest also talks sometimes to someone who isn't there. I'll be in the next room or walking past the doorway, and I'll hear him babbling like he's having a little conversation. At first I thought it was normal kid talk, because children do talk to toys and to themselves. But sometimes he pauses like he's listening. Sometimes he laughs at something that isn't happening in front of him. Sometimes he answers as if someone spoke first. I've learned not to react too strongly when I see that. Kids pick up on your fear. If I act scared, I might make him scared. So I watch quietly. I listen. And if I feel the atmosphere shift, I pray silently and keep moving. So far, that's where it stands. I'm not terrified, and I'm not living in constant panic. It's more like I've accepted that my house has a history, and it might have presences connected to that history. Some of those presences feel peaceful, like the woman in white and the little boy in the kitchen. Some feel more troubling, like the wet angry man in the top hat, and the whispering boy who said, "Look at me." The biggest difference now is that I don't feel helpless about it. I set boundaries. I speak up when I need to. I pray. And I pay attention to how the house feels, especially at night, especially when I'm alone. It's all still strange to me. It's still interesting. And even though I don't always understand it, I can't pretend it isn't happening. Because once you've watched a locked closet undo itself, once you've felt eyes on you in the dark, once you've heard a whisper in a quiet room that doesn't match any living voice in the house, it changes the way you look at home. It stays with you. My cousin was murdered a little over 2 years ago in California, and even saying that sentence still feels unreal to me sometimes. People say time helps, and in some ways it does, because life keeps moving and you're forced to keep moving with it. But in other ways, time has done nothing at all. It hasn't made the loss smaller. It hasn't softened the shock of what happened. It hasn't brought me back to the person I was before that day. It just taught me how to carry grief while still doing normal things like cooking dinner, driving my kids to school, paying bills, and smiling at people when I don't feel like smiling. My cousin and I were very close. That's the simplest way to say it, but it doesn't fully explain how deep it was. He wasn't just family I saw on holidays. He wasn't just the cousin you play with as a kid and then grow apart from. He felt like the brother I never had, and I mean that in the real sense, not as a cute phrase. He knew me in a way that most people don't. He could look at me and tell when I was faking being okay. He could make me laugh when I was mad, and he could calm me down when my mind was racing. We had the kind of bond where you could go months without seeing each other and still feel close the moment you talked again. Some people have relationships like that with a spouse. Some people have it with a best friend. For me, that bond was with my cousin. I've even described him as my soulmate, which I know sounds strange to some people because he was my cousin. But I don't believe a soulmate has to be your spouse. I don't believe a soulmate has to be romantic. A soulmate is the other half of you in the way that matters, the person who fits your spirit. The person who feels familiar on a level you can't explain. The person who makes you feel like you're not alone in the world. That was him for me. I also believe deeply that we knew each other in a past life. I can't prove that. I don't have a scientific explanation. It's just a feeling that has always been there, even before anything happened to him. It's like my soul recognized his soul. Sometimes you meet someone and they feel new. Other times you meet someone and it feels like you've known them forever, even if you don't. With him, it was like that. There was this sense of, we've done life together before. I don't know if it was one past life or many. I don't know if that's how it works. I just know I felt it, and that feeling is part of what made his death hit me so hard. It felt like I lost something that was tied to my identity, not just a person I loved. I'm telling you all of that because it matters for what happened later. If our relationship had been casual, I might have grieved in a more normal way. I might have had sadness, yes, but not the kind of grief that sits in your chest like a stone. I might not have felt him around me afterward. I might not have had the kind of experiences I did. But because we were so connected, everything that happened after his death felt connected too, like the bond didn't just snap and disappear. It stretched into something else. The day my cousin died, February 22nd, 2007, was horrible. I don't have another word for it. Not just sad. Not just tragic. Horrible in a way that changed my body and mind. When he quit breathing, I could feel it. I know people will say that's impossible, or that grief makes your mind invent things, but I'm telling you exactly what I experienced. It wasn't like I got a phone call and then my chest tightened because I heard bad news. It was before any official confirmation reached me in the normal way. It was like a sudden shift happened inside me. My body reacted as if a part of me had been cut. For a moment, I couldn't breathe either. Not because I wanted to stop breathing. Not because I was having a panic attack that came from thoughts. It was like my lungs forgot how to work. Like I was held in place, suspended for a second, then forced to gasp and catch up. It scared me because it didn't feel like emotion. It felt like connection. Like a cord between us snapped, and the shock traveled through me. After that night, I was crushed. That's the word I always come back to because grief didn't feel like something I was handling. It felt like something heavy lying on top of me. I could still walk and talk and do what I needed to do, but inside I was flattened. I would wake up with that weight already there. I would go to bed with it. Sometimes I'd be doing something simple, folding laundry, washing dishes, and suddenly I'd feel like I couldn't stand up straight because sorrow would hit me all over again. I also had guilt, and guilt is its own kind of poison. People always have what-if thoughts after a tragedy, and when the death is violent, the what-if thoughts become endless. What if he had been somewhere else? What if someone had answered the phone earlier? What if I had said something different to him the last time we talked? What if I had insisted on something? What if I had known? What if I could have stopped it? Even when you logically know you couldn't have prevented it, guilt finds a way to accuse you anyway. It's like your mind wants to put blame somewhere because blame feels more controllable than randomness. If it's someone's fault, then maybe it could have been different. If it's just evil and chance and violence, then the world feels unsafe. After his death, I started having dreams about him. That wasn't new to me in general, because I've always been the type of person who has vivid dreams. I've always dreamed in color, with detail, with emotion that lingers after I wake up. But these dreams were different. They didn't feel like my imagination processing grief. They felt like visits. I've always had premonitions in my dreams. That's another thing people might not believe, but it's true for me. There have been times in my life where I dreamed something and then later it happened, or I dreamed something and it warned me, or I felt a strong knowing in a dream that turned out to be real. I can't control it. It's not like I sit down and say, "Tonight I will have a premonition." It just happens sometimes, like my mind is tuned to something beyond my daily senses. Also, in my family, it has always seemed like the dead visit in dreams. I've had other deceased family members come to me while I was sleeping before. Not constantly, but enough times that I stopped thinking it was impossible. Those dreams feel different from normal dreams. They feel calm even when the topic is serious. They feel clear. They feel like you're talking to the person, not just thinking of them. And you wake up with a different kind of memory, less like a dream memory and more like a memory of a conversation. So when my cousin began showing up, I believed it was real contact. It didn't feel like a random dream where your brain mixes faces and events. It felt intentional, like he was choosing to come to me. The visits were brief. They were never long drawn-out scenes. He didn't sit with me for hours in a dream world. It was more like he would appear, say what he needed to say, and then it would end. Most of the time, he told me the same things. He told me it wasn't my fault. He told me he loved me. Those words might sound simple, but they were exactly what I needed because guilt was eating me alive. Love helps, but love plus forgiveness, that's what I needed. I needed to hear that I wasn't responsible, that I didn't fail him, that the bond between us wasn't broken by blame. And then there was something else about those nights that still amazes me. I would wake up with his scent on me. Not a vague smell like, maybe I'm imagining it because I'm thinking of him. I mean, I would open my eyes and smell him in the room, like he had been close. Like his presence left something behind. It wasn't perfume or cologne exactly. It was his scent, the way you recognize a person's smell because you've hugged them 1,000 times. It was personal. Familiar. And it would hit me in a wave the second I woke up, like the air around me still carried him. Those were the only nights I woke up feeling better. I know that sounds odd, because usually dreaming of someone you lost makes you sad when you wake up. But for me, those nights were a comfort. They didn't erase grief, but they eased it. They made me feel like he wasn't suffering. They made me feel like he wasn't lost somewhere in darkness. They made me feel like he was still himself, still connected, still aware. I actually looked forward to those nights in a way. Not because I wanted to live in dreams instead of reality, but because the dreams felt like the only place I could still be with him. During the day, everything reminded me he was gone. During the night, sometimes, it felt like he wasn't completely gone. Then there was one night that changed everything. It wasn't just a visit. It felt like a turning point. That night, I was feeling extremely responsible for his murder. My guilt had spiked again, and I was going over old conversations and old decisions, torturing myself with thoughts that didn't have answers. There was one particular guilt I carried that was heavier than the rest. He wanted to come stay with me at one point, and I wouldn't let him. I told him he needed to get his act together first. I was a mother, and I had 3 kids to protect. I couldn't just invite chaos into my home, even if I loved him deeply. I needed stability. I needed my children to be safe. I needed my house to be a peaceful place, not a place where drama or danger could find us. He understood that at the time. He didn't fight me about it. He might have been disappointed, but he understood. Still, after he died, that memory turned into guilt. My mind twisted it into, "You turned him away." My mind said, "If you had let him stay, maybe he would have lived." My mind said, "You could have protected him." It doesn't matter how many times I told myself that I couldn't predict the future. It doesn't matter how many times I reminded myself that I made the best decision I could as a mother. That guilt still rose up sometimes like a wave, and that night it hit hard. That night, he came to me in a different form. Instead of appearing as himself and speaking to me directly, he came as a letter. In the dream, I was in my own house, but everything had that soft dream feeling, slightly muted, slightly unreal, like the edges of things were gentle. I remember walking outside like I had a reason, like I was doing a normal daily task. I went to check my mailbox, and there was a letter inside. I pulled it out, and somehow in the dream I knew it was from him. It wasn't like it had his handwriting in a way I recognized, but the knowing was immediate. My heart began pounding even in the dream, because the idea of getting a letter from a dead person is impossible, and yet it felt completely natural in that moment. It felt like my soul recognized the message before my mind even opened it. I opened the letter and read it. The message was clear and simple, the same themes as his other visits but with something new added. He told me he loved me very much. He told me again that it wasn't my fault. He made it clear, like he wanted it to sink in fully so I would stop punishing myself. Then he said something that hurt and healed at the same time. He said I had to let him go so he could move on. In the dream, I remember reacting immediately, like my mind refused that idea. I remember thinking, let you go? That's crazy. Never. Because letting go felt like betrayal. It felt like abandoning him. It felt like agreeing that he was truly gone. It felt like closing a door I wasn't ready to close. When you love someone that deeply, part of you wants to hold them forever, even if it hurts. You'd rather suffer with grief than release them into silence. I woke up from that dream with tears already on my face. The dream didn't fade like normal dreams. It stayed sharp. The letters stayed sharp. The words stayed sharp. I lay there in the darkness feeling guilty again, but this time for a different reason. I realized I had been selfish. Not in a cruel way, but in a human way. I had been holding him to my pain. I had been wanting him to remain close to comfort me, because his presence made me feel better. But what if staying close to me was keeping him from going where he needed to go? What if he was reaching out because I was clinging too tightly? What if my grief was like a rope around his ankle? That thought shattered me. I spent the day after that dream in a weird fog. I did what I needed to do, took care of my kids, handled my responsibilities, but inside, I kept thinking about that letter. I kept replaying the sentence, "You have to let me go so I can move on." As night came, I felt anxious. Not because I was afraid of a ghost. I wasn't afraid of him. I was afraid of what goodbye would do to me. I was afraid that if I truly let him go, the last connection would disappear and I would be alone with the full weight of loss again. I was afraid I would never feel his scent again, never hear his voice in a dream again, never wake up feeling comforted. I didn't want that. But I also loved him enough to want him at peace. That night, when I went into my room, I decided to do what I didn't want to do. I decided to speak out loud and tell him I was ready. I stood there in my room, and my voice shook. My chest hurt. Tears were already coming. I told him that I loved him too. I told him I was ready. I told him he could go. Home. When I said the word home, it felt like my throat closed up. Because home didn't mean my house. It meant where he belonged now. It meant heaven. It meant somewhere beyond me. It meant the place I couldn't follow yet. I started bawling. Not just quiet tears. Full crying, like my body was releasing everything it had been holding. I couldn't stand up anymore, so I got into bed and rolled onto my side, still crying. My pillow got wet. My face felt swollen. My chest was aching the way it aches when grief turns physical. On my side of the bed, there is a vanity with a mirror on it. It's not a big fancy vanity, just a piece of furniture with a mirror that reflects part of the room. That night, I opened my eyes while lying on my side, and without thinking, I looked into the mirror. And there he was. My cousin. He was in the mirror, like he was standing behind me or beside me in the room, but I saw him through the reflection. He looked real, not hazy or blurred. He wasn't frightening. He wasn't pale or sick or injured. He looked like himself the way I wanted to remember him. He was wearing his favorite blue shirt, and he was smiling. It wasn't a sad smile either. It was peaceful. Warm. Like he was okay. Like he was grateful. Like he was proud of me for doing the hardest thing. When I saw him, the fear I thought I would feel didn't come. The grief didn't disappear, but the room filled with peace in a way I can't describe properly. It felt like the air softened. It felt like the tension in my body loosened. It felt like the part of me that had been screaming inside went quiet for a moment. I didn't jump up. I didn't shout. I didn't run. I just looked. And then I felt peace settle into me so deeply that it was almost like being held. Not a physical hug, but that inner feeling of safety that says you did the right thing. He's okay. You can breathe. I fell asleep afterward, and the sleep was dreamless. That mattered too, because my nights had been filled with vivid dreams and restless feelings for so long. That night, after seeing him smiling in the mirror, I slept like someone finally put down a burden. I didn't wake up shaken. I didn't wake up gasping. I didn't wake up searching the air for his scent. I just slept. When I woke up the next morning, the house looked the same, but I felt different. Not healed, not over it, but calmer. Like something had completed itself. I believe he came to tell me goodbye. And I haven't heard from him since. At first, that silence hurt. I won't lie. The first few nights after that, a part of me listened for him, hoped for him, wanted one more dream, one more message, one more sign. But as time passed, I realized that the silence might be the proof I needed. If he was still coming every night, maybe he wouldn't have been able to move on. If he stopped coming after I told him he could go home, then maybe he truly did. So I tell myself he made it to heaven. I still miss him so much it hurts. I miss him in ways that aren't even tied to specific memories. Sometimes I just miss him like you miss a piece of your own body after it's gone. I miss the comfort of knowing he was out there in the world. I miss the idea that I could pick up a phone and hear his voice. I miss the bond that made me feel understood. But I also know, in my heart, that he's in a better place than this broken world where people can be taken violently and unfairly. I know he isn't suffering anymore. I know he isn't trapped in the moment of his death. I know he is beyond that. And I believe that the last time he came, the night of the letter and the mirror, was his final gift to me. Not just the reassurance that it wasn't my fault, but the permission to release him, and the peace to survive the releasing. Even now, when I think of him, I still picture that blue shirt and that smile. I picture him looking at me with love, not blame. And when grief tries to pull me back into guilt, I remember the message he repeated again and again. It wasn't my fault, and he loved me. That's what I hold on to. Because I can live with pain. I can live with missing him. But I refuse to live with the lie that I was responsible for losing the person who felt like the other half of me. I have an aunt who has a belief system that I've never fully understood, and I'm going to explain it the best way I can. I'm not saying this to insult her or to make fun of her. I'm only saying it because it feels connected to everything that happened later, and because the details matter in my mind whether I like it or not. My aunt does what she calls cleansing, and she uses chicken blood along with a lot of other rituals. She has always referred to it as white magic, meaning she believes it is meant for protection, healing, and removing bad energy. I don't participate in any of it. I never did. I grew up around it enough to recognize the objects and the routine, but it is not my path, and I've always kept my distance. Even so, because she is family, I have seen the setup many times, and I remember how serious they are about it. One of the things that always stood out to me was the necklaces. They were colorful beaded necklaces, and you are not allowed to touch them. Not even casually. Not even as a joke. Not even if you're curious. In my family, it was understood that those necklaces are personal and sacred. If someone reached toward them without permission, you would get corrected immediately. It wasn't a small rule. It was a serious rule. Inside my aunt's house, she also had a lot of religious images, saints, framed pictures, and what looked like altars arranged with care. She would decorate around those images with fruits, candy, small pumpkins, glasses of water, and big bouquets of beautiful flowers. The whole thing was colorful and intense. It wasn't like a regular living room decoration. It was a spiritual setup, like the room had a second purpose beyond being a place to sit and watch TV. I have a hard time describing it because it was a mix of things. Some of it looked Catholic, with saints and candles. Some of it looked like folk traditions passed down through families. Some of it looked like offerings. There were times the smell of candles and flowers was strong. There were times there was a faint metallic smell that I couldn't place. And on ritual days, the atmosphere in the house felt different, like the air was thick with intention and everyone was focused on something I wasn't part of. I'm sharing all of that because my cousin, my aunt's daughter, also participated in these rituals. She was much more involved than I ever was. She believed in it, she respected it, and she was comfortable inside that spiritual world. I wasn't. Then last year, on December 6, 2008, my cousin died. She was only 31 years old. The cause was a heart attack, and what made it feel even more shocking was that she had never had heart problems before. Nobody in the family was expecting something like that. No one was preparing for it. There was no long illness, no warning, no. We should go see her one more time. It was sudden. It was brutal. It was the kind of news that makes your body go cold because it doesn't fit into your idea of how life is supposed to work. She was overweight, and people said that might have played a part, but even with that, it felt unreal. She was young. She was still in the middle of life. She still had plans. She still had energy. She still had time, at least that's what everyone assumed. She didn't survive. She died in the living room of my aunt's house. That detail stayed in my mind because it turned the living room into more than just a room. That's where her last moments happened. That's where family gathered afterward. That's where people cried and prayed and argued and tried to make sense of something that didn't make sense. That living room already had spiritual objects and rituals connected to it, and now it also held the weight of her death. We were all devastated. Even if people weren't close to her personally, she was still family. She was still young. She was still someone we expected to see at parties and holidays. Her death hit us with shock first, then sadness, and then that strange numbness people get when something is too big to process. For a long time after, I tried to avoid thinking too deeply about the rituals in her home. I didn't want to blame anything spiritual for what happened. A heart attack can happen. Tragedies happen. Life can be unfair without it being supernatural. I kept trying to hold on to the idea that it was simply a tragic medical event. But then, 7 months later, something happened that shook me in a different way. I was driving home from work. It was getting a little dark out, not full nighttime yet, but that dim time when the sun is low and everything starts looking gray and shadowy. I live near a busy area, so there's always traffic noise, people honking, cars passing, and that constant city hum even if you're technically in a neighborhood. As I approached my street, I saw my aunt sitting on the steps of a business building across the street from my house. The second I saw her, I knew something was wrong. She wasn't sitting calmly like she was waiting for someone. She was screaming and crying so loudly that people were turning their heads. Cars were passing by, and I could see drivers slowing down as they looked. It was public, and it was intense. I remember feeling embarrassed for a second, not because I didn't care, but because the sound of her grief was so loud and raw that it felt exposed. It felt like everyone could see our family pain in the middle of traffic. I pulled over, parked fast, and jumped out of my car. I ran toward her without even locking my door properly. The closer I got, the worse it looked. She was hitting her head on the rail of the steps. Not a light tap. She was banging herself like she was trying to punish her own body. Like the pain in her mind needed somewhere to go, and she was forcing it into physical pain. I grabbed her and pulled her up. I told her to come inside my house, right now, because she couldn't be out there like that. People were watching, and more importantly, she could really hurt herself. I tried to talk calmly, but my voice sounded urgent because I was scared for her. She refused to go inside. She kept crying and shaking her head and speaking words that didn't make sense to me at first. I don't even remember what she said exactly, because in moments like that, everything blends together. But I remember the feeling. She was not just upset, she was shattered. Like something had broken open inside her. So I stayed with her outside. I sat close and tried to calm her down. I told her to breathe. I told her to stop hitting her head. I told her she was safe with me. It took a long time. It wasn't a quick, "Okay, I'm fine." It took a good 15 to 20 minutes before she finally calmed down enough to speak normally and stop shaking so hard. When she finally got quiet, it was that exhausted quiet people get after a breakdown. Like they have no tears left for the moment. I asked her what happened, and she tried to explain, but her explanation didn't fully settle in my mind. She sounded like she was overwhelmed by grief that came in waves. She also sounded like she was terrified of something, not just sad. Eventually I took her home, because even if she didn't want to come into my house, she couldn't stay there on those steps. I drove her back to her place and walked her inside, trying to make sure she was okay. And the moment I stepped into her kitchen entrance, I felt a cold chill run down my back. It wasn't just, "The house is cold." It was that sudden icy shiver that starts high and slides down your spine like something breathed on you. It made me tense instantly. My whole body reacted. I felt my shoulders lift and my stomach tighten. I didn't want to show it in front of my aunt because she was already fragile, but inside I felt unsettled. Then, as I looked toward the living room, I saw that she had set up a table. On that table was a huge picture of my cousin. My cousin's ashes were there too, along with other items I didn't want to stare at for too long. It looked like a memorial, but it also looked like part of her rituals. The picture was big, like a centerpiece. It felt like my cousin's presence filled the room, not just through memory, but through the way everything was arranged. As I walked closer to the living room, an overwhelming sadness hit me. It wasn't normal sadness like, "I miss her." It was heavier. It was immediate. It was like walking into a wall of grief that didn't belong to me but still crashed into me anyway. It made my eyes burn. It made my chest feel tight. It made me feel miserable instantly, like I had been infected by someone else's heartbreak. I don't know how else to explain it except that it felt like the room was soaked in sorrow. Like the air held it. Like the house held it. I didn't stay long. I helped my aunt settle a little, then I left as soon as I could without being rude. I needed to breathe outside. I needed to get back into my own space where the air felt normal. After that night, it took me a long time to go back to my aunt's house. Every time I thought about going there, I remembered that cold chill and that sudden sadness. It wasn't fear like a jump scare. It was more like dread, like my body already knew what it would feel like to step inside again. Months passed. Then, several months later, maybe around 4 months after that breakdown on the steps, my dad, who was living with me at the time, told me my aunt was having a party, and he wanted us to go. In my family, parties happen even when we're grieving. We gather, we eat, we laugh, we remember, and we tried to keep the family connected. My dad was the type who believed you show up for family, even when it's uncomfortable. I explained to him that I got a strange feeling at my aunt's house. I told him about that overwhelming sadness. I told him how it hit me in the living room like something heavy. My dad laughed it off. He told me not to get caught up in their weird stuff, meaning the rituals and the beliefs. He told me grief can mess with your mind and that I shouldn't let myself be pulled into fear. I wanted to believe him. I really did. Eventually I agreed to go. I went with my dad and my husband. I told myself I could handle it if I stayed outside. I told myself I would just be polite, say hello, eat a little, and leave. When we got there, I refused to go inside the house. I stayed in the backyard where people were gathered, music playing, food on tables, kids running around, and the mood trying to be normal. The backyard felt safer to me. It felt open. It felt like I could breathe. For a while, it was fine. Then something happened that I still can't explain. I was standing near the back door entrance, the doorway that leads into the kitchen. I wasn't inside the house, but I was close to it. I was talking to another cousin, just casual family conversation. I felt normal for a few minutes. I even started thinking maybe I had built it up too much in my head. Then out of nowhere, I started crying. Not small tears. Real crying, the kind you cry when someone has died. The kind that makes your voice break, and your face twist, and your body shake. It came on so suddenly that I felt almost embarrassed. One minute I was talking, the next minute I couldn't control my tears at all. People looked at me. Someone asked if I was okay. My cousin stopped talking and stared like she didn't know what to do. My husband came close and asked what was wrong, and I couldn't even explain. I didn't have a reason. Nothing had been said that should have triggered it. There wasn't a sad song playing. No one had mentioned my cousin's death in that moment. It was like something grabbed my emotions and squeezed them until they spilled out. I told my husband. Maybe I'm drunk. Even though I didn't truly believe that. It was just the quickest explanation I could offer because I didn't want to sound crazy. I didn't want to say, "The house is making me cry." That sounds ridiculous out loud. But it felt like something in that space, near that doorway, triggered something inside me. I begged my husband to take me home. I told him, "Let's just go, please." So we left. That was in July, and I spent a long time afterward thinking about it. I kept asking myself why I reacted that way. Was it grief? Was it my cousin's memory? Was it my guilt for avoiding the house? Was it something spiritual? Was it simply the weight of being near the place where she died? I couldn't pin it down, and not being able to explain it made it worse. If I could name it, I could control it. But I couldn't. Then came the party on November 17th. This party was held to celebrate my cousin's birthday. That detail alone made the whole thing emotional, because birthdays are one of those times when you feel a person's absence sharply. You remember what they would have worn, what they would have said, how they would have laughed. You can almost picture them walking into the yard, and then you remember they can't. That night, my aunt was dressed in white with a red scarf. The moment I saw her dressed that way, something in me tightened. I already knew enough about her beliefs to know that outfit wasn't random. She believed that if you wanted a spirit to see you, you wore white with a red scarf. That was part of their tradition. It wasn't just fashion. It was a signal. Again, I felt overwhelmed when I arrived. The atmosphere hit me like it had before. But this time, I stayed. I don't know why I stayed. My husband kept saying we should go, that he was bored, that it was late, that there was no reason to hang around. Usually I would agree with him and leave, especially if I felt uncomfortable. But that night, something kept me there. It wasn't like someone physically forced me. It was more like I couldn't make myself leave. Like I needed to be there longer, even though I didn't understand why. People were dancing. We were playing Mexican salsa music. Everyone was trying to have a good time. There were moments where laughter felt genuine, and there were moments where it felt like laughter used to cover pain. My dad was there, joking around like he always did. He was one of those men who could make everyone smile, even when the mood was heavy. He had that energy where he would tease you and make you roll your eyes, and suddenly you'd be laughing even if you didn't want to. At that point, there were 8 children in our family, but only 2 of us were at the party yet, me and my sister Judy. The rest usually came later. It was only 8:30 p.m., which is early for our family gatherings because people take their time. They finish work, they eat, they show up when they show up. The music was playing. People were dancing. My dad made his turn in the yard, like he was stepping in rhythm, joking, moving with that playful confidence he always had. Then he collapsed on the floor. At first, Judy and I thought he was joking. That's how natural it felt for him to mess around. He was always doing something silly. He would fake fall, fake trip, fake act like he was dizzy just to make people laugh. So when he went down, Judy reacted like a sister who thought her brother was being dramatic. She told him to get up and stop playing around. He didn't respond. The second he didn't respond, the mood shifted like someone turned off music inside my chest. My blood went cold. I ran to him immediately. Judy ran too. My uncle came over. Other family members rushed in from different parts of the yard, suddenly serious, suddenly frightened. Someone checked his breathing. Someone checked his pulse. People shouted his name. The music didn't stop right away, because it took a second for the person controlling it to realize something was wrong, but in my mind, everything went silent. My cousin started doing CPR. I stood there frozen for a second, watching, feeling like this couldn't be happening again. Not in this house. Not at this gathering. Not after everything we already went through. Then my aunt started screaming. She screamed my deceased cousin's name, calling out to her in desperation. She sounded furious and broken at the same time, as if she believed my cousin's spirit was present and involved. She was shouting, asking her why him, and then she said something that made my stomach turn and my hands go numb. She screamed that it was supposed to be me. I was completely freaked out. Hearing her say that hit me like a slap. It felt like she was accusing something unseen. It felt like she was bargaining with death out loud. It felt like the entire night suddenly turned into a nightmare, and I couldn't escape it. My dad passed away that night. He died in that house, like my cousin did. Another heart attack. Another sudden death. Another moment where the air turned heavy and life split into before and after. It was a huge loss for us. We had already lost our mother when I was 17, and I'm one of the oldest children, so I've always felt that pressure to keep the family together, to be strong, to be responsible when everyone else is falling apart. Losing my father felt like losing the last strong pillar of our home. It felt like we were being stripped down to pain again, forced to survive something we didn't choose. After my dad died, the questions in my mind became louder and darker. The first question was about my aunt's outfit that night. She wore white with a red scarf because she believed that was how you let a spirit see you. I couldn't stop thinking about that. I couldn't stop wondering if she was trying to call her daughter's spirit back, or contact her, or invite her presence. And I couldn't stop wondering whether something answered. I started thinking in circles, asking myself the same things again and again. Could she have done something, believing her daughter was going to come back for her, but instead my dad died? Was my cousin's spirit even involved, or was it something else? Were those feelings I kept getting, sadness in the living room, sudden crying near the back door, some kind of warning? Was my body picking up on something my mind didn't want to accept? Why did I feel so strongly pulled to stay at the November party when I wanted to leave? If I had left earlier, would anything have changed? I also started thinking about the house itself. 2 deaths in the same living room, both heart attacks, both sudden, both at relatively young ages for that kind of event. I know heart attacks can happen. I know stress, weight, and health issues can contribute. But emotionally it's hard to accept, just coincidence, when tragedy repeats in the same place. After that, I stopped going to her house. I haven't stepped into it since. Some of my family thinks I'm being dramatic. Some of them think grief is making me superstitious. Some of them tell me not to connect things that shouldn't be connected. But I can't ignore what I felt. I can't ignore how my body reacted before things happened. I can't ignore that cold chill at her kitchen entrance, or the sadness that hit me like a wave near my cousin's ashes, or the sudden crying near the back door, or the way the house seemed to pull emotion out of me without asking permission. And now, with my cousin and my father both gone, both dying of heart attacks in that same home, I can't help wondering something that scares me to even ask out loud. Would my aunt have any power to make something this bad happen? I don't know. I don't want to accuse her. I don't want to believe she would ever intentionally harm anyone. She loved my dad. She loved the family. And she loved her daughter more than anything. But I also know that some things, even when people call them white magic, can still open doors that shouldn't be opened. And if someone is desperate enough, desperate with grief, desperate with love, desperate to see their dead child again, they might do things without understanding what they're inviting in. All I know is that I felt something in that house that didn't feel normal, and 2 people I loved died there. Whether the cause was spiritual, emotional, or simply tragic coincidence, I can't pretend the pattern doesn't haunt my mind. So I stay away. And I carry the questions, even though I may never get answers. We live in what most people would call a normal suburban house. Nothing about it looks dramatic from the street. It's the kind of home you pass 100 times without thinking twice. It was built in the early 1980s, I think, and it has that typical layout from that time. Separate rooms instead of one giant open floor plan, a kitchen that connects to a laundry area, a living room where the family naturally gathers, and bedrooms spaced out enough that everyone can have some privacy. When we first moved in, I honestly believed we were stepping into an ordinary chapter of life. I wasn't looking for anything strange. I wasn't chasing haunted house stories. I just wanted a home that would hold my family and our routine. The only piece of history I knew for sure was about a previous owner. People in the neighborhood talked about it casually, like a sad fact everyone knew. He died in a car accident a few miles from the house, hit by a drunk driver. It was one of those tragedies that makes you angry even if you never met the person, because it feels pointless and unfair. I also know that the next person who lived here stayed for many years, and they're deceased now too, though as far as I can tell their death wasn't connected to the house. Still, knowing that at least 2 former occupants were gone planted a quiet thought in my mind. Not fear, exactly. More like awareness that people had lived full lives here, and now those lives were finished, and the house remained. I moved into the house in May of 2007, and almost immediately I noticed small things that didn't fit the normal. New house settling. Explanation. At first they were so minor that I didn't even mention them out loud. I didn't want to be the person who moved into a new home and instantly began declaring it haunted. I also didn't want my kids to start feeling uneasy in a place that was supposed to be our safe space. So I kept it to myself, tried to stay logical, and told myself that older houses can make sounds, and stress can make people jumpy, and every unfamiliar home feels a little strange until you build new habits inside it. But my son is sensitive. I've known that about him for years. He notices shifts in mood and energy in a room before anyone else does. He picks up on things people dismiss. He's the type who will stop mid-sentence and look down a hallway like he just heard something, and then you realize the hallway actually is quiet, but his face says he's not imagining it. He started telling me very early on that he saw someone in the kitchen area. Not like a blur or a shadow at the corner of his vision, but someone. The way you say it when you truly believe you saw a person. The first time he said it, I asked him what he meant, expecting him to describe something playful or childlike, an imaginary friend kind of thing. But he didn't sound playful. He sounded cautious, and his eyes kept shifting back toward the kitchen like he didn't want to look there too long. Around the same time, I heard something myself. I was in the kitchen and he was in the living room. The TV wasn't loud. The house was quiet, normal daytime quiet. And I heard someone talking, but I couldn't make out the words. It sounded like a female voice, like a woman speaking in a low tone just outside my range of understanding. It wasn't loud enough to be a phone call or the radio. It didn't sound like a neighbor outside. It sounded like it was in the house with me. I remember stopping what I was doing, hands still, dish half rinsed, my head tilting like I was trying to translate a foreign language. I listened for my son's voice, thinking maybe he was talking to someone on the TV or talking to himself. But the sound didn't match him at all. It had a feminine shape to it, if that makes sense, and it was steady, like a real person speaking, not a random noise. That was 2 years ago, and since then the activity has been sporadic. Sometimes weeks would pass with almost nothing, and I'd start thinking, okay, maybe we were just adjusting, maybe we were stressed, maybe we were hearing things the wrong way. Then it would increase again, like something would wake up and decide it wanted to be noticed. The oddest part is how the house could feel completely normal for long stretches and then turn on us in little ways, as if it remembered how to get our attention. Most of what we experienced was sound. Voices, soft and unclear. That repeated swooshing sound, like fabric being moved or a curtain being snapped even when there was no breeze and nothing that should have been moving. The swooshing happened enough times that we all recognized it, the same way you recognize the sound of your own washing machine or the pattern of your own stairs creaking. Sometimes the swoosh sounded close, like it was in the same room. Other times it sounded like it came from a hallway or a room we weren't in. It felt like something brushing past the air, like a body moving without footsteps. Both my son and I have seen a woman in the kitchen or laundry area. The first few times it happened, it was quick, almost like a glimpse you don't fully trust. But it was consistent enough that it became part of the story of our house. The woman didn't feel like a random shape. She felt like a figure, like someone who belonged to that space. There were moments where I would walk by the kitchen entrance and see something pale, then look again and there would be nothing. There were moments where my son would be standing near the laundry area and suddenly step back like he was avoiding bumping into someone, only to realize no one was physically there. We also heard what sounded like the front door opening and closing at all hours, day and night. The sound was unmistakable. That subtle shift of the door, the movement of the latch, the sense of air pressure changing as if the door had been opened. It would make all of us look toward the entry area automatically. Sometimes one of the dogs would lift their head, ears pricked. Sometimes they would actually get up and go stare toward the front door, not barking yet, just alert. The strangest part is that the door never actually opened. We'd check and it would still be locked. The chain would still be in place. Nothing had moved. Yet we all heard it. Our dogs hear these things too. That matters to me because you can dismiss your own senses if you want to, but when animals react, it adds another layer. There were times when a weird sound would happen and both dogs would immediately turn toward the same corner of the house. Heads angled the same way, bodies stiff. They didn't look confused. They looked as if they were tracking something with their hearing, like they could place it more accurately than we could. For a while, I could live with all of that. It wasn't pleasant, and it made the house feel less peaceful sometimes, but it didn't feel dangerous. It felt like a haunting you could ignore. Like a presence that wanted attention but didn't want to harm anyone. I can't say I liked it, but I could coexist with it if it stayed at the level of noises, glimpses, and small disturbances. Then, in the last 6 months, the activity increased, and that changed everything. It became harder to laugh off, harder to ignore, and it also began to feel more focused, less like general house weirdness and more like something targeting specific people in the family. It started centering around my 21-year-old son and my 15-year-old daughter. They're different personalities. My son is observant and sensitive. My daughter is more skeptical by nature, more likely to roll her eyes and say, whatever, if you suggest something paranormal. So when both of them began dealing with the same kinds of things, it got my attention. Items started disappearing and reappearing. Not the normal, you misplaced your keys, kind of thing. I mean, objects would vanish from places where someone had just set them down, and everyone would search, and then the item would reappear in a spot that had already been checked multiple times. There's a specific frustration that comes with that, because it makes you question your own mind. You start thinking, did I really put it there? Am I forgetting things? Did someone move it and forget? But when it happens repeatedly and to multiple people, it stops feeling like normal forgetfulness. The swooshing noise increased too. It wasn't just once in a while anymore. It happened in clusters. It would happen when my daughter was alone in her room, then again when my son was in the kitchen. The house started feeling busy at night, like something moved around when we wanted everything to be still. Then we began hearing something that made no sense at all, the sound of a car driving through the rain, except it was inside the house. It's hard to describe, but if you've ever sat in a car while rain hits the roof and windows and you hear the tires on wet pavement, you know the sound I mean. It's a very specific blend of water and motion. We heard that sound inside our home, even though we hadn't had rain in over a year. That detail sounds unbelievable, but it's true. We live in a dry stretch, and rain simply wasn't happening. Yet the sound would show up, faint but clear, like wet pavement and water movement, and it would pass through the house as if it was moving. The door sound also changed. It wasn't just a door opening noise anymore. We started hearing the phone ring too. Not a real call with a missed call log. The phone would not register anything afterward. But all three of us, me, my son, and my daughter, heard it. We'd hear a phone ring, we'd move toward it, and it would stop right before we got there. Then we'd check and there would be no missed call, no voicemail, nothing. It was like the sound itself was being produced without the actual event attached to it. Then it crossed into physical contact, and that's where I stopped being able to call it just interesting. My son had his hair pulled hard enough that it bruised his scalp. That isn't normal. That isn't a creaky floor or a door making noise. Hair pulled hard enough to bruise means real force. He showed me the spot. It wasn't a small tenderness. It looked like something had grabbed and yanked. My son isn't dramatic. He doesn't invent stories for attention. He looked angry and shaken, and he also looked insulted. like something had violated his personal space. My youngest daughter, who is 12, was awakened by someone tugging on her foot. She told me the story like she was trying to keep her voice steady, but I could hear the fear underneath. She said it was a clear pulling sensation, like someone grabbed her foot and tugged once, hard enough to wake her up fully. When she sat up and looked around, no one was there. The room was dark. The house was quiet. She ran straight to me, and the way she moved told me she wasn't dreaming. It was the kind of panic you only see when something feels too real. Our dogs started having days where they would go completely nuts. Not just barking at a squirrel outside. Nervous barking at nothing for hours. They would pace, whine, stare at corners, refuse to settle. Sometimes they would bark toward a hallway as if someone was walking there, then suddenly stop and back away, like they didn't want whatever it was to come closer. Those days would start without warning and sometimes last all day and into the night, making it impossible for the house to feel calm. Then last night happened, and it's still sitting in my nerves. It was around 4 a.m. when my dog started barking. Not the someone rang the doorbell bark, but an agitated, angry bark. The kind that sounds like warning, like the dog is saying, "There is something here and I don't like it." It went on for about 2 minutes, steady and intense. I got up to see what was going on. I didn't jump out of bed immediately. I did that half-awake thing where your brain tries to catch up and decide if it's a real situation or just the dog reacting to a sound outside. I threw on a robe, listening, my heart already beating faster because the barking wasn't normal. As I was tying the robe, I heard the front door slam shut. That sound stopped me cold. It wasn't a gentle click. It was a slam, heavy enough that it carried through the house. I moved toward the entry area quickly, not running but fast, and as I walked toward the door, I heard another sound that made my skin prickle. It sounded like someone sweeping vigorously. You know that sound, the brush of bristles on a hard surface, the rhythm of quick strokes, the slight scrape of debris being pushed. It sounded like a broom being worked hard, like someone was in a hurry to clean something. The weird part was I couldn't tell if the sweeping sound was inside the house, right on the other side of the door, or outside on the front step area. It was in that exact zone, as if the sound lived right at the threshold. I stood near the door, listening, trying to place it. The dog stopped barking and stood near me, still tense, staring toward the entry. The door was locked, exactly as it should have been. That should have comforted me, but it didn't. Because the slam had sounded like the door moved, and the sweeping sound was still going. I opened the front door. The sweeping noise continued, and it sounded just as close. But there was no person. No broom. No neighbor. No explanation. I stepped out onto the front step, trying to see if there was something on the porch or in the yard that could create that sound. The street was quiet. No cars. No people. The night air was still. The dog hovered behind me at the doorway like it didn't want to fully commit to going outside. The sweeping sound was still there, either just inside or just outside, but I couldn't locate it with my eyes. Then the door slammed shut behind me. It shut me outside like someone had pushed it closed. Not slowly. Not drifting shut. It slammed, and the sound felt personal, like it was meant to make a point. The door wasn't locked, and I was able to open it and go back inside. But the moment the door shut again behind me, the sweeping sound stopped. It stopped instantly, like it had never existed. I stood there in the entryway, breathing hard, my body buzzing with adrenaline. My dog was still tense, and for a moment we both just listened. Nothing else happened right then, but there was no way I was going back to sleep. My mind kept replaying the slam, the sweeping, the way the sound vanished the moment I got back inside. It felt like something had staged a little scene just to show me it could. Like it wanted me awake, aware, and unsettled. Believe it or not, with the exception of the hair pulling and the foot tugging, I could probably live with all of it. I'm not saying I enjoy it, but I'm saying I could tolerate voices, doors, odd noises, and the occasional glimpse. I'm used to living with strange things enough that I've learned how to keep going. It's the physical contact that crosses a line, because it turns a haunting into something that feels unsafe. But the story is more complicated than, "This house is haunted." Because this is not the first house where we have had issues. When my son was 6 and my daughter was an infant, we lived in Germany. At that time, I was fairly agnostic about the paranormal. I wasn't sure what I believed. I didn't deny it completely, but I wasn't a committed believer either. I thought most ghost stories were probably misunderstandings, and I thought the human mind is powerful enough to create fear where nothing exists. Then we lived in that house in Germany, and I was convinced. I have never felt anything as strong in my life as what we experienced there. That house wasn't subtle. It didn't just creak. It didn't just make one door move and then stop for months. There were at least 2 distinct presences in that house, one that felt female and one that felt male. We saw them. We experienced them. And it wasn't just our family. People outside of our family saw and heard the same things. That detail matters to me because it removed the "maybe it's all in your head" explanation. Visitors would come over and react without being prompted. They would hear things and ask, "Did you just hear that?" They would look into a room and go quiet, and then later describe something that matched what we had described before. We had negative altercations with those entities. Not just harmless weirdness, but moments where it felt like something wanted to intimidate or disrupt. It got bad enough that we moved out. We didn't leave because we felt like being dramatic. We left because living there felt like living under pressure, like you never fully relaxed, like the house didn't want you there. My older children were affected too. My son was small, but even then, he reacted. My daughter was a baby, but she had moments of crying that didn't match anything obvious, like she was reacting to something in the air. When we left that house, the relief was immediate. That's another reason I believe what we experienced was real. If it was only in our heads, leaving the house shouldn't have changed it so quickly. But leaving felt like taking off a heavy coat you didn't realize you were wearing. So when I moved into this current house in 2007 and activity started again, it stirred old memories. At first I tried to keep those memories separate. Germany was Germany. This was New York. Different country, different building, different history. I didn't want to connect them because connecting them would mean admitting a frightening possibility that the activity might not be tied to a single location. And now that's exactly what my kids have been telling me. This is what finally pushed me to write about it and speak more openly. My children have not been sitting around comparing stories with each other. In fact, I've noticed that they often avoid talking about it in front of one another, almost like they don't want to feed it or make it more real. But within the last month, both of my older children, the 21-year-old and the 15-year-old, came to me separately and said the same thing in their own words. They said they don't think the ghost is attached to the house. They think it's attached to them. They said they believe this because they've experienced things in different houses over time, not just here. And they both mentioned, without prompting, that it felt like both a male and a female presence. That detail made me pause because it matched what we experienced in Germany. It also matched the overall feel of activity here. Sometimes the voice sounds female. Sometimes the energy feels heavier. Sometimes it feels like more than one thing moving through the space. When they told me that, I tried not to react with panic. I didn't want to confirm their fear. But inside, I felt my stomach drop, because the idea of something following you is worse than the idea of a house being haunted. A haunted house can be sold. A haunted house can be left behind. A haunted house has boundaries. But something attached to a person feels like it erases the idea of safety completely. I talked about all of this with my mother, partly because I needed to hear her perspective and partly because I needed to know if there was anything in our family history that might connect to sensitivity. I didn't expect the conversation to go where it went. I thought she would tell me I was overthinking. I thought she would dismiss it. Instead, she reminded me of things I didn't fully remember. She brought up incidents from when I was a child and a young adult, things that I had pushed aside or forgotten because time does that. She said I had experienced similar patterns, items moving, items disappearing and then being found again, strange touches, and even inanimate objects moving where we could visually see it happen. She mentioned an entity touching her as well, something physical that she couldn't explain away. She also reminded me of something that surprised me, that as a child, I had been able to look at the activity and simply say, "Stop that," and it stopped. That detail hit me in a strange way. It made me wonder if I had a stronger natural boundary back then, or if I was less afraid, or if whatever it was responded differently to me as a child. Sometimes children have a directness adults lose. They don't negotiate with fear the same way. They don't overthink. They just state what they want. If I really did say stop, and it stopped, that suggests something wasn't just random energy. It was responsive. My mother also told me something about my father that I didn't know, but I didn't think about in this context. She said my father was able to see spirits. And she said he and I were oddly linked in ways that went beyond normal parent-child closeness. She mentioned dreams and emotions, how sometimes we would dream similar things or feel the same things from far away. That's a whole story on its own, but hearing her mention it made me think, maybe sensitivity runs in our line, not in a curse way, but in a we notice things way. Maybe we're tuned in. Maybe we pick up on what others ignore. Maybe that's why, when we walk into a place with any activity at all, we don't just pass through it, we feel it, and it reacts to us. That's where my mind is stuck right now, between two possibilities that both feel unsettling in different ways. Either something follows us, attached to my kids or to me, and it expresses itself differently depending on the house. Or we are collectively sensitive, and we're noticing the things that exist everywhere, but most people don't register. Maybe the world has more of this kind of energy than most people want to admit, and we just happen to have the kind of senses that make it visible and audible. What adds to my confusion is the inconsistency. Sometimes the experiences are strong and frequent, and sometimes they calm down. We'll have a stretch where things happen daily. Sounds, missing items, the swoosh, the door sound, the phone ring, the dogs reacting, and then we'll have a stretch where it's almost quiet. The activity never fully disappears, but it becomes background, like it's resting. Then it ramps up again, and it feels like a storm moving back in. It makes me wonder what triggers the increase. Stress? Changes in the family? Certain times of year? Certain people being home? Certain emotional states? I've noticed it seems to focus around my older son and my teenage daughter lately, which could be coincidence. Or it could be that they're at ages where emotions run strong and boundaries change. Teen years and early adulthood are intense. Energy in a home changes with the people inside it, whether you believe in spirits or not. The atmosphere of a family can shift depending on what's happening in everyone's life. Sometimes the house feels peaceful because everyone is calm. Sometimes it feels tense because someone is depressed, someone is angry, someone is anxious, someone is overwhelmed. But even when I factor all that in, some of what happens still feels too specific to be explained by mood alone. The sound of rain car movement inside the house when it hasn't rained in a year. The phone ringing with no record. The door sound with no door movement. The sweeping noise at the threshold that stopped exactly when I got back inside. Those are the moments that keep me from fully dismissing it as psychology. At the same time, I don't want to be the person who screams, "Demon," at every strange sound. I'm not asking for an exorcism. I'm not desperate for someone to come in and declare my house possessed. I'm not even terrified in a constant way. I'm more frustrated and curious than anything. I want to understand. I want context. I want to know whether the similarities across locations mean something, or whether I'm creating a pattern because my mind needs a pattern to feel in control. Another layer to all this is the social fear. I don't want the world to know these things. I don't want people to look at my family and say we're weird or unstable. I know how people talk. I know how quickly someone can label you. If you mention ghosts, some people laugh. If you mention ongoing activity, some people assume you're mentally ill. If you mention multiple houses, some people decide you're making it up for attention. And I'm not. I'm just trying to raise my kids and live a normal life in a house that sometimes behaves in ways that don't feel normal. I'm also aware that in my family, there is a history of sensitivity. Between my own childhood experiences, my father's ability to see spirits, and my son's repeated sightings, it's hard to pretend this came out of nowhere. It feels like something in us makes us more open to it, whether that openness is spiritual or psychological, or both. The simplest answer would be that this house has a couple of presences tied to its history, and we're sensitive enough to notice them. The previous owner's tragic death could have left an imprint. The long-term resident who lived here and passed away could have left something behind too. Maybe the kitchen and laundry area is a common place for the woman to appear because it's a work space, a space where routines repeat. Maybe the front door sounds happen because the entryway is a natural boundary where energy shifts. Maybe the dogs react because animals sense changes before humans do. But the harder possibility is that it isn't tied to the house at all. That it's tied to my children, or to me, or to the family line in some way. That we attract activity because of sensitivity, and as we move from place to place, we continue to experience it because we're the common factor. That's what my older kids believe now, and it scares me because it makes the world feel smaller. It makes it feel like you can't simply move away from it. You can't just change houses and expect everything to stop. You have to learn how to live with it, manage it, set boundaries, and keep your family calm and grounded even when you can't fully explain what's happening. I've also noticed something else. When we talk about it too much, it seems to increase. That's not a guarantee, and I'm not saying it happens every time, but there is a pattern where attention seems to feed it. If we go weeks without discussing it, the house feels calmer. If we have a night where we sit around talking about old experiences, the next few nights sometimes feel active. That could be because we're primed to notice, yes, but it could also be because something responds to attention the way a person responds when you say their name. I don't know the answer yet. I'm not writing this because I need a dramatic solution. I'm writing it because I want understanding. I want to know if other people have experienced the same set of patterns across different homes. Missing items that reappear, voices in the kitchen, water-like sounds, door sounds with no door movement, the presence of both a male and female energy, activity that comes in cycles, and moments of physical contact that cross a line. And I want to know why my children and I share these experiences in such similar ways. I want to know why my son and daughter can experience something separately, and come to the same conclusion without even talking to each other about it. I want to know why some nights we are left alone and other nights the house feels busy and awake. Mostly, I want to know whether we are being followed, or whether we are simply the kind of people who can't help but notice what is already there. Because if it's the second one, if the world is full of these presences and most people simply don't register them, then I can accept that. It means we're sensitive, and we have to learn how to protect our peace and our sleep. But if it's the first one, if something is attached to my kids and it's becoming more physical, then that's a different level of concern, not because I'm panicking, but because I'm a mother, and my responsibility is to keep my family safe. Either way, the activity is real enough in our daily life that it's no longer something I can shrug off completely. The house might look ordinary. We might look like a normal family from the outside. But inside our walls, we hear things that aren't supposed to be there, and sometimes, in the dark hours of the night, it feels like we're sharing our home with something we can't see, and can't fully understand. At first, when she told me about it, she said it was strange, but she blamed herself. She said she tried to explain it away as stress, overthinking, or maybe even her mind playing tricks. But then she paused and admitted something important. Even if she had been half asleep, there was no way she could have imagined every detail the way it happened. And the more she talked, the more I could tell she wasn't trying to be dramatic. She sounded confused, unsettled, and honestly a little embarrassed, like she didn't even want to believe her own story. This all came up because we were talking about weird experiences in general. Not in a, let's scare ourselves, kind of way, but in that quieter way people talk when something has been bothering them for a while. She mentioned that she sometimes feels like she notices things other people don't. When I asked what she meant, she told me about 3 different experiences. They happened at different times and in different places, but they all had the same feeling underneath them, the feeling that something was present, close, and not fully seen. The first experience she told me about happened in her basement. It wasn't a stormy night or anything dramatic. It was just one of those normal evenings where you're downstairs, doing your own thing, trying to relax. She said she was sitting in the basement on her laptop, just hanging out and scrolling online. Nothing special. She had music playing too, the way a lot of people do when they're browsing, because silence can feel too empty. At first, she didn't notice anything wrong. She was focused on her screen, moving from page to page, half listening to the music in the background. Then she started hearing something that didn't match what was playing. She described it as singing, but not the kind that came from her speakers. It sounded like voices, more than one, like different people singing at different times, as if the voices were moving around the basement. The part that really got to her was that she wasn't wearing headphones, and the sound didn't seem to line up with the music she had on. She said at first she thought maybe it was part of the song, like background vocals she never noticed before. So she paused and listened. But the singing didn't stop when she expected it to stop. It didn't follow the rhythm. It didn't rise and fall like a chorus. It felt separate, like it was happening in the room rather than coming from the laptop. She told me she actually pulled one ear closer, the way you do when you're trying to locate a sound. She listened carefully and realized the voices weren't in one fixed spot. They felt like they were shifting, almost trailing her even though she was sitting still. She said it was the kind of sound that makes you look up without thinking, because your body reacts before your brain finishes explaining it. She looked around the basement, scanning corners, doorways, the staircase, all the usual places where a person could be. She didn't see anyone. She tried to laugh it off at first. She told herself it might be the music echoing weirdly in the basement. Basements can do that. They can make small sounds feel bigger because of concrete walls and open space. So she tried to be rational. She checked her laptop volume. She checked her tabs to make sure something else wasn't open in the background. She checked to see if another window was playing a video. She said she even thought, for a second, that maybe a neighbor's sound was coming through the wall, because sometimes basements carry sound in strange ways. But the singing didn't feel like a neighbor. It felt too close. Then she said the voices started to feel like they were following her. Not chasing her, not running after her, but present in that uncomfortable way where you keep getting the sense that you are not alone. She described it like the sound was nearly trailing her, and I understood what she meant. Not loud enough to scream, "Danger!" but present enough that you can't relax. Eventually she got thirsty and decided to get up to grab a glass of water. She told me she stood up and tried to act normal, as if acting normal would stop her from being afraid. She walked toward the stairs and the kitchen area, thinking the basement feeling would fade as soon as she left the room. But as she moved, she heard something clearer than the singing. She heard a young woman's voice. The voice said something like, "Come on, you gotta get ready to go now." She said it wasn't muffled. It didn't sound like TV noise. It didn't sound like someone's phone in another room. It sounded like a person speaking nearby, like someone standing a few feet behind you, talking in that casual but urgent way people talk when they're trying to hurry you along. She froze when she heard it, because the voice didn't belong in her house. She said it didn't sound like her mother, and it didn't sound like anyone else she knew. It wasn't familiar in the way family voices are familiar. It was young, feminine, and close. Then she said she heard her name. Just her name, spoken clearly enough that she felt her stomach drop. That is such a personal thing to hear. When someone says your name in a quiet place, it grabs you instantly. It makes you turn around automatically. It makes your mind go straight to the question of who is there and why they know you. She told me she didn't even want to turn around. She said her whole body went tense, like she was trying to become invisible. But she also couldn't just stand there forever. She said she tried to tell herself it was imagination. Maybe her mind was still half in the music. Maybe she was daydreaming. Maybe her brain created a voice out of random noise. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that someone was following her. She told me that was the part that lingered even after the sound stopped. Not the singing itself, not even the woman's sentence, but the sense of being tracked. Like she had stepped into someone else's attention and couldn't step back out. She kept glancing behind her, checking corners, checking the basement stairs, listening for movement. She didn't hear footsteps, but the air felt wrong to her for a while after that. When she told me all of this, I asked her the same question anyone would ask. Did you check if someone else was home? Did you check if a TV was on? Did you check your phone? Did you check if the music app switched to something else? She said yes. She said she checked everything she could think of, and the more she checked, the less it made sense. There was no normal source for the voice. And the singing had been too layered and too odd to be her laptop. She said that's why she blamed herself at first, because if you can't find a source, your mind starts looking at you as the source. You start thinking, maybe I'm just tired, maybe I'm stressed, maybe I'm hearing things. But then she moved on to the second experience she wanted to tell me, and this one made me understand why she was starting to believe she might be more sensitive than most people. She told me she can't handle cemeteries. It wasn't just that cemeteries scare her. It was deeper and more physical than that. She said visiting a cemetery is basically the worst thing she can do. It doesn't feel like a normal fear where you think about ghosts and get nervous. It feels like her body reacts, as if it's being attacked. She said she can't go near the tombstones or the grass. She can walk on the concrete path, but the moment she steps even slightly off the path, even the moment her foot gets too close to the edge of the grass, she gets this shock through her body. She described it as shivers up her spine and a feeling like her stomach freezes over. She told me it's immediate. There's no slow build-up. It's like a switch flips the second she's too close. Then she described something that made my chest tighten just hearing it. She gets choked up, her throat tightens, and her vision starts to go strange. She said sometimes it feels like she's going to lose her vision completely. Not in the sense of darkness falling, but like her eyes start to blur and her focus breaks, like she's about to faint. She said her head gets light and her body feels weak, and she has to grab onto something or move away fast. She's tried to get over it. She's tried to tell herself it's just a mental thing. She's tried to push through. But the more she tries, the worse it gets. She said she's gotten close to passing out trying to force herself to stand near the graves. She told me it doesn't feel like she's being dramatic. It feels like her body is warning her, do not go there. What really stuck with me was how she explained the emotional part. She said thinking about the people in the cemetery grounds makes her want to crawl into a corner and cry for hours. Not because she knew the people personally, but because the idea of people resting there hits her in a way she can't control. It's like the sadness of death, the weight of loss, the energy of grief, whatever it is, slams into her and overwhelms her. She admitted that it isn't exactly a ghost story, experienced the way people expect. She isn't saying she sees spirits walking between the stones. She isn't saying she hears names whispered from the ground. She's saying she becomes physically and emotionally overwhelmed in cemeteries in a way that doesn't match a normal fear response. When she finished describing it, she sounded frustrated with herself. She said she wishes she could be normal about it. She said she hates that she can't go with family members when they visit someone's grave. She hates having to stand back, feeling sick and weak, while other people walk calmly among the stones. She said it makes her feel like something is wrong with her. And then she told me the third experience, and this is the one that convinced me she wasn't just imagining everything. This happened at school. She said she was sitting at her desk like any other day. Nothing special was going on. Class was happening. Teachers were teaching. Students were doing whatever students do, whispering, passing notes, pretending to pay attention, looking at the clock. The hallway outside had locked doors at the end, so it wasn't like someone could run through and slip out a back exit easily. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw a black figure run down the hallway. Not a shadow from a person walking past. Not a blur that could be a trick of light. A figure. She described it like a shape that had the outline of a body moving fast. It ran down the hallway toward the end where the locked doors were, and then it disappeared. The part that freaked her out was that there was nowhere for it to go. The end of the hallway had locked doors. If it was a student running, she would have heard the sound of footsteps or someone shouting. If it was a teacher, she would have recognized the clothing. But it wasn't like that. It was a black figure, and it vanished. She told me her first reaction wasn't even ghost. Her first reaction was confusion. Like, did I just see that? Her mind tried to rationalize it quickly. Maybe it was a student slipping past. Maybe it was a shadow from a door opening. Maybe the light flickered. But her body felt uneasy, like the air changed for a second. She looked around to see if anyone else reacted. That's when she noticed the kid sitting beside her was staring in the exact same direction. He had a shocked look on his face, the kind of expression you get when something happens too fast for your brain to translate. He wasn't smiling. He wasn't laughing. He wasn't trying to get attention. He looked like he had just witnessed something he didn't want to witness. She asked him quietly if he saw something. He said yes. She didn't tell him what she saw. She didn't want to feed his answer or accidentally lead him into matching her story. So instead, she asked him what he saw. She made him describe it first. And what he described was exactly what she saw, a black figure running down the hallway and disappearing near the locked doors. Hearing that someone else saw it too made her feel uneasy the rest of the day. She said it changed her mood. It made her more alert, more jumpy at small noises. It made her look down hallways more than usual. It also made her believe, for the first time in a serious way, that it wasn't just her imagination. Because when two people see the same thing at the same moment, you have to admit something happened, even if you don't know what it was. When she finished telling me these experiences, basement voices, cemetery reactions, school hallway figure, I sat there thinking about how the pattern felt. At first I thought maybe something was living in her home, something attached to that space that was trying to get attention. A lot of stories start that way. A house has activity, someone hears voices, someone feels followed, and that's the end of it. But once she told me about the cemetery and the school, it felt bigger than one house. The cemetery reaction suggests a kind of sensitivity, like her body and mind react strongly to certain environments. The school event suggests she can see something that isn't always visible, and that other people can occasionally see it too. The basement voice suggests she can hear things clearly enough to pick up words and even her own name, which is not the kind of detail you usually get from a random noise. So now I'm starting to believe something different. I'm starting to believe she may simply be more tuned in than most people. Like she has a sixth sense, if you want to call it that. Not the kind of sixth sense that makes you a superhero, but the kind that makes you pick up on things most people ignore or never notice. Some people are more sensitive to emotions. Some people are more sensitive to sound. Some people are more sensitive to energy in places, like they can feel when something is heavy even when everyone else feels fine. And sometimes, that sensitivity can make life harder, because you can't turn it off. What also stood out to me is how she tried to dismiss every experience at first. She didn't run around telling everyone she was seeing ghosts. She didn't make it into a big story. She blamed herself. She tried to find normal explanations. She tried to convince herself she was imagining it. That's not how someone talks when they're making things up. That's how someone talks when they're genuinely trying to stay grounded while dealing with something they can't explain. I don't know what the true answer is. I don't know if the voices in the basement were a spirit, a memory stuck in the walls, or something else entirely. I don't know if the cemetery reaction is spiritual sensitivity, empathy, anxiety, or a mix of all three. I don't know what that black figure in the school hallway was. But I do know one thing. When she describes these moments, she describes them the way you describe real memories, not the way you describe rumors. And the fact that someone else at school confirmed what she saw makes me take all of it more seriously. If she is more tuned in, it would also explain why these things don't happen constantly. People who are sensitive often have periods where things feel quiet, and then periods where it feels loud. Stress, exhaustion, and emotional weight can make sensitivity stronger. Quiet, stability, and feeling safe can make it fade. That could be why sometimes she feels followed and hears voices, and other times life feels completely normal. Whatever it is, I don't think it's something she can simply shrug off anymore. Not after hearing her name spoken by a voice she doesn't recognize. Not after feeling like something follows her through her own house. Not after seeing a black figure run down a school hallway and hearing another student describe the exact same thing. It doesn't mean she's cursed. It doesn't mean she's crazy. It doesn't even mean she's special, in a dramatic way. It just means she might be more open than most people, whether she asked for that or not. And if that's true, it makes sense that she would be the one noticing the things others walk right past. This happened to me a few years ago, and I'm not the kind of person who scares easily. I've always been the tough one in my group. I don't jump at every noise, I don't get nervous walking alone at night, and I've never been the type to get worked up over ghost stories. If anything, I used to be the person who rolled my eyes when someone talked about spirits or demons. I'm not saying I thought everyone was lying. I just didn't believe it could really happen in a real, physical way right in front of you. After what happened to me, I stopped being so sure. At the time, I was staying with one of my friends for a little while. It wasn't my place, so I was trying to be respectful, but we were close enough that it felt normal to hang around her living room in sweatpants, eat cereal straight from the box, and stay up too late watching TV. She lived with 2 roommates, and both of them claimed they were witches. They weren't joking about it either. They said it like it was their identity, like it was the same as saying you're a dancer or an artist or a vegan. I honestly thought it was funny. First, they acted like airheads. I don't mean they were evil people, just not serious. They seemed more obsessed with the idea of being mysterious than actually being knowledgeable about anything. Second, if witches did exist the way people imagine witches, real power, real spiritual awareness, real discipline, it definitely didn't seem like it would be these 2. They felt like they were playing a role they saw on TV. They wore certain clothes, talked in a dramatic way, and tried to make normal things sound deep and magical. So when they talked about spells, energy, spirits, and protection, I mostly laughed it off. Not in their face constantly, but in my own head. It felt like harmless pretending. The night before I got possessed is when things started to shift. That evening my friend and her 2 roommates decided to play with a Ouija board. They had it like it was a normal board game, as if it belonged in the same category as Monopoly or Scrabble. They set it up on the living room floor with candles around it. Not a huge fancy setup, just enough to make the room feel spooky and ritual-like. They turned off most of the lights, kept the TV off, and acted serious. I was sitting on the couch watching them, bored out of my mind. I had played with Ouija boards plenty of times before. I'm not proud of it, but it's the truth. When I was younger, it was one of those things people did at sleepovers. Someone would bring a board, everyone would giggle, someone would ask questions, and the planchette would move slowly and spell out something. Half the time it was obvious someone was pushing it, and the other half the time it didn't move at all, and people would get frustrated. Most times I played, I was the one moving the piece just to keep it interesting. I'd spell out silly answers or dramatic ones to scare the other girls, mostly because everyone wanted something to happen and nothing ever did. I never took it seriously. If anything, I treated it like a party trick. So that night, when my friend and her roommates got all serious, I sat there thinking, great, this is going to be another hour of nothing. They started asking the board questions. The usual stuff. Is anyone here? What is your name? Are you a good spirit? They whispered, and they stared at the board like it was about to explode. The roommates acted like they were in a horror movie, eyes wide, voices low, like they expected something to answer in a deep voice. It was boring. Then my friend called out to me and told me to come play. I didn't want to. I remember saying something like, "No, I'm good," but she insisted, and I was tired of sitting on the couch doing nothing. So I got down on the floor with them and put my hands on the planchette. The moment my fingers touched it, it flew off the board. Not slid. Not drifted. It shot off like someone shoved it hard with force. It hit the floor outside the board area, and everyone froze. I laughed. I laughed because my first thought was that one of them pushed it on purpose to freak everyone out, and it was so sudden and dramatic that it looked ridiculous. It felt like a prank that went too far. I even remember making a joke like, "Okay, nice try," because it looked so exaggerated. But the roommates didn't laugh. They looked terrified. One of them went pale. The other one pulled her hands back like the planchette was hot. My friend stared at the board and then stared at me, her expression suddenly serious, like her mood flipped. One of the roommates started talking fast, like panic had grabbed her throat. She said something like, "He doesn't like you. You can't stay here. You have to leave." At first I thought she was acting. I thought she was trying to keep the creepy mood going. I remember saying, "You guys are dumb," and rolling my eyes. But they weren't playing. They were dead serious. The roommate kept insisting that whatever was there didn't want me in the house. I said, "Fine, I'll leave then." I remember saying it in a sarcastic way, like, "All right, I'll leave. I don't want to be here with you weirdos anyway." But my friend didn't want me to go. She got upset with them and said if anyone had to leave, it was them. She basically chose me over them, which surprised me, but she sounded angry and defensive like she thought they were being ridiculous too. The roommates argued for a minute, then they left the house. They didn't just go to their bedrooms. They actually left, like walked out. I don't remember where they went, but I remember the front door closing and the living room suddenly feeling quieter and less tense, like the house itself relaxed when they were gone. After that, my friend and I went back to the couch, turned the TV on, and started watching something again. We laughed about her roommates for a while. We joked about how dramatic they were. We made fun of the witch thing. We talked about how stupid Ouija boards were, and how people scared themselves for no reason. Everything felt normal again. That's why what happened the next morning hit me so hard, because I wasn't expecting anything at all. There was no build-up. There wasn't even fear in my mind. It just happened. The next morning I woke up and felt fine. I got up, poured myself a bowl of cereal, and sat around talking with my friend about what we were going to do that day. It was one of those lazy mornings where you don't have a plan yet. You're just awake, eating, maybe scrolling on your phone, thinking about errands or whether you should go somewhere later. Then my eyes started burning. At first it felt like I had gotten shampoo in them, or like they were dry from sleeping in contacts, something like that. But it got worse quickly. The burning turned into a sensation of pressure, like my eyes were swelling fast. My vision started to blur a little, like my eyes couldn't focus. I rubbed them, thinking maybe it would help. It didn't. I touched around my eyes with my hands and they felt normal. There wasn't obvious swelling. My eyelids didn't feel puffy. That made it more confusing. The sensation was intense, but my face didn't match it. I told my friend something was wrong and ran to the bathroom. When you suddenly feel something weird happening in your eyes, you panic in a very specific way. You don't want to think, "I'm going blind," but your mind goes there anyway. So I moved fast, not because I wanted drama, but because I wanted to see what was happening. I looked in the bathroom mirror and immediately noticed my pupils. They looked bigger than normal. Not huge yet, but clearly larger than they should have been for the bathroom lighting. And the strangest part was that they were slowly getting bigger right in front of me, like someone was turning a dial. I watched them expand, and it didn't feel like a normal reaction to darkness or light. It was too steady, too deliberate. I called my friend into the bathroom and told her to look. I said, "Look at this. What's wrong with me?" She leaned in, and her face changed instantly. She didn't look amused. She looked shocked. "That's crazy," she said, staring at my eyes. I could literally feel it happening. That's one of the weirdest parts. I could feel my pupils moving, like something inside my eyes was shifting as they expanded. It's hard to describe, because normally you don't feel your pupils. You don't feel your eyes doing anything unless something is wrong. But I felt it like a creeping movement under the surface. My heart started beating faster. My body started to get hot, like heat was building from inside me and pushing outward. My skin felt warmer, and then it felt like I was overheating. But at the same time, my mind was calm. That's what still creeps me out. My body was reacting like an emergency was happening, but my thoughts didn't match the emergency. It was like my emotions had been shut off. I didn't feel fear the way I should have. I didn't feel panic like a normal person would when their pupils are growing and their vision is blurring. Instead, my mind was weirdly flat, almost numb, like I was watching a movie of myself. I wasn't thinking, run, call a doctor, get help. I was just staring into the mirror, watching my eyes change. Then it got worse. My pupils became fully black. Not dark brown. Not really dilated. Fully black, like the entire colored part of my eyes disappeared. It looked unnatural. It looked wrong. I remember thinking, this can't be happening, and yet I was staring at it happening. At that point I couldn't move. I don't know if it was actual paralysis or if I was frozen from shock, but I couldn't pull myself away from the mirror. I didn't back up. I didn't turn. I didn't step out of the bathroom. I just stood there staring at my eyes like I was trapped in that moment. I could hear my friend talking. I could hear her voice getting louder and more frantic. But I wasn't really listening. It was like her words weren't reaching me. I could hear sound, but my mind wasn't absorbing it. I could tell she was getting scared, but my own emotions still felt muted and strange. Then the heat in my body increased again, like someone poured fire into my veins. My mouth got dry. My throat felt dry. My skin felt dry. It was like dehydration hit me all at once, like my body was being drained. My lips felt tight, and my tongue felt too big in my mouth. I felt like if I tried to speak, I wouldn't be able to. And then, on top of all that, I got this feeling in my chest like my heart dropped. The closest way I can describe it is the feeling you get when someone tells you horrible news, like the moment you hear someone you love has died. That sudden sinking sensation, like the floor opens under you and your stomach turns cold. I felt that grief drop, but there was no reason for it. It didn't come from a thought. It came like a wave, like something slammed into my emotions from outside. I looked at my face in the mirror and saw my skin turning white. Not like makeup. Not like I was just pale. I mean, it looked like color was draining out of my skin. And I watched it happen. It started at the top of my forehead and slowly moved downward, like a curtain pulling down my face. It was the strangest thing. My friend later described it the same way, like the color was draining down. By now my friend was yelling, "What's wrong with you?" She kept shouting, like she was trying to snap me out of it. Then she grabbed my arm to pull me away from the mirror. The moment she touched me, she let go immediately, like she had touched something dangerous. "Oh my God," she said. "You're on fire. I'm going to call 911. I remember her voice shaking when she said it. And then something happened that I still can't fit into normal reality no matter how many times I replay it. I was lifted off the floor. It wasn't like I jumped or slipped. It felt like an invisible force picked me up and threw me sideways into the toilet. My body slammed into it hard enough that the back of the toilet tank flew off. The lid broke and pieces went crashing. It was loud and violent. In a normal situation, that kind of impact would have hurt like hell. It would have knocked the wind out of me. It would have left bruises immediately. I felt nothing. It was like my body was a rag doll and pain didn't register. Then I was lifted again and thrown into the bathtub. The shower curtain and the rod came down with me. The rod snapped off its hooks or ripped out of the wall. I don't even know which. The curtain wrapped around me for a second like fabric grabbing, and then it tore loose as I hit the tub. Shampoo bottles and whatever else was in there went flying. Again, I felt no pain. It was like I was being beaten and tossed around, but my body wasn't reacting the way it should. No. No flinch, no attempt to brace. I was just being thrown. Then I was picked up again and thrown back onto the bathroom floor. I could see my friend standing in the doorway with a look of pure horror on her face. It wasn't just fear. It was disbelief. She looked like she was watching something that shouldn't exist. She looked like her brain couldn't process what was happening, but her eyes were seeing it anyway. And even then, even while being thrown around by nothing, I still felt calm. That's what scares me the most. A normal person would be screaming. A normal person would be crying. A normal person would be fighting to crawl away. I was not reacting like myself. It was like fear and pain and survival instincts had been shut down inside me. My friend finally moved. She reached into the bathroom, grabbed the back of my shirt, and yanked me out. She didn't step fully inside, like she didn't want to cross the doorway. She kept herself planted in the hall and pulled me backward with all her strength, like she was pulling me out of a dangerous space. The second my body crossed the bathroom doorway, everything changed. It was instant. My eyes returned to normal way faster than they had changed. It didn't slowly fade. It snapped back. I felt blood rush back into my body like warmth returning, like circulation restarting. I started sweating hard, like my body was trying to cool down. My heart started pounding in a normal way again, and suddenly my mind woke up like someone flipped my emotions back on. And that's when I actually started freaking out. Once I was out of the bathroom, I became myself again, and the shock hit me all at once. My knees felt weak. My hands shook. My throat tightened. My brain started screaming questions. What was that? What happened? How did that happen? Why wasn't I scared while it was happening? Why couldn't I move? Why were my eyes black? I ran outside immediately just to breathe. I needed air. I needed distance. I needed to be away from the bathroom and away from the house for a second. The sunlight and outdoor sounds helped ground me. Cars passing, birds, the normal sounds of life. I stood there shaking and trying to convince myself I didn't hallucinate the whole thing. My friend came outside too. She was crying, talking fast, repeating that she was going to call someone, that this was insane, that she saw it happen. She kept touching her own arm like she couldn't believe what she felt when she grabbed me, like she was trying to wipe the on fire sensation off her hand. We talked for a while. I kept asking her, "That happened, right? You saw that, right?" Because I needed confirmation. If she had told me she didn't see it, I might have believed I had lost my mind. But she was just as shaken as I was. She kept saying, "Yes. Yes, I saw it. I saw your eyes. I saw you fly. I saw the toilet break." After a few minutes, we went back inside, but we didn't go near the bathroom right away. We stood in the living room, staring down the hallway like the bathroom was a monster hiding in there. When I finally looked at my body, I expected bruises everywhere. I expected cuts, scrapes, a swollen elbow, something. I had been thrown into a toilet and a bathtub and the floor. That should have hurt. That should have left marks. But I had nothing. Not even a red mark. No bruises. No swelling. It was like I had been tossed around in the air without ever actually being hurt. But then I noticed something else, something that made my stomach turn. The cotton on the inside of my clothes looked burnt. Not the outside. The inside. The inside of my shirt. My bra. My pants. My underwear. The cotton looked browned and singed in places like it had been held against a heater for a long time. Like heat came from my body and cooked the fabric from the inside out. It didn't look like a cigarette burn. It didn't look like a small accidental scorch from a flame. It looked like prolonged heat, like the cloth had been exposed to something unnatural. My friend looked at it too and went pale again. She kept saying she didn't understand how that was possible. I didn't either. After that day, I never went back to that house. Not once. I didn't care how inconvenient it was. I didn't care if I looked dramatic. I didn't care if the roommates laughed at me or called me weak or tried to say it was energy. I knew what happened, and I knew I didn't want to be anywhere near that place again. My friend moved out a few days later. She didn't even wait to plan it neatly. She left quickly, like the house had become unsafe. She didn't want to live there with those roommates anymore, and she didn't want to be under the same roof as whatever happened in that bathroom. She said she couldn't sleep there anymore. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw mine, fully black, and she remembered how hot my skin felt. I don't claim to understand what it was. I don't know if it was attached to the board, attached to the house, attached to those roommates, or if something simply used that night as an opening. I don't know if it was a spirit, a demon, a psychological break, or something else entirely. All I know is what I saw, what I felt, what my friend witnessed, and the physical damage that didn't match any normal explanation, especially the bathroom destruction and the burnt fabric with no bruises on my body. I used to laugh at stories like this. Now I don't. I'm 30 years old now, and I've had unexplained experiences for as long as I can remember. Some of them were small, sounds that didn't match anything, feelings of being watched, little moments that made my skin prickle and my stomach drop. Other experiences were stronger, the kind that sit in your memory like they happened yesterday. I've tried to explain them away plenty of times, especially when I was younger. I told myself I was overreacting. I told myself it was just an old house, or stress, or a dream that felt too real. But when you experience the same kinds of things more than once, and when other people witness them too, you reach a point where you can't pretend it's all in your head. The house where most of my earliest experiences happened is my parents' home. It's not some creepy mansion in the woods. It's just a normal family house. During the day it feels like any other home. Sunlight in the windows, normal noise, people moving around, the smell of food in the kitchen, the sound of the TV or someone doing laundry. But at night, and especially when you're alone in a room, the atmosphere can change in a way that's hard to describe unless you've felt it. Sometimes it's as simple as a sudden heaviness in the air, like the room has a mood. Sometimes it's a cold feeling in one spot that doesn't make sense. Sometimes it's that deep, quiet dread that hits you for no reason, like your body is warning you before your mind understands what it's warning you about. One experience that sticks out more than most happened when I was about 12 years old. My younger sister was with me, and she was about 8 at the time. We shared a bedroom, and that room became the center of several experiences over the years. If I'm honest, it never felt like a completely normal bedroom to me, even when I was little. It was our room, it had our toys and clothes and posters, and we did normal kid things in it. But it also had moments when it felt like the room didn't belong to us, like someone else could step into it whenever they wanted. That night, my sister and I were in bed. The lights were off. The only light in the room was faint, maybe a little glow from outside, maybe streetlight filtering through the window, just enough to give the room shape. I remember we were both quiet, not laughing or talking much, just lying there trying to fall asleep. Then we saw him. It wasn't a shadow. It wasn't a blur. It wasn't a shape at the edge of my vision. It was an apparition, a full human figure, clear enough that my brain couldn't twist it into something else. He looked like an older man, maybe around 60 years old. He was wearing a gray suit. Not pajamas, not modern casual clothes, but an actual suit, like something a man would wear to work, church, or an event. The suit didn't look bright or new. It looked plain and muted in the darkness, but it was still obviously a suit. He was pacing back and forth in our bedroom. He didn't move like someone who accidentally wandered into the wrong room. He didn't look confused. He moved like he had a reason to be there, like he belonged there. He walked a few steps, then turned, then walked back, repeating the pattern. And the strangest part was that every so often, he would walk over to the window and look out, like he was waiting for something, or for someone. I remember the way my body reacted. I couldn't move. My muscles went tight and useless all at once. It was pure fear, the kind where your body decides to freeze. My sister was the same way. We were both lying there, wide-eyed, staring, unable to speak loudly enough to call for our parents. We could barely breathe. It was like our lungs were working, but our breath felt small and trapped in our throats. We started whispering to each other, arguing in the smallest voices possible about who was going to get out of bed and turn on the light. It sounds ridiculous to argue about a light switch, but when you're a kid and you're terrified, the light feels like the only weapon you have. It feels like if you can flood the room with brightness, the thing in the dark will either disappear or become explainable. We were both too scared to move first because we didn't know what would happen if one of us stood up. We didn't know if the man would react, if he would look at us, if he would rush toward us, if he would do anything. The man kept pacing. He kept going to the window, looking out, turning back again. He didn't acknowledge us at all. That was almost worse, because it made him feel less like a living person who might apologize or explain himself. It made him feel like a scene playing on repeat. Finally, I forced myself to move. I don't know what gave me the strength in that moment. Maybe being the older sister, maybe being tired of being helpless, maybe pure adrenaline. I sat up first, slowly, keeping my eyes on him. My sister grabbed the blanket tight, trembling beside me. I slid my feet down off the bed, expecting something terrible to happen. The moment I stood up, he was gone. Just gone. No footsteps leaving the room, no door opening, no sound at all. 1 second he was there pacing and looking out the window, and the next second the room was empty. The air felt lighter immediately, like pressure had been lifted. My sister and I stared at the space where he had been, shocked and confused. Then I ran to turn on the light, flipping the switch so fast my hand hurt. The room was normal again. Our posters. Our clothes. Our toys. Our beds. No man. No gray suit. No sign that anyone had been there. My sister started crying. I felt like crying too, but I was trying to stay strong for her. We ended up waking our parents, babbling the story out in messy kid words. I don't remember exactly what my parents said. I know they tried to calm us down. I know they checked the room and the house. They didn't find anything, of course. Adults always want to explain things, but that night, there wasn't a good explanation. 2 kids saw the same man. 2 kids watched him pace. 2 kids froze in fear. That wasn't the kind of thing you forget. That was the only time anyone in our family has actually seen an apparition that clearly. Over the years we've seen shadows, movement, strange light shifts, but that older man in the gray suit is the one time I can say, without hesitation, that I saw someone as if he were physically there. It wasn't a dream. I was awake. I was aware. My sister witnessed it too. What makes it even more unsettling is that it wasn't the first scary experience in that same room. A couple of years before the apparition, something happened that scared me just as much, even though I didn't see a figure. I was younger then, lying in bed at night facing the door to a little balcony. The balcony door had a shade over the window part, the kind of shade on a spring roller. One tug, and it rolls all the way up. During the day it was normal. At night, with the shade down, the door looked like a solid dark block. That night, I remember lying there, staring at the shade. I wasn't thinking about ghosts. I wasn't telling myself scary stories. I was just a kid in bed, looking at the shape of the shade because that's what you do when you can't sleep right away. Then, out of nowhere, I got hit with an overwhelming feeling of dread. It wasn't like a normal, "I'm scared of the dark" feeling. It was sudden and heavy, like someone poured fear into my chest. It felt specific, like it had a direction. I felt strongly, instinctively, that someone was standing on the other side of the door. Not outside in the yard far away. Right there. Like someone had walked up to the balcony and was standing close to the glass. My throat went tight. My heart started pounding. I remember my body becoming hot and cold at the same time. I wanted to look away from the shade, but I couldn't. My eyes stayed glued to it. It was like my brain was waiting for something to happen, bracing. The dread got stronger, to the point where I felt like I couldn't handle it. I remember thinking, I have to move, I have to do something, I have to turn on a light or scream for my parents. But before I could do anything, the shade sprang open on its own. It didn't slowly lift like a gentle breeze moved it. It snapped upward as if someone had yanked it hard. 1 second the shade was closed, the next second it was rolled up and the window part of the balcony door was exposed to the dark outside. I didn't stick around to see what was there. I shot out of bed and ran. I ran down the hallway and down the stairs as fast as I could. I didn't look back. I didn't stop. I didn't even think. My entire body was in pure escape mode. I ran until I reached a place where I could find an adult, a light, something normal. I remember breath burning in my throat and my feet barely touching the floor because I was moving so fast. To this day, I don't know what was on the other side of that balcony door. I don't know if the shades sprang open because of some mechanical issue, or if it was truly pulled by something. What I do know is that the dread came before it happened. My body knew something was there before the shade snapped open, and that's why I never forgot it. Years passed, and I grew up. I moved out, lived my life, then visited my parents' home like any adult child does. Even as an adult, I never completely lost that awareness of the house. I could walk through it normally, laugh with my family, sit in the family room and watch a movie. But there was always a part of me that stayed sensitive, especially in certain rooms and at certain times. About a year ago, I was hanging out at my parents' house with a friend. He didn't have the same history with the house that I did. He didn't grow up there. He didn't have childhood memories tied to that bedroom or that balcony door. To him, it was just my parents' home. That's one of the reasons what happened matters so much to me, because it wasn't just my brain reacting to old fears. Someone who didn't have my history experienced it too. That night we were in the family room watching a movie. The house felt calm, and we were relaxed. The TV light filled the room in that normal way. We were joking about the movie, eating snacks, not thinking about anything paranormal at all. I got up to use the bathroom. The bathroom was the next room over, just a quick walk away. I was in there for no more than 30 seconds. I remember because it was such a fast trip. Go in, use the bathroom, wash hands, turn, leave. Then I felt a chill go through me. It wasn't like the house temperature dropped. It was a chill through my body, like something passed near me. It made my shoulders tighten and my stomach dip. I paused for a second, standing there, listening. Everything was quiet except for the movie sound in the family room. No more than 3 seconds after that chill, I heard my friend holler my name, and I heard a loud bang. He didn't say my name in a casual tone. He sounded alarmed, like he needed me immediately. The bang was loud enough that it made me jump. It sounded like something heavy hitting a hard surface. I came out of the bathroom fast and walked back into the family room. My friend looked really concerned and upset. He wasn't smiling. He wasn't trying to mess with me. He looked like he had just watched something he didn't want to witness. He told me that one of the cabinet doors on the wall next to the fireplace started opening by itself. These were normal cabinet doors, mounted on the wall, the kind people use for storage. He said the door began to swing open slowly, and when he noticed it and called my name, it slammed shut hard, like someone had shoved it closed. He kept repeating that it wasn't a draft. He said it didn't move gently like air pressure. He said it opened like something was pulling it, and then slammed shut like something didn't want him watching. The more he talked, the more I believed him because his reaction was too real. He was embarrassed and scared at the same time, like he didn't want to be the guy who got freaked out by a cabinet door, but he couldn't deny what he saw. We tried to calm down after that. We tried to laugh it off. We told ourselves maybe it was a loose hinge, maybe the cabinet door was uneven, maybe something vibrated from the sound of the TV. But even as we said those things, the chill I had felt in the bathroom stayed with me. The timing felt too perfect to ignore. Then the following night, something happened again, and it was worse because it was more direct. That same friend was over again. We ended up in the laundry room in the basement. My parents' basement isn't finished in the cozy way some basements are. It has that basement feel, cooler air, a different smell, and the sense that you're below the main life of the house. Laundry rooms have their own vibe too. Because of machines, pipes, and that hum of electricity. It's easy to blame weird sounds on appliances, which is why when something happens down there, you want to find a practical reason first. We were in the laundry room, talking and messing around, and then I walked out of the room for a second. I don't even remember what I stepped out to do. Maybe I was grabbing something nearby or checking something in the next room. It wasn't a long walk. I was only gone a few seconds. Then my friend called for me the same way he had the night before. He didn't yell casually. He called my name with urgency, like something was happening right then. I rushed back toward the laundry room, and before I even reached the doorway, I could see it. One of the lights was turning on and off by itself. Not flickering. Not dimming. Turning fully off, then fully on, like someone was flipping a switch. It happened several times in a row, steady enough that you could count it. My friend was standing there with his face frozen, eyes wide, like he didn't know whether to run or stay still. Then it stopped. It stopped as suddenly as it started, and for about a minute everything went still. The basement felt too quiet after that, like it was waiting. My friend kept staring at the light like he expected it to happen again. I stood there breathing hard, trying to talk myself into a normal explanation. Maybe there was a wiring issue. Maybe the switch was loose. Maybe it was the bulb. But the on-off pattern felt too clean, too intentional. Without thinking, and honestly, this was a mistake, I said, "Do it again." The words came out before I could stop them. I don't know why I said it. Part of me wanted to challenge it, like if I called it out, it would either repeat and prove itself or it would stop and let us move on. Part of me was still that child who used to say, "Stop that," and watch activity stop. I didn't realize how much that instinct still lived in me. Right after I said it, a light in the other room, one that hangs over the pool table, turned on and off by itself. That room wasn't right next to us, but close enough that we could see the light change. It was like whatever was responding said, "Fine, you want it again? Here." My friend was terrified. He moved closer to me like he didn't want space between us. He kept saying he wanted to leave the basement. He wouldn't go into any room alone. He stayed glued to my side for the rest of the night, and I couldn't blame him. When you witness something like that, your brain starts rewriting what you believe is possible. The other thing I've noticed over time is that animals in the house seem to sense things as well. I know people sometimes say pets react to nothing because of sound frequencies or smells humans can't detect. And I'm sure that's true sometimes. But there are days when the animal's behavior feels like a direct reaction to something in the room. My parents' dog, for example, will sometimes follow movement that the rest of us can't see. She'll be sitting calmly, then suddenly her head will turn, and her eyes will track something across the room. She'll follow it with her gaze like she's watching a person walk by. She does this a lot. Not once a month. Often enough that it's impossible not to notice. Sometimes she'll stand up and walk a few steps as if she's following, then stop and stare at a spot near the wall or doorway. She'll tilt her head and look intensely focused, like she's listening or watching something that isn't visible to us. My cat has reacted too, and the cat reactions scare me more because cats don't usually do things for approval. They don't try to please you the way dogs do. When a cat hisses, it means something in its world feels wrong. My cat has hissed and stood up on her hind legs, batting at nothing. Not playfully batting at dust or a toy string. Batting like something was in front of her, and she wanted it away. Her ears would flatten, her back would stiffen, and she would strike the air with her paws like she was defending herself. At some point, my cat also started acting hostile toward me, which was completely out of character. Normally she is sweet and affectionate. She follows me from room to room, rubs against my legs, and wants to curl up near me. But there were times she would suddenly growl and hiss at me like I was a stranger. It made me wonder if something was affecting her, like she was reacting to something around me rather than to me directly. I even had the thought, because fear makes you think extreme thoughts, whether she was possessed or something. I don't know if I truly believe that, but in the moment, when your own pet is looking at you with aggression that doesn't match reality, your mind goes to dark places. Over the years, I've tried to figure out who the spirit might be. I'm pretty sure it's the man who built the house and died in it. That's what I've been told by family and local talk, and it fits with the way the energy feels: older, male, persistent. I've also felt strongly that he's looking for his wife. From what I understand, His wife is still alive and living only a few miles away. I can't explain how I feel that, but the sense is there. Like he's restless, like he's tied to the place and still connected to her, still searching for her presence. Sometimes I think the activity will stop once his wife passes. Like maybe he's lingering because she's still living, and once she's gone, something will resolve. Maybe he'll move on. Maybe he'll finally feel complete. I know that sounds like speculation, but when you live with activity long enough, you start looking for patterns and possible endpoints. You want the story to have a conclusion. At this point in my life, I consider myself sensitive when it comes to the paranormal. I can sense spirits and often know quickly when I walk into a place whether it's haunted. It's not always a visual thing. Sometimes it's just an immediate feeling, like the air is heavier or the room has pressure. Sometimes it's a feeling of being watched. Sometimes it's a wave of emotion that doesn't belong to me, sadness, anger, restlessness, like stepping into someone else's mood. I've had experiences in numerous locations other than my parents' home. It hasn't only been one house. I've felt things in apartments, old buildings, certain streets at night, and even a few public places where the atmosphere felt wrong the moment I stepped inside. Sometimes nothing happens beyond the feeling. Other times, little events occur, sounds, movement, or a strong sense that I'm not alone even when I am. This sensitivity also seems to run in my family. I have several aunts who have psychic abilities, and I didn't even fully realize it until I was older. A couple of them have pulled me aside on separate occasions and told me they knew about my gift, even though I never told them anything. I never announced, "Hey, I see spirits." I didn't go around asking for attention. Yet they acknowledged it like they could see it in me the way you can see talent in a child before the child understands it. That kind of confirmation can feel comforting and unsettling at the same time. Comforting because it tells you you're not crazy. Unsettling because it suggests you don't control it as much as you'd like. It's like being told you have good hearing, but the sounds you hear are things other people can't hear, and some of them are frightening. For me, this sensitivity has been both a blessing and a curse. As an adult, I've learned to embrace it more. I've learned that fear feeds certain experiences and calmness can weaken them. I've learned that when I'm grounded, I'm stronger. I've learned that if something wants to scare me, I don't have to cooperate. I've learned to trust my intuition without letting it ruin my life. I've learned to set boundaries, even if the boundary is just in my own mind. You are not welcome. You will not control my emotions. You will not take my peace. But as a child, I was terrorized. When you're a kid, you don't have tools for this. You don't have language. You don't have control. You don't know whether you should tell an adult, because adults might laugh or dismiss you. You don't know how to explain the feeling of dread that hits you before a shade springs open. You don't know what to do when you see a man in a gray suit pacing in your bedroom like he owns the space. You just know you're scared, and you feel alone with it. That's why the older I get, the more I understand my childhood reactions. It wasn't weakness. It was the normal response of a child encountering something they shouldn't have to encounter. Now I'm older, and I'm trying to make sense of it all with adult eyes. I'm trying to understand the connections, the early experiences in that bedroom, the later activity witnessed by my friend, the way the dog tracks movement, the way the cat lashes out at empty air, the idea that the builder might still be searching for his wife. I can't prove any of it. I don't have a perfect answer. But I do know what I've lived through, and I do know that some of these experiences were witnessed by other people too. When someone beside you sees the same thing you saw, like the black figure running in a hallway, or the cabinet door opening and slamming shut, or a light turning itself on and off, it changes the story. It makes it harder to dismiss. I've reached a place in my life where I don't feel powerless anymore. I feel more aware, more prepared, and more respectful of what I don't understand. I'm not looking for attention. I'm not trying to turn my life into a ghost story. I just want to live normally while acknowledging that the world sometimes contains things that don't fit the rules we were taught. And if I'm being honest, that awareness doesn't scare me the way it used to. It still unsettles me at times, especially when something happens suddenly and strongly. But I no longer feel like a helpless child trapped in a room with a pacing figure. I've learned to live with it, and in some ways I've learned that my sensitivity is part of who I am, whether I asked for it or not. As a kid, I was always the weird girl. I don't mean quirky in a cute way. I mean the kind of weird that makes other kids keep their distance. The kind of weird where you can walk up to a group and feel the conversation shift, like they're silently deciding you don't belong there. I spent a lot of my childhood feeling like I was watching everyone else have an easy time making friends, while I was stuck on the outside. By the time I finished 5th grade, my mom had had enough of seeing me come home lonely and disappointed. She decided that a fresh start might help, so after my 5th grade graduation, she moved us to a nicer neighborhood. Her hope was simple: new place, new people, new chance for me to finally fit in. She wasn't trying to run from anything dramatic. She was trying to give me what she couldn't give me in our old area: opportunity, safety, and a better environment. But moving doesn't automatically change who you are, and it doesn't automatically change how other kids treat you. At first, the new neighborhood didn't fix anything. I didn't make friends right away. I still felt awkward. I still didn't know how to walk up to someone and just connect. I would go outside sometimes and see kids playing, but I didn't know how to join in without feeling like I was interrupting. So I mostly stayed to myself, waiting for something to change, even though I didn't know what. It wasn't until summer that things finally started shifting. There was this little corner store about a 5-minute walk from my house. It became my place, the one small routine that felt like it belonged to me. I'd walk there all the time to get Dr. Pepper and boiled peanuts. It wasn't a big fancy store. It was just a neighborhood corner shop. Bright lights, shelves packed tight, the smell of snacks and soda and hot food drifting through the air. The people working there recognized me quickly because I came in so often, and in a weird way that small recognition felt comforting. Even if kids didn't want to play with me, at least the store felt familiar. One day, while I was walking to the store, I saw a girl outside. She looked like she belonged there, like she wasn't nervous just existing in public. She stopped me and asked if I wanted to play 50 questions with her. At that point in my life, I wasn't outgoing. Not like I am now. I didn't have that easy confidence to chat with strangers. But she was friendly, and someone actually wanting to talk to me felt so rare that I said yes. So she started asking questions, normal kid stuff. Favorite color, favorite food, where I went to school, what I liked doing, things like that. I answered as best I could, trying not to sound too weird, trying not to overthink every word. When she finished, I asked her if she wanted to walk with me to the store. She said she had to ask her mom first, which made sense. So she ran inside for a minute, then came back out smiling. Her name was Ruth. We walked to the store together, and for that short walk, I felt something I wasn't used to, normal. Like I was a regular kid doing a regular thing with a friend. We bought our drinks and snacks, and on the way back she invited me into her house. That alone felt big to me. Being invited inside someone's home means you're not just a random kid on the street. It means someone trusts you enough to bring you into their space. When we got to her house, she asked me if I wanted to play a game. I went in, and because my mom was strict about knowing where I was, I called her right away. I told her I was at Ruth's house. My mom asked the usual questions. Was her mom home? What were we doing? When would I be back? And I answered, relieved that for once I had a normal answer. I'm at a friend's house playing a game. Ruth went to her room to get the game while I waited in the living room. I remember sitting there thinking it would be something normal, like Life or Monopoly, because those were the games kids usually had. I was imagining a board covered in money or little plastic pieces, something fun and familiar. Ruth came back into the room holding a Ouija board. I stared at it, confused. It didn't look like a game to me. It looked like something adults would have, something serious. I asked her what it was because I honestly had no idea. I didn't grow up with that kind of thing. It wasn't something my family talked about, and it wasn't something my mom would have ever brought into our house. Ruth explained how it worked. She told me it was a way to talk to spirits. She said you place your fingers on the planchette, ask questions, and the spirit moves it to spell out answers. I remember feeling unsure. It didn't look like fun, in the way a game looks fun. It looked creepy, even though I didn't want to admit that because I didn't want to seem childish or scared in front of my new friend. I also didn't want to say no, because saying no might ruin the friendship before it even started. I wanted Ruth to like me. I wanted to keep being included. So we tried it. I didn't understand then that this was the first step into a whole series of events that would shake my world, especially because I was still a kid. I didn't know how easily curiosity can turn into obsession, especially if you're lonely and searching for connection. That summer, Ruth and I spent a huge amount of time using the board. It became our thing. While other kids were riding bikes, swimming, or hanging out in groups, we were sitting together asking the board questions. At first, the questions were silly and harmless, things about middle school, who we might meet, whether certain teachers would be mean, who would have a crush on who, stuff like that. It felt like we had discovered a secret shortcut into the future. Like we were getting answers most kids didn't have access to. One particular question I remember asking was this: will I make any new friends, and can you give me any names? Looking back, that question says everything about where I was emotionally. I wasn't asking if I'd win the lottery or become famous. I was asking if I would finally belong somewhere. I was asking if I would finally have people. The board gave me a name, Bob Thomas. At first, I didn't believe it. It sounded too ordinary and too specific at the same time. I remember thinking, how would a spirit know a person's full name? And why would it tell me something that sounds like a random boy? For a while I shrugged it off. Eventually I forgot about it completely, because kids forget things when time passes and life moves forward. Then school started again. About a month into the school year, a new student transferred into some of my classes. It wasn't like new students were unusual, but this one made my stomach flip, because when the teacher introduced him, she said his name. Bob Thomas. I felt like the air left my chest. My mind went blank for a second. I stared at him, trying to convince myself I misheard. But I didn't. That was his name. I was in shock. I remember sitting there thinking, no way. This can't be real. This can't be connected to that board. But it was. After school, I ran to tell Ruth what happened. She was just as stunned as I was. For once, she didn't act like it was a joke or a fun, spooky thing. She looked genuinely shaken. And because we were kids and didn't have the kind of sense to stop while we were ahead, we did the exact thing we shouldn't have done. We went back to the Ouija board. We asked more questions. We tried to confirm details. We tried to see what else it could tell us. In our minds, it wasn't dangerous. It was proof. It was like we had tested it, and it worked, and now we wanted to see how far it could go. As the school year went on, Ruth gradually got bored with it. She wasn't as obsessed as I was. For her, it was exciting for a while, then it became repetitive. But for me, it became something else. It became a comfort, like a strange kind of companionship. It became a place where I felt like I had control. It became something I could turn to when I felt anxious, sad, or lonely. When summer came again, Ruth didn't want to play with it anymore. She gave the board to me like it was no big deal, like handing off an old game you don't care about. At the time, I was happy to take it. I felt like I was inheriting something powerful. Looking back, that was when things really started to go wrong. Once I had the board in my possession, I started using it without Ruth. Sometimes I played alone. Sometimes I played with other people, like my sister. But a lot of the time it was just me, sitting with the board like it was a person I could talk to. It became an addiction. I don't say that lightly. I truly mean it. I started feeling like I needed it. I started feeling restless if I didn't use it for a while. I started thinking about it the way people think about something that soothes them. When I was upset, I'd go to it. When I was bored, I'd go to it. When I was confused about something, I'd go to it. It became my way of asking the world questions without having to face people. That time in my life was turbulent. I had a lot of sadness and anger inside me back then. I didn't always show it, but it was there. The loneliness, the feeling of being the weird girl, the frustration of not fitting in, all of it built up. And whatever I was talking to through that board, whether it was my own subconscious, or some spirit, or something darker, seemed to feed on that. The more upset I was, the more I wanted to play. The more I played, the more intense it felt. It was like a loop I couldn't break. I started asking it for signs. I wanted proof that it was real, not just a game. And sometimes it would respond. I would ask for a sign and then I would hear a knock. Or a light would flicker. Or something would happen in the room that made me sit up and stare. At first, those signs made me excited. They made me feel powerful, like I had discovered something hidden. They made me feel like I wasn't invisible anymore. Like something noticed me, even if other kids didn't. But the deeper I got, the more it stopped being fun. I started asking it about everything. I started asking it when someone was coming over, or what someone was thinking, or whether I should do something or not. Instead of making my own choices, I was letting the board shape my choices. I was handing over my control little by little, because it felt easier than trusting myself. Sometimes I wonder if I was being influenced more than I realized. Sometimes I wonder if I was being pulled into it the way people get pulled into unhealthy relationships. It wasn't just curiosity anymore. It was dependence. And dependence is dangerous, whether it's on a person, a substance, or something you can't even clearly define. I'd even wondered if I may have been possessed. I know that's a strong word. I know people throw it around. But when I look back at how addicted I became, how my personality shifted, how I felt calmer only when I was using it, and how I kept going even when I had a bad feeling, I can't help wondering if something had gotten its hooks in me. I can't explain why I was so obsessed with it. I can't explain why it felt like I needed it to breathe. Eventually, my sister got rid of it. I didn't give it up willingly. She took it away and got rid of it because she could see what it was doing to me. At the time, I was furious. I felt like she had stolen something important from me. I felt like she didn't understand. I felt like she had ruined my one comfort. But now, years later, I can admit something I didn't want to admit back then. I wish I had never touched that board in the first place. I wish I had said no the first day Ruth brought it out. I wish I had walked to the corner store and never followed her into that house. I wish I had chosen a normal board game, a normal friendship, a normal summer. Because even though I can't prove exactly what was on the other side of that board, I know one thing for sure. After I started using it, my world changed. And once it changed, it was never innocent again. After my father died, my mother tried to build a new life for us the best way she knew how. She bought land on the outskirts of town and had a stone house built in a quiet neighborhood. At the time, it wasn't really even a neighborhood yet. When my mom first bought that land, there weren't any other houses around. The whole area was mostly woods, trees, brush, and that deep rural quiet where you can hear wind moving through leaves and insects at night. Nobody in the family knew the history of the land. We didn't have any paperwork telling us what the property used to be, and no one in town ever told us stories about it. And honestly, we didn't think much about it back then. When you're grieving and trying to start over, you don't always stop to ask what happened on the land 100 years ago. You're focused on surviving the present. Once the house was built, my mom moved in, and so did my grandmother. A couple of my cousins lived with us too, and of course I was there. I was less than a year old when we moved into that house, so I don't remember life before it. That's the only home I truly remember growing up in. All my childhood memories, holidays, school days, family visits, arguments, laughter, are tied to that stone house and the woods around it. As I got older, I started hearing family members talk about strange things that happened inside the house. It wasn't like one person told a spooky story once and everyone forgot. It was more like the adults would bring things up in quiet conversations, usually when they thought kids weren't listening, or when they were trying to make sense of something they couldn't explain. I remember one of my uncles talking about seeing a figure. He said it looked almost transparent, like a person-shaped presence that didn't have full solid weight to it. He claimed he saw it walk right out of his closed bedroom door. That detail mattered because it wasn't like he saw someone in the hallway and assumed it was a ghost later. He described it like the door was closed, the room was quiet, and then he watched something pass through as if the door didn't exist. Not long after that, a female cousin of mine told a similar story, and that's when I started paying more attention, even though I was still young. She said she experienced the exact same thing in the same bedroom my uncle had used. She saw a transparent-looking figure coming out of that door, and unlike my uncle, she tried to follow it. She got up quickly, stepped into the hall, and looked down the hallway to see where it went. But by the time she got out there, the figure was gone. Just vanished, like it had dissolved into the air. After those sightings, the stories didn't stop. They shifted. People started complaining about hearing Indian drums coming from that same room, even when it was unoccupied. That's what made it feel especially strange to me as a kid, because it wasn't just, I saw something. It was a repeating sound. A sound that more than one person described the same way, as drums, as rhythm, as something that didn't match any normal household noise. At that age, I didn't know what to do with those stories. Kids don't have a framework for this kind of thing unless adults give them one. And my family didn't sit me down and say, "Our house is haunted." They just talked about what happened to them when it happened, then went back to normal life. So I did what kids do. I ignored most of it. I didn't understand it, and I didn't want to be scared. It was easier to let it float past me as grown-up talk. As time went on, I started sleeping by myself. Eventually I had my own bedroom. And the bedroom I got had one wall connected to that, active, bedroom where the stories always seemed to come from. I didn't think about it much at first. A wall is a wall. Rooms are rooms. When you're a kid, the layout of a house matters less than what's in your room. Your bed, your toys, your posters, your clothes on the floor. My room felt like mine, and that helped me feel safe even if the house had strange stories attached to it. Then one night, I heard it for myself. I still remember the time because it's burned into my memory like a stamp, about 12:02 a.m. I was lying in bed in the dark, trying to fall asleep. Everything felt normal at first. The kind of quiet you expect in a house at midnight. Then I started hearing a sound through the wall, faint at first. It wasn't like the sound of talking. It wasn't a TV. It wasn't music. It was a rhythm. At first I told myself it was my imagination. Or maybe something was on in another room, and the sound was traveling strangely. Or maybe it was the house settling. Old houses make noises. Even new houses can creak. So I tried to ignore it and go back to sleep. But the longer I tried to ignore it, the louder it became. It didn't fade the way a creak fades. It didn't stop like a pipe sound stops. It kept building, like something was increasing its volume on purpose. And then I recognized it. Indian drums. I hate even writing that, because I know how it sounds. But that's exactly what it felt like. Not just random thumping. Drums with a distinct beat. A steady, repeating pattern. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. It wasn't fast and chaotic. It was rhythmic, almost like it had discipline. Like someone who knew what they were doing was beating a drum with intention. As the sound got louder, my fear rose with it. It's one thing to hear a strange noise and feel curious. It's another thing to hear something that feels human and purposeful coming from a room that's empty. The more the rhythm pressed into the silence, the more it felt like a presence announcing itself. I was terrified. And it wasn't just, "I'm scared." It was that deep kid fear where your whole body becomes small. My hands got cold. My throat tightened. My heart started pounding. My ears felt too open, like every sound was hitting me too hard. I didn't know what to do. I was scared to get out of bed, because if I got out of bed, I might see something. I didn't want to turn on the light and find something standing in my room. I didn't want to walk into the hallway and discover the sound was coming from somewhere closer than I thought. But I was also scared to stay in bed, because I felt like if I stayed still and listened, whatever was making the sound would realize I was aware of it. And once something knows you know it's there, it feels like it can come closer. That's how it felt to me, even if it wasn't logical. So I did the only thing I could do. I pulled the covers over my head. I buried myself under my blanket like a shield. I tried to breathe quietly, but the fear made my breathing shallow, and after a minute it felt like I was suffocating. I remember struggling for air, half because I was scared, half because the blanket was too tight over my face. My body was shaking. The drums kept going, steady and loud, like they didn't care that I was hiding. I don't know how long that went on, maybe seconds, maybe a couple minutes. When you're scared, time stretches. Then something came into my mind that felt like a lifeline. My grandmother and my mother had always told me that there was nothing prayer couldn't fix. They weren't people who treated prayer like a decoration. In our home, prayer was serious. It was protection. It was comfort. It was something you did when you didn't know what else to do. So under the covers, with my heart racing, I started saying the Our Father. At first my voice in my head was shaky. I couldn't focus fully because the drums were still loud and my fear kept trying to pull my thoughts apart. But I forced myself to keep going. And something happened while I prayed. As I got deeper into the prayer, the drums started getting quieter. Not instantly, but noticeably. Like the sound was being turned down step by step. The more I kept praying, the more the beat seemed to lose strength. The rhythm softened, like it was retreating. By the time I reached the final part of the prayer, the drums were barely there. And when I said the word, Amen, the last of the Indian drums stopped completely, at the exact same moment. The silence that followed felt enormous. It wasn't the normal silence of midnight. It was like the house suddenly became calm in a way it hadn't been a moment before. The air felt lighter. My body stopped shaking. I remember peeking out from under the covers slowly, not wanting to move too fast in case the sound returned. But it didn't. There was peace. And even stranger than the peace was what I felt next. I felt as if something powerful, but also wonderful and protective, was rocking me towards sleep. Not like a physical rocking the bed way, but like my mind and body were being soothed. Like something wrapped around me and calmed me down. Like the fear was being pushed away and replaced with comfort. For the first time that night, I felt safe again. And then I fell asleep. The next morning, I told my mother what happened. I expected her to be surprised, maybe even skeptical, like parents can be when a child tells them a scary story. Instead, I got a rude awakening. My mom looked at me like she had been afraid of this moment. Like she knew it would happen eventually. And she told me something that made my stomach drop. She said everyone who had ever stayed with us had heard the drums at one point or another. Everyone. They just tried to keep it from me because they didn't want to scare me. That included my mom's boyfriend at the time, who apparently heard it his first night there and then many nights after. She said it included my stepfather years later too. People came into the house, spent a night, and heard it. Some people mentioned it. Some people stayed quiet. But it happened. Hearing that made my experience feel less like a childhood fear and more like a real event connected to the house. It wasn't just me. It wasn't a one-time thing. It was something the house did, something that returned, again and again, to different people. That's when the big question started forming in my mind. Was the land an Indian burial ground? I know people say that phrase too easily when anything strange happens. I'm not trying to use it as a cheap explanation. But the drum sound, the rhythm, the repeated stories, all of it made my mind go there. We didn't know the land's history. We built a house on woods that had been untouched for a long time. It's not impossible that something happened there long before any of us moved in. Or was it something else entirely? Could it have been ancestors letting us know they were still around? Could it have been some kind of imprint, like a memory trapped in the environment that replays itself? Could it have been a spirit using sound because sound is easier than showing itself? I still don't know. All I know is where I lived, a house built on unknown land, a room with repeated strange activity, sightings of a transparent figure, and the sound of drums that grew louder until I prayed, then disappeared the moment I said, Amen. And then learning, the next morning, that I wasn't the first to hear it, and I wasn't alone. That's what makes it so hard to dismiss, even now. Because even if I wanted to explain it away as a kid's imagination, the adults had heard it too. They simply didn't want me carrying that fear at such a young age. But once I heard it for myself, the house became something I couldn't see as normal anymore. It wasn't just a home. It was a place with something in it. Something old, something rhythmic, something that seemed to respond to prayer. And it left me with questions I still haven't been able to answer. Too many times I have seen them diving under the waves. The worst part is when they don't come back up for air. That's the moment my stomach twists and panic rises fast, because my mind immediately goes to the same question every time. Do I need to jump in? In those seconds, I start running through the options like a checklist. Should I toss off my coat and shoes? Should I tear off my heavy jeans so I can swim? Should I run straight into the water and grab them before it's too late? I hate that I even have to think like that, because the fear is real. The urgency feels real. And I never want to hesitate too long, just in case what I'm seeing isn't spiritual at all, just a real living person drowning right in front of me. That's one of the hardest things about being a sensitive. I get so used to walking with the dead, so used to being hit with impressions and emotions and images that don't belong to the present moment, that sometimes it becomes difficult to separate my reactions. It can be hard to tell what is happening now and what is only residual, memories that have soaked into a location and replay when the conditions are right. When you carry this kind of sensitivity, you don't always get a clean label stamped onto what you're seeing. You get the experience, the emotion, the visuals, the sound, and then you're left to figure out what it means while your body is already responding. The thought of watching someone drown makes me physically sick. It makes my stomach hurt. It makes my throat tighten. I can't casually stand there and observe, because I feel it. I feel the terror, the struggle, the sudden realization that the water is stronger than you are. I hear their cries as they fight to survive, and the worst part is when I feel the moment they change their minds. When they decide they want to go back, when they try to turn around, when they realize they misjudged the sea. Too late. I feel their panic when they realize they can't touch bottom. I feel their arms burning, their lungs filling, their bodies fighting against the pull of the water. And I feel the exhaustion. That heavy, crushing exhaustion that comes when survival is still in your heart but strength is leaving your muscles. Most of them get so tired they cannot keep themselves above the cold Pacific. Their bodies simply can't do it anymore. A lot of the people I sense in those moments are Hispanic. People trying to go around border patrol, taking risks they never wanted to take, only because desperation pushed them there. It's not judgment. It's not politics. It's just what I sense. People trying to escape something, or trying to reach something, and the ocean becomes the final barrier. Some of them don't swim well. Some of them are weighed down by clothes. Some of them underestimate the current and the cold. And the sea doesn't care what your plan was. The sea doesn't care what you meant to do. When it hits me, it's like a massive wave of images flooding my mind's eye. It isn't one person. It's many. Layered. Overlapping. A whole history soaked into the shoreline. This is one of my experiences, what I saw on one specific day. My husband and I took a drive down to Imperial Beach. We weren't going there for anything dramatic. We just wanted a quiet day. A pretty day. The beach was supposed to be simple, walking, listening to waves, letting the sun warm our skin, maybe holding hands and enjoying the peace. But the moment we arrived, I felt it. A heavy breath of sorrow settled over me like a weight. It wasn't a thought. It wasn't something I imagined because I was expecting it. It was immediate, like the air around that beach held grief, and the grief recognized me the moment I stepped onto the sand. I never know, when I feel something like that, if I'll be able to tolerate what I'm about to be shown. Sometimes I can walk away and the feeling eases, like the place accepts that I'm not available. Other times it latches on, and it becomes impossible to ignore. That day I hesitated for a long time. I stood there thinking, Should I even go down there? Should I even walk near the water? Because once it begins, it doesn't always stop quickly. And when it's strong, it can take me over physically. My knees get weak. My breath changes. My heart feels like it's carrying too much. My husband could tell I was struggling. He didn't pressure me. He left it up to me. He knows what happens to me when the paranormal hits hard. He knows it isn't something I can just snap out of. I wish I could say I made the right choice. But I didn't. I should have gone back to the car. I should have listened to that warning in my body. But the day was so beautiful. The sky was clear, the water looked bright, the sand felt cool under my feet. I wanted, so badly, to have a normal moment. I wanted to take a stroll along the water's edge like any other couple. I wanted that romantic walk I had pictured in my head, the simple hand-holding, the laughter, the feeling of peace. That isn't what happened. The farther I walked, the heavier my heart became. I tried so hard to ignore them. I tried to focus on the sound of the waves, the feel of wind on my face, the ordinary things that should have grounded me. But it wasn't something I could shut out. The voices began rising anyway, cries from the sea, layered grief, the sound of struggle wrapped inside the roar of the water. My knees started to wobble. The weakness hit me fast, like my legs were losing strength. It became so overwhelming that I couldn't keep walking. I let go of my husband's supportive arm and sat down right there on the cool sand, because I was afraid I would collapse if I tried to stay standing. He sat down beside me immediately. He put an arm around my shoulders and held me close, steady and quiet. He didn't ask a million questions. He didn't try to fix it. He just stayed with me, which is sometimes the only kind of help that matters. Out of curiosity, and honestly out of a desperate hope that I wasn't alone in it, I asked him if he could hear the cries. He looked into my eyes and said softly, "No." He didn't say it like he didn't believe me. He said it like he was sorry he couldn't share the burden. He knows not to speak loudly when I'm in the throes of it. He knows my nerves are raw when this happens. He knows that loud voices, sudden movements, or too many questions can make it worse. I told him what I was seeing. I told him because I needed him to understand why I was shaking, why tears were pouring down my face, why I was grieving on a beach that looked calm to everyone else. He held me tighter. And I cried, not only with my own emotion, but with the wave of voices that seemed to pull tears out of me as if they belonged to the water itself. I saw them out there, bobbing and weaving in the sea. I saw them fighting the current, lifting their faces for air, then disappearing under the waves. I saw them tire. I saw them lose the rhythm of breathing. I watched some of them become caught in a rip tide and get pulled out too deep, out past where the water is forgiving. I watched them give in. That is the part that breaks me every time, the surrender. The moment the body stops fighting because it can't fight anymore. The moment survival instinct is still there, but strength is gone. I watch them floating face down, carried by water that never stops moving. It isn't the nicest sound. It isn't the nicest visual. It's ugly and tragic and full of suffering. And I don't choose it. It comes to me whether I want it or not. That day, I saw hundreds. Not one or two. Hundreds. Men, women, children, teens, so many lives layered over that stretch of water, each one unfortunate, each one untimely. It felt like I was sitting on the shore of a place that had swallowed too many people and still held their last moments in its memory. My husband watched me mourn every single one of them. He didn't interrupt. He didn't tell me to stop. He didn't tell me to pull it together. He just sat there beside me, arms wrapped around me, while I wept for people I never knew in life but could feel in death. I described what I saw so he could understand. I told him about the bodies that disappeared under the waves. I told him about the cries that seemed to rise and fall with the water. I told him about the exhaustion that felt like it was pouring into my bones. He listened with concern and sadness, like my pain was his pain too, even though he couldn't see what I was seeing. He believes in me. And I know how rare that is. A lot of people would call me crazy. A lot of people would say I'm being dramatic, or that I'm projecting emotion onto a place. Some would call it imagination. Some would call it trauma. Some would say it's simply empathy and nothing more. But my husband doesn't dismiss me. He doesn't mock me. He holds me through it. I feel blessed for that. Because even though this sensitivity can feel like a curse, because even though it can make a simple walk on a beautiful beach turn into a memorial for strangers, I'm not alone in it. He doesn't see what I see, but he stays close enough that I can survive it. And when the ocean finally grows quiet inside me again, when the voices fade and my legs stop shaking, I'm left with the same heavy truth I carry every time. Some places are beautiful on the surface, but underneath, they hold stories that never fully let go. A few friends and I decided we wanted to try a Ouija board together for the first time as a group. I had messed with one a few times when I was a kid, but nothing interesting ever happened back then. It always felt like a joke, someone pushing the planchette on purpose, someone giggling, someone getting bored after 10 minutes. So when my friends started talking about trying it, for real, part of me was curious and part of me honestly didn't believe anything would happen. We were all at that age where you feel brave in a stupid way. Not brave like a firefighter. Brave like, let's go somewhere creepy at night and see what happens. And because we were all into scary stories, paranormal videos, and the idea that there might be more to the world than we can see, we kept talking ourselves into it. Each time one of us hesitated, someone else would say something like, "It'll be fine," or, "We're not going to do anything crazy," or, "We'll be careful." The plan was to go somewhere abandoned. A place with history. A place where we figured, if anything was going to happen, it would happen there. We didn't want to do it in someone's house the first time. We wanted distance. We wanted a place that already felt haunted, because in our minds that increased the chances of getting a response. The first location we picked was an abandoned nursing home. Even thinking about it now, the phrase, abandoned nursing home, still makes my skin tighten a little. Nursing homes are already heavy places when they're open and full of people. There's sadness in the air. There's sickness. There are final goodbyes. There's loneliness. And in an abandoned one, it's like all of that stays behind, only now it's trapped in empty rooms with broken windows and peeling paint. We didn't just show up with a store-bought board. We made our own. One of my friends had a piece of plywood. We sanded it until it felt smooth, like we were building something important. We drew the letters and numbers carefully, trying to make it neat. We added yes and oh, and goodbye. We even added symbols, because we had read online that certain symbols could matter. We personalized it in little ways, like it was a project we were proud of. Looking back, it's strange how much effort we put into it. It was like the board itself became more than a game the moment we created it with our hands. It felt like we were making a tool, not a toy. We went to the nursing home at night. I remember the drive feeling quiet. In the car, we tried to act normal. We made jokes, talked about dumb things, and tried to keep the mood light. But there was an edge underneath it, because everyone knew where we were going. You don't drive to an abandoned nursing home at night unless you're chasing a certain kind of fear. The closer we got, the quieter we became. The conversation faded. The headlights cut through the dark road, and I remember watching trees and empty lots pass by, thinking that if something did happen, we might not be able to take it back. When we arrived, the building looked worse than I expected. It wasn't just old. It looked abandoned in a way that made it feel like the place had been ripped out of time. The windows were dark holes. The entrance looked broken and unused. The air smelled like wet earth and old wood. There was that silence too, the kind of silence that feels too big, like the building is holding its breath. We didn't want to be trapped, so we chose our room carefully. We looked for a room with a glassless window. Not because we wanted to break anything, but because we wanted an exit. We wanted a quick way out if we panicked. That tells you everything about how confident we truly were. Even before anything happened, we were planning our escape. We went into the room and set up. We laid a circle of salt around ourselves. Someone had insisted salt was protection. Another friend insisted it was symbolic, but still important. I didn't know what I believed about salt circles, but I went along with it. Honestly, anything that made us feel safer sounded good in that moment. The nursing home felt wrong, like it had layers of sadness pressed into its walls, and a salt circle felt like a boundary, even if it was only in our minds. When we finally sat down around the board, we decided who would actually touch the planchette and who would observe. I ended up being the one documenting. I had a notebook, and I wrote down everything: our questions, the answers, the time, and any weird details. Part of me did it because I wanted evidence. Another part of me did it because writing kept me grounded. If I was focused on words on a page, maybe I wouldn't get as scared. The others placed their fingers lightly on the planchette. Nobody pushed, at least not openly. We all promised we wouldn't mess with each other, because we wanted real results. We wanted to know if anything would answer without a prank. We began the session the way we thought we were supposed to. We asked, "Is anyone here?" At first, nothing happened. The planchette didn't move. The room stayed quiet except for the small sounds an old building makes: wind shifting through openings, distant creaks, the soft scrape of fabric as someone adjusted their legs. The air felt cold and stale. My heart was beating faster than normal, but I told myself it was just nerves. We asked again, a little more firmly, "Is anyone here?" This time the planchette moved slightly. It wasn't a huge slide across the board, just a small pull. We all looked at each other. The people touching it insisted they weren't pushing. I was watching their hands closely, trying to see if someone was trying to scare us. But the movement didn't look like a joke. It looked slow, as if the planchette was being guided, not shoved. We asked the next question we had planned. "Are you from the sun or the moon?" We had read online that this question mattered. We had read that certain entities would answer sun, and others would answer moon, and that moon could be connected to something darker. I can't say we fully understood it. We were using internet rules for something we didn't truly understand. But we wanted some kind of system, some way to judge what we were talking to. We also asked, "Do you love God?" We had read somewhere that these questions were the only ones demons couldn't lie about. I don't know if that's true, and I didn't know then either, but we treated it like a safety check. Like a test we could use to protect ourselves. The session went on, and eventually we got a response that felt consistent enough that we believed we were communicating. The spirit said her name was Josie. At first, we were confused. We didn't know if it was saying Josie, or something else. But as we asked more questions, we started to think it was a phonetic spelling. We asked, "Is your name Josie?" And the planchette confirmed yes. That part alone gave us a strange feeling. Not because Josie is a scary name, but because it felt personal. A name makes something feel real. It turns something into someone. And once you have someone, you start asking deeper questions, even if you shouldn't. We asked her if she was a resident of the nursing home. She said no. That surprised us. It made us wonder why she was there. We asked why she was in that building if she didn't live there. She answered that someone she loved had been there. She didn't give us every detail. The answers were short, sometimes confusing. Sometimes the planchette moved slowly as if it was struggling. Other times it moved quickly like it was eager to reply. But the theme stayed consistent. She wasn't a resident, but she was connected to someone who had been. One of the most unsettling things about that entire night was what the board did while she answered. While we were asking questions, the board would rotate or spin slowly. Not violently, not like something was trying to flip it over, but enough to make us notice. It was like the energy around it wasn't stable. It was as if the board itself wanted to turn, even though we were holding it in place. Every time it started spinning, I'd write it down, because it felt like part of the communication. The spinning made the whole thing feel less like a game and more like a living moment. Like the air around the board had weight. At one point we asked Josie where the person she loved was now. We asked if they were at peace. We asked if they were still around. We asked because we were curious. but also because something about Josie felt sad, and we wanted to understand why. Josie directed the planchette to the moon symbol. We had read that moon could symbolize hell. We had read that some people interpret it that way, that moon can mean darkness. The moment the planchette moved to the moon, everyone went quiet. Nobody wanted to say out loud what we were all thinking. Then something happened with the board that still sticks in my mind. While the planchette stayed near the moon and we tried to ask follow-up questions, the board began twitching erratically. It wasn't the slow spinning anymore. It started to rotate one direction, then jerk the other direction, like it couldn't settle. It looked like irritation. It looked like agitation. It looked like something was struggling between two impulses. We took it as Josie being upset. We thought maybe it hurt her to talk about it, or maybe it made her angry. We didn't want to push too hard, because at that point the room felt colder, and the energy felt heavier, and even the people who had been acting confident were starting to look nervous. So we asked, "Do you want to quit?" She said yes. We didn't argue. We didn't try to be brave. We ended the session the way we were told to end it. We moved the planchette to goodbye, said goodbye out loud, and stopped. When we left the nursing home that night, we didn't run, but we walked fast. We stayed close together. We didn't talk loudly. It felt like we didn't want to disturb the building any more than we already had. Even in the car, we were quiet for a while. We would look at each other and then look away, like we were embarrassed by how scared we felt. At the same time, there was a thrill underneath it. We had gotten answers. We had gotten a name. We had seen movement that didn't feel like a prank. We had felt the board rotate in our hands. It was terrifying, but it was also proof, at least proof to us, that something beyond normal reality might have answered. Weeks went by, and we kept talking about it. We replayed the questions, the answers, the way the board moved. We kept asking whether Josie was real. We kept wondering if we actually contacted someone, or if we had all unknowingly pushed the planchette ourselves. But the more we talked, the more we wanted to try again. That's how we got cocky. We told ourselves, nothing bad happened. We told ourselves, we ended the session properly. We told ourselves, we'll be careful. But the truth is, the fear started to fade, and when fear fades, people take bigger risks. So we decided to try a second location. This time it wasn't a nursing home. It was an abandoned fraternity house. I remember the building looking worn and sad, like something that had been full of life at one time and then emptied out. The paint was peeling. The windows were dirty. The air around it felt stale. But the bigger reason we chose it wasn't because it was a fraternity house. It was because we learned something about its history. We had heard that, in the times just after slavery, the building had been a Negro children's school. That information hit us hard. I don't care what year you live in, when you hear children's school after slavery. You think about the weight of that history. You think about struggle. You think about pain. You think about children who lived through things they never should have lived through. You think about the kind of emotion that could linger in a place like that. And whether you believe in ghosts or not, history has energy. It leaves marks on spaces, even if those marks are only in memory. We went there at night again, because of course we did. We thought night made everything more active. We thought if anything was going to answer, it would answer in the dark. We chose a room far inside the house this time. We didn't pick a window room. We didn't plan an escape the same way. We were too confident because the first experience hadn't harmed us. We also forgot to bring salt, which sounds like a small mistake, but at the time it felt like maybe we were skipping a protection step. We knew enough to think it might matter, but we still went ahead anyway. Looking back, that was stupid. But in the moment, we told ourselves it was fine. We told ourselves the salt circle was probably just symbolic. We told ourselves we didn't need it. And because we were already there, we didn't want to turn back and admit we were scared. We sat down, put the board between us, and began. Is anyone there? The planchette moved quickly to yes. That immediate response sent a wave through the group. It was too fast. It didn't feel like it was thinking. It felt like it was already waiting for us. Like the second we asked the question, something grabbed the opportunity and answered. We looked at each other in that silent way again, the way people look when they all feel the same discomfort at once. We asked, "Are you from the sun or the moon?" The planchette moved to moon. Slowly, almost reluctantly. That detail mattered because it wasn't like a quick snap to the answer. It was like whatever was answering didn't want to say it, or didn't want to admit it. It crept toward the symbol and stopped as if it had no choice. All four of us stared at each other. Not good. In our minds, moon meant darkness. Moon meant something we did not want. We had read too much online about moon being linked to negative entities. Even if we didn't fully believe every internet rule, the answer still made the room feel colder. It made us feel like we were dealing with something different than Josie. And yet, for some reason, we didn't stop there. We decided to ask one final question. "Do you love God?" The planchette moved to No. That answer hit the room like a slap. It was simple. It was direct. It didn't wobble or hesitate. It just went to No like it was proud of it. That was it for us. That was the moment all our bravery collapsed. We said goodbye immediately and got up. We didn't stand around discussing it. We didn't ask more questions. We didn't try to be tough. We just left the premises fast. When we got back to the car, nobody felt excited anymore. The thrill was gone. In its place was a heavy unease. We drove away in silence for a while, and I remember thinking that the second location didn't feel like a spirit trying to be heard. It felt like something else. Something that didn't want comfort or connection. Something that simply answered and watched us react. A few days later, we were at one of my friend's houses. We were in his basement, just hanging out. We were trying to calm down, trying to act normal again. We talked about other things, ate food, played music, the usual stuff. But the Ouija board was still there, and we still had that curiosity that doesn't know when to stop. We started talking about trying it again in a safe place. The logic was simple and stupid. If something answered in abandoned places, what happens if we do it in a normal basement? We told ourselves it might be different. We told ourselves maybe the abandoned places were the reason it felt so dark. We told ourselves a house with people in it would be more grounded. We told ourselves we wouldn't go far. We told ourselves we'd stop as soon as anything felt wrong. And once again, we didn't bring salt. We didn't do a circle. We didn't take it seriously enough. We sat down in that basement, put the board between us, and began the session. "Anyone there?" "Yes." The answer came quickly, almost instantly. That speed made my stomach tighten. It felt like the response was waiting, like it didn't need time. Like it had been listening for the moment we started again. "Are you from the sun or the moon?" "Moon." Again, very quickly. At that point, we all felt uneasy. The basement air felt heavier. The room felt smaller. None of us wanted to say it, but I think we were all thinking the same thing. What if this is the same thing from the fraternity house? So we closed the session. We went to goodbye. We said it out loud. We tried to be responsible. But curiosity is a terrible thing. Even after closing it, we still wanted to ask one more question. We told ourselves it would be one question and then we'd stop for good. We even talked about it out loud, like we were negotiating with ourselves. We reconnected. We asked the same opening questions again. "Someone there?" "Yes." "Sun or moon?" "Moon." Same pattern, same speed, same uncomfortable feeling. Then we asked, "Were you the one we contacted the other night?" The answer came so fast it almost felt aggressive. "Yes." It was the quickest answer we got all night, like it was proud of the confirmation. Like it wanted us to know it was the same one. Like it wanted us to understand that location didn't matter. That moment changed everything for us. Because if it was the same entity, and it was answering in a friend's basement after we contacted it in an abandoned school/fraternity house, then it meant one of two things: either it followed us, or it was attached to the board itself. Either way, We had brought something into a normal home. Immediately we moved the planchette to goodbye and ended it again. Then we got up and left the room. Not calmly. Not slowly. We left like people who realized they had made a mistake. That's when I personally started feeling sick. It wasn't a normal sickness like I ate something bad. It was a deep unease in my stomach, like anxiety turning into nausea. I felt tense, sweaty, and strangely angry. The anger surprised me, because it wasn't directed at a person in the room. It felt like irritation bubbling up at one of my friends for no reason. I didn't want to be angry, but it came anyway, like my emotions were being pushed around. While the others did some quick online research, I laid down on a bed in the house and dozed off in a weird restless way. I wasn't sleeping deeply. I was half awake, half drifting, brooding, feeling uneasy. I remember hearing them talk in the other room, typing on a computer, reading things out loud, trying to figure out what the right thing to do was. Eventually they said we should try to bless water. We didn't have a priest. We didn't have anyone trained in anything. We were just scared young people trying to do damage control with whatever information we could find. But we were desperate, and the idea of blessed water felt like something protective and clean. Then we decided to destroy the board. We broke it into pieces. I can't remember exactly how many pieces, maybe 7. We had read something about breaking it into a certain number, but by that point, the details were blurred by fear and adrenaline. I only remember the sound of wood cracking and the feeling of relief mixed with dread as the board was destroyed. Relief, because it felt like we were cutting the link. Dread, because we didn't know if breaking it would actually solve anything or make it worse. After breaking it, we went out into the woods to bury the pieces. It sounds dramatic now, but in the moment it felt necessary. We didn't want to keep those pieces in a trash can inside a house. We didn't want them sitting near anyone. We wanted distance. We wanted to get rid of it in a way that felt final. We dug small holes, buried the pieces separately, and sprinkled each grave with the water we had blessed. We did it quietly. No joking. No laughter. It felt like we were trying to clean up something we shouldn't have touched. After that, I felt relief. I can't say for sure if it was spiritual relief or psychological relief, but it was real. My stomach stopped twisting. The anger eased. The room felt less tense. It was like my body finally exhaled after holding breath for days. And the strange part is that nothing has happened since then. No knocks. No voices. No nightmares that feel foreign. No feeling of being followed. Nothing that I can point to and say, "That's definitely paranormal." Life went back to normal, which is what we all wanted. We stopped playing with boards. We stopped going to abandoned places looking for contact. We stopped daring each other. We got scared straight, basically. Still, even with nothing happening now, I can't forget how it felt in those sessions, especially the last 2. I find it fascinating, and terrifying, that an entity might have followed us. The idea that something could answer in one building, then answer again in a different building, then answer again in a friend's basement. It made the world feel less safe. It made it feel like you can't always control what you invite, even if you think you're in charge because you're the one asking the questions. We still don't know the truth of it. We still don't know whether something actually followed us or whether it became attached to the board. One of my friends also had a really unfortunate event in the days between the last 2 sessions, and that added more fear to the situation. It made us wonder if the timing was a coincidence, or if something had reached into his life in a way we didn't recognize until after the fact. I don't have a clean answer for what happened in those rooms. I don't even have a perfect answer for whether the sun or moon questions truly mean anything or whether those are just internet rules people repeat. I only know what we experienced, the movement, the speed of certain answers, the difference in atmosphere between the first spirit and the later one, and the way the same moon answers followed us from one place to the next. And even though nothing strange has happened after burying the pieces, I can't shake the feeling that we got lucky. Like we opened a door without fully understanding what was on the other side, and somehow we managed to shut it before it became a permanent part of our lives.